My boy. Welcome everybody to another great stream. I need to put this fucking thing back in its place. Hi stars. Oh man, it feels great when I wake up like earlier and set up everything correctly, and the stream looks fine and the camera is not laggy. It's gonna be a good stream. I just wanna take a slight second. My chat is in a very awkward place because it's like right here, because I'm charging my phone. Because I forgot to do that before, sadly. So I may be like late to catch some messages this stream. Sorry for the inconvenience. I just wanted to see, like, how was my... What the fuck are those quality options? But I haven't played that. I just want to see how, like, the last stream kinda looked. This might nuke the stream if I put it like up to high quality. So, oh hey, there's you. Crazy. I need to also shut down like everything running in the background. Oh man, this really doesn't wanna launch in 720 for some reason. What the fuck? That's a weird issue. Well, if you don't play with a guide open to literally the worst level design of any Souls game. The music and presentation are great, except forgotten game mode that actually doesn't... Okay, like everything I can... pretty much everything I can notice is fucking fine. So yeah, today I'm gonna go through some videos, and this is the order I finally decided to do it in. I'm gonna watch Bricky's Alan Wake's DLC and American Nightmare. Then I'm gonna move on to Ross's game Dungeon about Fahrenheit, and hopefully watch some of these like Mandalore's videos about Total Warhammer DLCs. And I don't think we're gonna get to any of that at the bottom, but then so far it's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 remake, Bricky shitting on the campaign, from what I understand. And then I watched every Final Destination to figure out Dev's design. This honestly might be actually... Oh, fuck. I might move this down behind Total War Warhammer 3 review, because this is literally just for me. Like, I don't know how many people are interested in Final Destination. But I'm a major Final Destination fan. I don't know how it's for you, but a bunch of people from Poland really were into Saw, which is kinda a similar, like, very low quality movie series. But like I was never on the Saw side of the equation. I was always like Final Destination, Die Hard fan, even though it's such a shit series of movies. I remember Cube was also popular for a second. That was fucking weird. My mouth feels very, very weird because yesterday I was playing. Yesterday I was playing a game of League, and I was eating popcorn, and my tooth broke. Like I have extraction scheduled for that specific tooth. Like it's pretty much a dead tooth, and it will be removed. But it fucking broke in half yesterday, and now there's like a sticky pointy bit in there. And it's really distracting whenever like my tongue slides across that side of my mouth. Man. Holy fuck, if I have kids, I'm gonna seriously like teach them about the importance of dental hygiene. My parents were not serious enough about like keeping your teeth healthy. About teaching that to me specifically. I broke a tooth on popcorn too. Holy fuck, does that happen often? That's so weird. I didn't even bite the hard part, you know. It wasn't like unpopped. It wasn't one of those unpopped kernels. I just bit into like regular ass popcorn. How the fuck can it break a tooth? It's so soft. I think I can. I think I can do this, right? Yeah, there we go. Now it's full screen. Like if I minimize this video, suddenly there's this gap at the bottom. It really pisses me off. But whatever, it's just like one small gap, I suppose. So yeah, Alan Wake's DLC and American Nightmare, Serious Highs and Serious Lows by Bricky. Listen, you all saw my list. You all saw my list of like my list of every single game I played in 2023 ranked. I will not take American Nightmare slander. Alan Wake's American Nightmare was not that bad. It was seriously, like, in certain regards, it was better than original Alan Wake. If Bricky goes hard on it, I will have no mercy. I will fire all fucking cannons aimed directly at him, and it will be nuclear, even though I love Bricky. He has such a good beard, man. Look at it. It's so full, and it's so full, and it's so like trimmed perfectly. He's such a handsome man, but I will not hold back if he goes hard. If he is too harsh on American Nightmare, okay? It's like a $1 game, man. It's good. Fucking. I'm gonna have a nervous breakdown before I even hear what he has to say. So let's get into this video and see how bad it will be. I know it will be bad for sure. Actually, I wonder what he says about the DLCs because I like Wendigoon's beard. Honestly, oh fuck, I didn't mute my phone. Just heard that. honestly, don't remember. But Wendigoon also has a full beard, right? Like this. Huh. So yeah, I do wonder what he has to say about Alan Wake's 1 DLCs, because one of them was really fucking weak, and the second one had some really, really cool moments.
Year is here, and that means new goals. The new year is here, and that means new goals, new fitness goals, new diet goals, and there is no better place to get started on that than with this video sponsor, Factor.
Pro tip to anybody watching: if you... my camera is a little crooked. Wait, let me fix that. Whoop. Okay, that's better, I think. Pro tip to anybody watching, and this is, I am 100% serious: never make New Year's resolutions. New Year's resolutions are very shit ideas, because the beginning of the year is not a good time to start introducing changes, because the beginning of the year is universally a time where a lot of things happen. Do not start introducing changes to your lifestyle at the beginning of a year. They will not stick. They will just go away after a couple of weeks. So don't make New Year's resolutions. Just do it in the middle of a year. I think around summer is the best way, usually with a lot of free time. Especially if you're in school, you have so much free time. You should start introducing changes into your life, like starting fitness or whatever, during summer, and then just stick to it, and not make it a new year resolution where you can go, oh, I kind of did it. I went to a gym a couple of times. That's my New Year's resolution fulfilled. You need to do fitness for so long, and you have to do it a long time, not a lot in a short time. You need to do it at least sporadically across a long time to really see the difference, like weight loss or muscle gain. Those things don't happen overnight. And a lot of people who do New Year's resolutions expect results within a couple of weeks, and then it goes to shit. So please, please consider these words. Those are real words from the bottom of my heart. I tried doing New Year's resolutions. They always suck. It's way better to do them to introduce changes into your life later in the year.
Factor is the best meal prep service on the market right now. When it comes to food, they always say there's 3 things: price, speed, and quality. They say you can only have 2 of the 3, but I think Factor comes as close as possible to getting all 3 of those boxes checked. Whether it's calorie smart, high protein, chef's choice, keto, doesn't matter. They have an option for you. It's low waste, tastes delicious, and is ready in just a couple of minutes. So go ahead and get started on your brand new goals by going to factor75.com and use code Bricky50 for 50% off your first order. Link is in the description. Factor75.com, code Bricky50 for 50% off your first order. Thank you so much for sponsoring this video.
If you're skinny enough, you will, I'm assuming that's gain there. You will gain muscle pretty quickly. That's true. But I think a lot of people who are looking to get into fitness, like begin at all, are not that skinny. Like being that skinny that you can instantly start gaining muscle is fucking rare. I was skinny throughout most of my and also depends on what you mean by gain muscle, because some people expect muscle gain to happen here, on your stomach, right? Stomach muscle, I think, is like the hardest to come by, because you need to get rid of fat. I think like fucking bicep starts increasing like most easily, because there is almost no fat here, no matter how fucking no matter how much fat you actually have. So muscle gain here happens really quickly if you start working out with weights, right? Muscle gain on your fucking body, visible muscle gain without like straining yourself, happens so slowly. Like you need to burn off that muscle. But it's true that the less fat you have, the quicker you will see those changes usually. And that depends on the variety of factors, but.
And let's talk Alan Wake, Sam Lake, and Cauldron Lake.
Here, take the Bricky.
Hi, everybody. We're trying a new microphone. This is my streaming mic. I really like it. I think it's great. So hopefully you like it too. This video is a sequel to my prior video on Alan Wake 1. You will need that for this, so quick homework for you to do first. It's linked in the description and the cards above. So a few of you who are already familiar with the Remedy verse have expressed surprise that I did not include the Alan Wake DLC special episodes in the original video. The reason for this was, one, the video was
would be too long.
Already an hour long, and
yeah.
Two, I thought we could do all of the post-original game content in one video, combining the special episodes and Alan Wake's American Nightmare into one video. After completing the very good specials of the base game, I thought
this is criminal that American Nightmare only gets 12 minutes. This is criminal.
I had made a mistake and probably should have included
I started working out at home very unsystematically, and I still have muscles on my arms and legs. Abs are a separate conversation, and they are pretty much useless. Yeah, they are just to show off. But like gaining them does boost your confidence. By unsystemically, I assume you mean like. Maybe once a week, maybe once in 2 weeks, something like that. Workouts like that actually do a lot for you, even if they are like once in 2 weeks. It's better to if you keep doing like, let's stick to that example, once a 2 weeks for like 6 or 8 months, you will see like more gain than somebody who compresses those all of those workouts into a month, for example, because like muscle growth just kind of happens like that. I haven't worked out in like maybe a week and a half now. And I visibly look more toned than like my last post-workout. And post-workout, your muscles like grow. They kind of get like buff because blood starts flowing and whatever. And I am honestly fucking shocked. I thought after a week and a half of not touching weights, I will like start deflating immediately, but it doesn't work like that, and I am very fucking happy. So I am happy to do it like once a week, to not I am happy to do it once a week to not because it takes me a long time. I usually do like an hour different like exercises and fucking drinking plenty of water in the meantime, doing a warm-up. So it is a quite a time investment to do an hour to just fucking, you know, do some silly things in the middle of your living room. But like doing this once a week brings like significant results. When you're resting, yeah, it doesn't make much sense to work out often. Only when you have like a very specific, like very meticulous workout routine, I think that does that bring results. But most people are not like that. That is reserved to people who are like really advanced, I think. So it doesn't make sense when you're like essentially a novice. I have been working out for like I wanna say close to a year now, and I'm still like a novice. Well, most of that year, to be fair, was me burning fat because I weighed 20 more kilos around like this time last year. So only like now have I been focusing on growing muscles instead.
Them in the original video. After finishing the reanimated abortion that is American Nightmare, I realized I did not make a mistake because I needed something else to pad this video, because if I spoke only on American Nightmare, the video would be 5 minutes long and most of it would be me sobbing. So enjoy today's double feature. Much like episode 4 in the base game, we are about to experience some
Don't do it to me,
highs
Bricky.
and some very
Don't do it
low
to me,
lows.
Bricky. I am serious.
Our first DLC episode has Alan waking up in a sort of messed up version of Bright Falls Diner.
Welcome to the
It's like you're replaying the game again, but it's gone through the filter of James Somerton. The diner is weird, the people are acting weird, and everything just seems wrong. But in a similar way to our original game, we have God to help us out.
Alan, I'm a little horny.
Shit, wrong clip. Wrong clip!
Alan, listen to me. Go no deeper.
Oh, here it comes. Let's go!
Be careful. I will try to find a better point of contact.
Thanks, God. The intro in this sequence mainly contains the same gameplay you're already very used to, but there's no setup of any kind. This DLC is not something that is standalone. No, this is a direct sequel to Alan Wake's base game. So the combat is immediately as hard as the end of the base game. So the enemies you fight are in full strength, and they do pose quite a threat with the game's so-so combat. The objective here is not too tough to figure out, but it is leaving quite a few questions. Alan has written some manuscript, but it's strange and jumbled, and Thomas Zane is trying to stop him from sinking deeper. What makes a lot of these segments rather interesting is this live action version of Alan on the TVs yelling all kinds of horrifying things at him.
The town itself turned against Wake. Cars flew toward him.
The whole opening section of this episode is pretty dull. You don't know what's going on besides Zane leading you places, and it's all combat, and it's all difficult combat because it's endgame combat. There has been a pretty interesting and fun mechanic they've added, though, that I sorely wish was explored more in the base game. I've harped on—
Oh, I forgot. I forgot this is DLC exclusive. No, it also appeared at the very end of the story of base game, but yeah, they used it like way better in this one.
Why I think Alan Wake's combat has the intrigue of beans on toast. British stay losing, but they were able to expand on it with the floating word system in this DLC. Basically, shining your light on the floating words will have it spawn whatever it says it will. This can be ammo, a way to continue your progress, or in some sequences, specific things to kill enemies. There's an underground zone full of furnaces that all say blast on them. So if you shine your light, they explode and kill all the enemies there. It's a really really neat idea.
That's
That's
really
like
cool.
chili on toast. It's a real meal. They use this multiple times throughout this little DLC episode, and they are genuinely really cool. Shine a light on boom, and it makes things explode. You have fireworks to light up enemies, and they even put enemies as words.
Ow, come on.
Yeah, and it's like a minefield. You need to. I really love this section. It's a bunch of explosions and the words enemy, so you need to look up at the sky and you barely see what's coming like in front of you. That's such a fun way to play around with ideas of Alan Wake. Really wish they did more things like that in the base game.
As words.
Ow, come on. You gotta be careful. Those are bad words.
So you have to fight the Taken while not shining your light on the words that would then spawn more Taken. It's super cool. I genuinely think this adds a great gameplay dynamic.
And this also makes a very specific thing more relevant. When you can use your flares and flashbangs becomes a very important strategic choice. In base game, it's brain dead. You're surrounded, flare, flashbang. In this one though, there might be a very bad ward around, like a very strong Taken will spawn if you use a fucking flare. So you are like, do I take the hit or do I risk the flare and risk that ward will come into existence? Because the flare also will shine a light on it.
Especially because you're metaphorically writing them into existence, because that's what Cauldron Lake does. If this shit was in the base game more, I probably wouldn't have complained so much. But gameplay in my Alan Wake game? Come on, you and I both know who we're here for.
Yowza! Barry. Hey, bestseller. Looking good.
You're not real.
Well, no shit. What gave me away? What, the see-through thing? I'm a figment of your imagination, just like pretty much everything else you see here. Maybe even you.
That's insane.
Yeah, you're right. Everything that happened before made perfect sense, but this is insane. Good catch, Al.
Thank you, Barry. You genuinely are the greatest part of Alan Wake. So what Barry said does have a nice little bit of interpretation. You are clearly not in the real world. You are trapped in the darkness zone at the bottom of the lake. But why you're going through what you're going through is rather interesting and confusing. That's the intrigue. It's not that this is you escaping or anything. This is you figuring out what the hell is going on. That's why the intro is rather light on story beats, because it's just lots of combat here, there, and everywhere. And look, you even have your standard 2010s turret section. Thanks, video games. Barry continues to taunt you throughout the sections, as well as the live-action Alan Wake on the TV screens. This has you go through a few more neat combat sections, one really cool-looking one where all of the electrical poles look like burnt trees in a forest. It's great stuff. I think the art direction and level design teams kind of melded pretty well in this DLC, which unfortunately doesn't last because it's brought back to a screeching, pun intended, halt when you have to go do a driving combat section against monster trucks. In Alan Wake. Never change, Sam Lake.
Oh yeah, somebody also said like Alan Wake is not his actual name, which I was shocked. Sorry, not Alan Wake. I'm Sam Lake. Sam Lake is not his real name. It's literally translated from Finnish. Because his last name is just Lake, but in Finnish. And I am a little bit confused as to why he chose to translate it into English. Maybe there was a certain like fear that it will alienate the audience, that one of the like directors / writers when they were doing Max Payne, they probably wanted like a more global audience other than Finnish people, and they maybe it was chosen to to try not alienate like English speaking audiences, which is weird. I usually like when I see names in other languages, I don't shy away from things because it's made by somebody from like you know, from Japan, China, fucking Sweden, Norway, Denmark, whatever. Sometimes can't even tell where that person is from. It just sounds, you know, weird or funny sometimes when it's in Czech. Usually names are funny to Polish people, and probably it's the same way around for Czech people, that Polish names are funny. I don't know, it's such a strange thing to do. I've been thinking about it non-stop since that person commented that it's not his real name, wondering why that is.
Two chucks having sex.
For the most part, you still continue
Yo?
on, but gain a few old memories of you and Alice. Just voice clips for the most part until later on, but bringing you back to the older times when things were better and kind of giving you reason to continue. When the voice clips are over, you start to experience one of the better parts of your life. We get some nice photography stuff with Alice and really kind of pushing Alan on. The first special episode comes to a final closure though when we see Among Us bottom text Thomas Zane floating around in your room.
Zane, how do I get out of here?
That's what you face. That's you, even as we speak.
Darkness. Darkness coming. Swept him away. Lost. He knew. He knew. He couldn't hold on. He knew there was no way out. Oh!
No, I'm right here,
What was going
Zane.
wrong?
That's not me. It's just,
Wrong.
I don't know, an echo, a hallucination, the dark presence.
The dark presence is not responsible for this. You are making this happen. You're trapped in your own nightmares. You are fighting yourself.
So, in a somewhat interesting twist, this whole segment, this part of the DLC, is not you fighting off the remains of the Dark Presence, and it's also not you dealing with anything in the real world. Since the Dark Place and Cauldron Lake are weirdo fantasy land, anything goes. The part of your brain that wants to give up, panic, and die is what is fighting you. The live action Alan Wake on the TV screens constantly shouting about enemies coming your way is this subconscious part of you wanting to just give in and let yourself die. This episode is a battle of your own mind, which is one reason why these memories are here, to keep yourself going, which is a great point to mention a segue. I talked about how I saw Alan Wake's voice acting as very flat in the original, and people are quick to point out that it is somewhat the point. His VA was supposed to be like that for this character. Now, while we could treat this as Schrodinger's VA, no, it was bad on purpose, it does instead open up a better topic to discuss. A lot of things Alan Wake does are bizarre or sometimes bad by design. It's intentionally different for the sake of the story, and a lot of games do stuff like this. An example that comes to mind is the completely pointless character creator in Metal Gear Solid 5, which actually comes into play in the last hour of the game. You suffer through something completely meaningless to be rewarded in the end. The difficulty is whether or not it lands. That's the test. I know what they're going for, I get the concept, but whether or not it sticks the landing is a separate thing entirely.
That's
Agent
very,
Nightingale is a
very
great
true.
example of one that definitely lands. He's clearly a cliche on the shoot first, questions later cop, so him immediately berating you multiple times and firing on you with civilians in front of you is clearly meant to be comical, and that works for me. He lands. Alan Wake's voice acting, intentional or not, did not work for me, especially because he
Very true, very based, making things bad on purpose. Sometimes it's just a shitty shield. Sometimes it's just a shitty shield from criticism. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not enjoying your product more because some section was really bad. It doesn't work that way, so But at the same time, yeah, if you have a really cool idea to cash it in later by making the player suffer, sure, it can work. Based Bricky, I think, is right on the money on this one. You know what? I will actually flip this. What the fuck? That didn't flip anything. Huh? Oh, that's my bad. There we go. I will flip my camera and move myself here. Because Bricky tends to be on the left side, I think. In his other... Okay, he jumps around, but he, I think, sticks more to the left side. Ah, fuck it. I will just stay here. Especially since for live stream segments, he is always on the left, so...
He narrates the game so often, and therefore listening to...
Oops, let me just see... Okay, that's good enough, I think. Is the camera... Okay. No slowdowns, no anything. Let's go.
To his extremely flat line delivery all the time was aggravating. In this DLC, however, this DLC showed me his voice acting chops are actually pretty fucking stellar. The final boss of this episode is the Big Mountain think tank scientist.
Fully erect hand penises.
This boss fight absolutely sucks ass. They all do in Alan Wake. All you do is light up the televisions while it chucks poltergeists at you and enemies spawn behind you. It totally sucks. But the entire time, the screaming live action Alan Wake on the TV is throwing out some incredible line delivery.
It burns! It burns! It burns!
Pretty much all of the segments when he's on TV and he's screaming like mad shit at you are goated. He's really good. He sounds very good in those sections.
Why is this happening to me? Why is this happening to me? Lodge.
Why is this happening? I made a mistake.
There's no way out. No way out. No way out. I need to get out of here. Get out. No. How do I get out of here?
It's a little jarring to have spent as long as I did listening to normal Alan Wake and then just be dick slapped by a performance like that. Intentional or not for the main narration, I can't help but think that it was a bad call to have him so monotone when you had talent this strong the entire time. That ends our episode. If anything, it's more of a setup for the second episode, as most of this is just more gameplay while you're figuring out what's going on. But still, I can't get over how good Matthew Peretta is. It's like it was a hidden secret and I wasn't allowed to know until now. All right, that's episode 1. Let's hit episode 2.
You have to look within yourself to save yourself from your other self. Only then will your true self reveal itself.
I actually have a lot.
Avatar The Last Airbender is dangerously based. It's so fucking based for a essentially what is like a cartoon aimed at younger demographics. It's just goated with the sauce.
Less to say on episode 2 for the majority of its runtime. What you get more than anything else, though, is a lot more Barry, and that's fantastic. He really kind of just spitballs and shit talks you for the most part, but in his classic Barry way.
So, you really are nuts, huh? Let's face it, we always knew this was coming. Nah, that was a crutch, you know? Hey, you're moving up in the world, buddy.
It's gone. Much like in episode 5 in the base game, we now understand the objective, so there isn't a whole lot of intrigue going on right now, especially because they're...
The fucking shitty platforming sections were really bad. Visually, they were cool and very imaginative. Gameplay-wise, they were so bad, man. They were so shit.
Isn't any mystery in this second half. You get a scuffed version of the Children of the Elder Gods concert.
Hell yeah! Remember this, Al?
A bunch of wacky platforming involving the words you need to illuminate. Platforming probably is the wrong word. Alan has the jump height of a slug, so it isn't great. I did mention that the art direction and gameplay teams were really on point in the first part of the DLC, and that does continue with this one. There are a ton of environmental objects that you can use at your disposal, including rolling explosive barrels. What's roll mean? That's about right. That's about right. Fireworks, all kinds of stuff. A particularly neat section is when you are in a hamster wheel version of your old home and other areas of your journey. In order to escape the big wheel, you have to wait for gravity to move objects out of the way, and it's unique. The part's a little slow and you have to wait more than I'd like, but again, it does feel like there was a bit more creativity going on in these episodes, and it should be applauded for that.
This part was so fucking cool, man. I wish more of Alan Wake was this dreamy nightmare sequence things like that.
The majority of the second third of this episode is reinforcing the point we already know. Thomas Zane explains a little bit about how you are the rational Alan Wake fighting against the one that wants to give up and die. A bit of back and forth on the logistics of that, and if you could even call it the logistics.
I am not the author of your story.
How can you say that when you wrote that page about me in the clicker? It wasn't one of my pages. You directed me to it. You had Weaver guard it.
Yes, she was needed, and you needed to click her, but I'm not.
What?
But after going through a pretty extended sequence, we get to be reunited with the worst character out there.
Since we're being so frank here, Alan, and let me just reiterate how happy I am that you've had this breakthrough, I would like to summarize your condition.
By all means.
And please, just let me know if you think I'm being unfair.
All right.
Now, I made a mistake about Dr. Hartman in the base game video. I had assumed he was using their works for money, but he was actually using it because he was aware of the darkness and wanted the power from their works of fiction, which I assumed he would probably use to get money, but I misspoke. Luckily here, it's more of an expositional dialogue bit. Obviously, Hartman isn't around anymore since he got sent to the Shadow Realm, and so this exchange with the creepy TV Alan and Hartman is disquieting in both how it's framed and how real it feels. Going into all the past mistakes Alan has made, including substance abuse, his own personal trauma, and his methods of coping with it. And even Alice chimes in.
The only thing that keeps me from killing myself is the hope that I'll never see you again.
Damn.
Ouch.
That's
Ouch is right.
Yeah, that's
Jesus
that's,
Christ, Alice. Clearly this
too
is
real.
Alan's self-destruction at play again, hence why it's TV Alan there. But it helps illustrate how he feels about himself. You know, the deeper, darker things that we sometimes think about with no basis to do so. You know, those that struggle with self-destruction and depression, assuming the world would be better without them, even though the rational part of their brain knows it's not true. You know, as we've talked about before, the darkness is mainly metaphorical to Alan. The sequence is really good here. It's well lit, it's framed well, the dialogue is good, and it, you know, strikes pretty home for certain individuals. But speaking of metaphors, oh man, the ending of this episode is... I mean, it's something.
Al, what I'm saying is the only way you're getting in that cabin is through me. It's one of those kill your darlings things. But hell, you're used to that, big shot writer. Am I right?
I'm very glad this is imaginary Barry. If I had to kill the real Barry, I would have dropped this game from a 6 out of 10 to like a 3. But luckily, it's metaphor Barry. So the final boss fight is actually killing a lot of the characters we met throughout the story just as a taken form. I can't tell if it's better or worse than the TV boss fight. The TV one sucks, but at least it's interactive. Here we fight Hartman, the Anderson brothers, and Barry. But Hartman and the brothers are that stupid wave dashing enemy variant where you just flat out can't interact with them for periods of time. So you flash them and wait for them to finish their goddamn CRTV melee wave dashing just to flash them again and have them keep doing it. And this happens like 5 times before you can finally put them in the dirt. It just blows. Ironically, Barry doesn't do that, but he has a 3-stage fight that takes the largest amount of light and ammo out of any enemy in the game. Now, metaphorically, we're taking the brain pretentious route. We can determine this is because he is the closest friend Alan has, and mentally it's difficult to, you know, banish Barry. But personally, to me, I like to think of it as Barry being the strongest possible fucking entity in the entire game. Based on the damage he can take, there is no other enemy in the entirety of Alan Wake that takes as much light and ammo as Barry does. He is truly the strongest enemy in the entire game.
Let's face it, Barry could solo the Dark Place easily. It's just Alan Wake struggling, you know, being a little bitch. Barry would solo the Dark Presence in a fortnight, and then he would be back to making like slop writers like Alan Wake fucking rock stars, and then like you know, and then like chilling at home, giving himself up to his hobbies. It's just you know, it would be too simple of a story if Barry did everything for you. So we had this like schmuck of a writer, Alan Fraud, battling with his fraudness, you know.
Which only
because otherwise there would be no conflict.
Your ass the entire fight.
Here we go. I'm earning
15% commission.
I have several
4 years on
speed dial just because I never know when to
get in trouble again.
You know what kind of people need that?
And ass.
And you're
not again.
They make all the time. Hey, the one you threw a hissy fit?
Ego
couldn't take it, and because of that, you
almost got me killed a dozen times over.
BFF, Al!
BFF!
I'm going to be genuinely upset if I do not get a Barry cameo in Alan Wake 2 or Control. Genuinely. I don't care how good those 2 games are, they go down a single point if there is not a Barry cameo. Even dialogue, I don't care. Once you complete the boss fight, you re-enter the lodge and push aside the part of you that wants to destroy yourself and begin writing again. But you begin writing a new novel to help you escape, titled
A Sequel to Departure.
Return.
My name is Alan Wake, and I'm a writer.
Alan Wake is such a fucking hack. He's such a hack.
No fucking way! No, I didn't know that! I didn't know it was called Return! His name is Alan Wake, and he's a writer. Didn't know that. That's the end of this.
And he's a hack of a writer.
DLC. I think it's a really good package. The voice acting is definitely better in a lot of ways, more Barry, my beloved, and the gameplay teams were working a bit better. The boss fights are still pretty ass, but the creativity at work for the levels was definitely higher. That is the last we will see of Alan Wake.
He didn't talk about the cool, like, lighthouse sections. Oh man, that's fucking disappointing. The lighthouse sections was really fucking sick.
For around 9 whole years before he has his appearance in Control in a DLC or something, I believe. I don't know yet, haven't played it. There are no other games that have come out between 2010 and 2019. None. No other titles. Don't look at the video's runtime. I'll see you in Control.
This game is so overhated.
I gotta leave. Okay.
No, we just started.
This game is so overhated. This game is so overhated. This game is so overhated. I will never fucking accept the reality that it might be bad because it's okay.
Come on, man.
Listen, there's a lot to see in this life.
Not wasting it here.
Remember, like earlier in the video when I said, I know what their intentions were, but it's all about if it lands or not. Alan Wake's American Nightmare is a side project made by Remedy and published by Microsoft. It was released in February 22nd of 2012, and it was a little title developed for that whole Microsoft arcade piece of shit thing they did back when. Basically, smaller budget teams, smaller games, smaller prices. Castle Crashers and things like that were some of those games. So I'll admit, I did come into this a bit wrong. I didn't expect a real sequel. Now, I knew it was smaller, shorter spin-off style game, but wow.
It's important to say this game went for $15 fucking when it released. That's quarter of a price of a AAA video game. And now it's going for literally a fucking $1 on sales and such. Like, for that price, it's good. For that price, it's fucking good.
I saw very positive on the Steam reviews, and I am shocked the nostalgia has absolutely obliterated the eyeballs of these people.
Fuck you, I played this in 2023, Bricky. I'm gonna go nuclear. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be fucking bad.
This game is terrible. It's absolutely dog shit. There are two tiny saving graces about this entire experience, but as I said before, whether it lands or not, it doesn't matter. I don't care that it's $10. I don't care that it's smaller scale. I do not care. It is still bad.
Listen to me. Fucking listen to me. It's cheap. It's cheap and it's very short. It's very, very short. So if you go through the campaign once, it's so short, but it's still a nice enough time. I don't get the hate. I really don't get the hate.
Two things it has going for it: the combat and Mr. Scratch. So
yes,
Alan Wake is in Night Springs, which, if you remember, was the little Twilight Zone spinoff in the original game. Alan is investigating a signal, and by putting together this signal, it will allow him to defeat Mr. Scratch, who you may remember being mentioned for half a second in the ending of the base game. The overarching story plot here, or at least what can be gathered, is that Alan tried to write his way out of the dark place, and in doing so has released Mr. Scratch upon the real world. And now he needs to write himself back in so he can stop Mr. Scratch. This has Alan travel to a motel, a giant telescope, and a drive-in theater, all the while fighting off the usual enemies. During each area, there will be a radio and a television that you can interact with. The radio has a broadcast that even has Barry, my beloved, showing that he actually got back on his feet and acts as the agent of the Anderson brothers, which is just so lovely to hear. Genuinely happy about that. The TVs are psychopathic footage of Mr. Scratch doing and saying horrible things. It's a bit Patrick Bateman, a bit of that Joker found footage video in The Dark Knight, and a lot of Mr. Blonde from Reservoir Dogs.
Yes.
Did you see that?
This is one.
How can you not like this setup? Come on, man.
Of those two good things I can say about the game. Mr. Scratch is very enjoyable to watch.
Yes.
There's a bit of charm to him. The interesting way they dub over the Finnish actor's mouth is kind of funny. And overall, he's just a silly little guy. He's just so silly. Look, he does a dance.
This is worth the price of admission alone, man. Just watching Mr. Scratch do silly things on the TVs.
The second decent part of this game is that the gameplay is relatively a bit better. I'd go from calling it bad to serviceable at this point. The main reason is because Alan can actually sprint for a very solid distance, and the weapon variety is higher, and the enemy variety is also higher. There's crows that turn into dudes and big chainsaw,
which is way better than regular crows from Alan Wake 1.
People, giant spiders. There's actually a bit of decent variety. I still wouldn't call it good, but you know, serviceable. And that's where the praise ends. Pretty much everything else about this game is boring, terrible, or downright strange. Each area has a character you talk to, and like they're voice acted, technically. By definition, they are voice acted.
What's this all about? There are these
Okay,
really
that's
creepy
fair.
guys hanging around the oil derricks. There's something really weird about them.
There's a strange astronomical event happening right now. Something I can't begin to classify, but I think it's disabled our satellite.
These are the only other characters in the entire game. 3 of them, all of them pretty bad. Unfortunately, they are the only people you really interact with outside of Mr. Scratch hurling insults at you. This is compounded by the amount of busy work you have to do. The final section has you running around getting a bunch of random shit, which makes sense why the sprint is so much longer now, because you're gonna do it a lot more. You just go from spot to spot to spot, grabbing shit and doing busy work. Then, once you do, you then do something that barely counts as a puzzle. Get a genuinely confusing rock song as the satellite crashes into an oil tower and you run away like an action film Call of Duty section to then find keys off a dead man's body in the motel and then drive away to the telescope building. Like, the song with the satellite it's a good song, but it's so random. Why are they playing that? Then, at the telescope building, you do more busy work, going up and down to the scientist lady, getting her shit. And as I said already, you're gonna do a lot of it. There's a lot of running. Thank God you can sprint longer. Then when you get her stuff in between the enemy encounters, you then go drive to the motel or the drive-in theater thing, and you get this interaction.
Are you okay?
Go away. No, I want you. But you'll get angry if you're here. So you gotta go. You know I'll do what you want.
I mean, what the fuck was that?
But it's locked.
Where's the key? Just so that I know to avoid it.
It's on the wall next to the cash register. But you can't. You can't. Don't be bad.
Hey, no problem. I'm just gonna go do some other stuff.
Then you go do some power stuff with a bunch more combat, and then you fight a bunch of giant metal rods out of the ground, which is apparently your boss fight. Then solve what isn't really a puzzle, but more of a list of instructions to then send you back to the first area again, because this is a loop game. Get used to it. Enjoy Rock Song Satellite 3 goddamn times. I genuinely cannot believe this game has a positive rating on Steam. I have to assume that it's the 10.
Okay. Time to start being overly skeptical of Bricky in this video. First of all, I don't know, I will obviously go through the rest of it, but I will say my piece now. First of all, he did not mention the areas you go through in Alan Wake American Nightmare fucking slap compared to Alan's Wake 1. Like the desert little motel, the observatory, and the drive-in theater have so much fucking character, and they are so like pleasant to walk around and fight around and they are more of an open space. They beat the fuck out of every single location you ever saw in Alan Wake 1. I think it's disingenuous to not bring attention to that. That's first. Second of all, you do loop 3 times. Each location you do 3 times, right? Except, like, Alan is aware of the loop, and as you go through the loops, he starts essentially speedrunning the objectives, so each loop is significantly shorter, to the point where it takes like 3 hours to go through this entire story. hour and a half of it is the first loop. And then like the last half hour will be your last three objectives. So each of the final areas pretty much, because Alan does such a fucking incredible speedrun, and this is cool. It's cool that Alan starts utilizing the fact that he's stuck in a time loop to his advantage. I find that narrative so compelling, because usually stories about time travel and time loop don't turn out like this, where the protagonist starts using it to their advantage. Like, it's dishonest to say that you go through this game 3 times, because you fucking don't. Because the playtime of the 2 second attempts combined is lower than the first time you are going through. That's not... If Bricky doesn't clarify this, then I'm gonna call this fucking bullshit on his part.
$10 price tag nostalgia from 2012. There is a saving grace to it all, and that is the fact that each time you do the loop, the individuals that you're talking to help you out, and it just do something for you first, so it's not so much of a pain in the ass. The last loop is incredibly fast, but it's so anemic and confusing. Like, Remedy is hired to make a game that's short and low budget. Why did they make it an Alan Wake game? Why did they think that Alan Wake was the right IP for this? Or Microsoft for that case? I mean, they had Max Payne, right? Or did
Okay, that's fair, but they didn't have Max Payne, I think, at this point. Rockstar had Max Payne at this point.
Rockstar by that point. I don't remember. Were they excited to cash in on the metaphorical action suspense mystery thriller name that was Alan Wake, which I don't remember selling or being particularly special at the time? Okay, let me tell you a story. I made a video back when it was fun should triumph before balance does, or something like that. Video did fine. Its views aren't the important part. What's important was the advertisement. It's a Best Buy laptop. This was a notoriously poor sponsorship to deal with. Not to get into the weeds here, but most sponsors want their ads done a few days before a video goes live so they can approve it and send it back for changes, which I will, then make. This video has a factor ad on it. This exact same thing happened. Best Buy, or the agency they hired, were excruciating to deal with, expecting the entire video done 2 weeks in advance so they could watch through the entire thing for anything that was not brand safe, and they were quite irritated with me when I didn't make their insane deadlines. Not to mention, the ad was overly long, almost 2 minutes, because they wanted me to talk about too much stuff, and because I needed to do a video right now, I shit out a script in what ended up being a, in my opinion, very mediocre video, which naturally was the one Asmongold decided to react to.
On your device that you can see on screen now.
Oh, they gave me the sticker, but I put it on my refrigerator.
Why didn't you just fast forward past the ad, man? Just skip it. It's fine. I would do the same. What I'm trying to say,
I would never skip your ad, Bricky, no matter how shit it is
that while it's a rarity, sometimes a video's quality can be a bit rushed or poor because of a deadline I need to reach. It would be nice for me to be the perfect sole YouTuber and I'm all there for just the content, but this is a job like any other. There are deadlines, and sometimes deadlines rush projects. I kind of felt like this is what happened here. Remedy is hot off Alan Wake 1, and it did not sell particularly well. Microsoft gave them some money for their next game, but it had to be this Xbox arcade style, and it needed to meet certain requirements and time frames. This was 2012, the same year as things like Black Ops 2, Mass Effect 3, Borderlands 2, and Far Cry 3. Now, looking at this game clearly shows it was behind the times even back then, and the tiny budget and time frame they probably had confirms it. Even their classic Remedy thing, the action scene set to a rock song, is present here, but there's zero setup. On the third loop at the telescope, they just play music when you fight. That's it. There's no stage, no radio.
I kind of forgot about that.
Nothing. They just add the music randomly. It's jarring, sloppy, and clearly not what they wanted to have released, which brings us back to that whole thing about intentions and landing. Comparing this game to the 4 I just said, Mass Effect, Borderlands, etc., is unfair. Absolutely, no doubt. I sympathize with the issues in this game's development, but it's still a pile of shit. Even back then, there were a plethora of titles that were similarly costed to this game and were far better, because at the end of the day, it's a price for the consumer kind of deal. This game needs to be evaluated at the $10 to $20 range that it was back then. And even in that range, I hate it. I told myself
you're fucking insane. I'm sorry, Bricky. That's such a bad fucking take. Oh my god.
Play all the games in the Remedy verse. Now that initially included Quantum Break, but we're gonna have to skip that for now unless you just really want to watch a Quantum Break video, then maybe I'll make it in the future. Alan Wake's American Nightmare is not worth the money. It's not worth the time. And honestly, if you just watched Mr. Scratch,
that's a delusional take. That's just a delusional take. I am so sorry.
Everything you wanted out of this title. Do not buy it. It is bad. This very and mostly positive rating I see on Steam, it is a liar. It is a cheat. It is a charlatan. It shall not be trusted. It must go to jail. But with that said, I am told it's luckily not that important in the grand narrative. It serves to introduce you to Mr. Scratch, and that's about it, which may or may not come up in Control and Alan Wake 2. I assume he might, because if he's important, then, you know, that whole thing. But I don't know yet. I haven't played either title. Our next video in the Remedyverse is going to be Control. Whether I split that up into the base game and DLCs remains to be seen. People have hyped this game up for such a long time now, and they say it is one of their, some people say it's one of their favorites, with a few lows, but some insanely high highs. So I'm very excited to see what this kind of new IP by Remedy is. And once Control is over, we got Alan Wake 2. And we'll see how that goes. Thank you everyone for watching this video. You want to buy some merch, orchidate.com. It's right down there in the description. A Brickle tee or hoodie is available. They are very comfy. And I'm even wearing our sweatpants right now, which are also extremely comfy. Thank you so much. And I'll see you for Control. Come on.
Okay. Let's digest this. Let's digest this thing.
Game, but it had to be.
So, okay, let's go back here. Bricky is so incredibly fucking wrong about Alan Wake American Nightmare. I am seething. I am literally seething in my chair, man. He did not talk once. He did not once say that the incredibly fucking annoying enemies in Alan Wake 1, right? The ones that throw the axe, they are no more. There is one ranged enemy and they balanced him so perfectly. So in Alan Wake 1, there were those stupid fucking enemies that threw the axe from across the goddamn map. They always they homed in on you. They always hit you unless you did the dodge last second. That was such a bad idea for an enemy. I'm shocked it made it into the fucking final version of the game. Somebody was drinking stupid juice like in copious amounts when they were making Alan Wake 1 gameplay specifically. So in Alan Wake American Nightmare, they removed those completely. The crows, very universally fucking hated enemy from Alan Wake 1 because they would fly away from you and they were very annoying. They changed into a dude that like the crows fly in, they form into a dude and he has basically no light protection. You just kinda shoot him after shining a little bit. It's better. It's not that much better because they still fly away and you have to wait for them and he will always spawn behind you. But the ranged enemy is fucking amazing. He throws a grenade of darkness. You can see it roll on the floor. You can move away from it. It has friendly fire, so it can be used to take out other Taken. And you can counter it with a flare or a flashbang. It will make the grenade go away. That's incredible. That is so interactive. if Alan Wake 1 had such like deeply thought out combat, it would have been an 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, whatever. Bricky bitched about this axe throwing enemy for so fucking long in his Alan Wake 1 review, and now he doesn't say a word when they literally fixed it? Come on, man, I get it. I get it. Alan Wake American Nightmare doesn't move the story forward. There are some cool notes you find about Barry spending time with the Anderson brothers. There are some cool notes about like what has been happening in the real world, about what Alan's wife has been doing. Other characters, where they have been, you find that in manuscripts in this game. The Mr. Scratch is entertaining. Overall, the story doesn't matter. It's just Mr. Scratch is fucking with you, and when you think you have broken out of the dark place, he pulls a twist on you. Oh, you know, but things don't pan out that way in Night Springs, and then the game ends. Sure, this doesn't move the story forward, but it evolves the Alan Wake combat formula so much. If they didn't utilize ideas from Alan Wake's American Nightmare in Alan Wake's 2 combat, I will be so disappointed, because they had some incredible gameplay ideas. The other thing that is that he didn't talk about is the arcade mode. It's basically wave defense, and it's one of those things that was just attached to inflate the possible hours you can put into this little piece of content, you know. It's not great. It's quite bad, I would say. It's not bad. It's passable. But nobody whose sound of mind will come to Alan Wake for fucking wave defense and combat-oriented gameplay. This is not Call of Duty Zombies. It will never be Call of Duty Zombies. But I had some fun doing achievements, you know. Doing like all the achievements on Steam and whatever. I wouldn't call it like wasted time. And like I said, for $15, this is quite quality. And yeah, like I said, not every game in the series needs to progress the story forward, especially if it's little like DLC sized side romp. I think they did incredible things with gameplay, and I will be disappointed if those evolutions are not there in I will be disappointed if those evolutions are not there in Alan Wake 2, and I find Bricky's review of this DLC incredibly infuriating for reasons stated before. And yeah, I think American Nightmare is overhated as all hell. I am gonna die on this hill. I will stand tall with my fucking broken shield and my yee-ass haircut, and I will bleed to death on this hill. Like, doesn't matter who comes for me, I will always defend this opinion that Alan Wake American Nightmare is overhated. But other than that, great video as always. Bricky is very handsome. I just had to go nuclear on him for being wrong. Completely wrong. Objectively wrong about American Nightmare. It's just a silly like rant. Don't take this too seriously. I think he has been more than incredibly fair with the DLCs though. One of my friends thinks the DLCs to Alan Wake are worse than the base game. I think the DLCs had some ideas that were better. The boss fights suck, and all boss fights suck. the American Nightmare also. It's less painful than boss fights in fucking Alan Wake. Also, they removed the wave dashing enemy, another thing that Bricky hated even in this video. He hated on at length about the wave dashing enemy. He's no longer there in American Nightmare. No mention of that, of course, because whatever, man. Like, it just sits wrong with me that Alan Wake 1 gets the score lowered to 6 out of 10 because of gameplay, but Alan Wake's American Nightmare doesn't get more points because of better gameplay? How does that work? Like, what's the internal... Where's the integrity? Come on. I love you, Bricky. I love you so much, but I cannot accept this. Okay, rant over, and for those of you watching later on YouTube, the video is also over. Thank you very much for joining me. Join me on my live streams if you want. They are always scheduled like at least a day before. And yeah, I actually wanna take a look-see at the comments. I wanna take a look-see at the comments to see if there is anybody so like vitriolic about American Nightmare as I am. But there you could have Gianni. It's not a DLC, it's an ocean. I liked it when he said I'm a writer and then totally wrote all over those guys. I like to think of American Nightmare being Alan having a mental break and wanting a B-tier movie ending while the real him deals with the Dark Realms shenanigans. Main issue with Alan Wake American Nightmare was that it was supposed to be Alan Wake 2, but they couldn't get the story right, so when Microsoft came in and it basically went, hey, start working on Quantum Break, the scraps of the original project turned into American Nightmare. This is very abridged and off memory, but there's a lot of inside commentary and such that explains it better. Okay, It's insane when you play Alan Wake 2 and realize that American Nightmare is not only 100% canon, but is made retroactively better by events of Alan Wake 2. I don't know the events of Alan Wake 2, I already love American Nightmare, so... Hearing Bricky say Nightingale was a cliche considering Control and what Alex knows about him in Alan Wake 2 is funny. Wasn't there a note? It's hilarious how everyone else who plays the game is confused about Nightingale as he just seems to be crazy drunkard and shoot Alan for no reason or motive. Would Bricky think he lands right? I thought Nightingale is from the Bureau. Don't you find a fucking note that pretty much says that the Bureau sent him there? That they added like post that they added in post? I think you're totally wrong about American Nightmare. It feels better to play and has a Twilight Zone / Joe R. Lansdale setting that works better for the most part for me than most of Alan Wake 1. And I'm also playing through the franchise for the first time for Alan Wake 2. But I do think the loops are weakest part and wish they packed more into each location the first time, and instead of repeating. You are only talking about what works for you instead of looking at objective qualities on the game and making actual arguments as to why it was good. Thank you. I don't know why this person is so fucking defensive that somebody actually likes American Nightmare. Like, you're only talking about what works for you instead of looking at the objective qualities of the game and making actual arguments as to why it was good. Just like Bricky focused on why it was bad. Like, he literally skipped a lot of things that work in this fucking little project. But whatever, I'm not gonna get stunlocked on this. Like I said, this is still a great video. No hate to Bricky, I'm just a little bit, you know. I'm just a little bit salty. The tiniest bit of salt. So let's move on to something that I can shit on openly with my like cheeks spread out for maximum coverage. I fucking hate Fahrenheit. I fucking hate David Cage. That French fuck is terrible. All his games are overrated. Detroit Become Human. The only good part is the part with are the parts with Connor, and everything that has to do with that fucking woman android. I don't care what her name is. I forgot. And the bald guy. I don't fucking care what his name was. They are fucking terrible, and the Connor is the only saving grace of Detroit Become Human, and I will never I never wanna hear anything else. Beyond Two Souls is fucking dog shit as a story. It's also a stolen concept, and it's also just fucking terrible because it's unchronological, so nothing makes sense. And what else he made in the meantime? It was this, Beyond, Detroit. Is that it? I know he made like a game before Fahrenheit. Yeah, whatever, and all the shower scenes are creepy. Fuck you, David Cage, you French fuck who abuses his co-workers and calls people's names. You fucking suck and you are an overweight little meatball. I am not sorry. I will never cut David Cage any slack. With that intro out of the way, only positive vibes around here. Let's get into Ross's game dungeon, Fahrenheit, or as it is known in other parts of the world where people don't know what Fahrenheit is, Indigo Prophecy. It's one of those games that was called one thing in one region and another thing in another regions of the world. And let me just take like just a second of a break. I will be right back. Oh, we get some new people. New people in the chat. Hello, Tiny Gladiator. I just have to say, I really wish David Cage made some sort of National Treasure game with Nicolas Cage as the protagonist. It would be a perfect tonal fit, even without their names. Just imagine failing the QTs with Nicolas Cage and the game itself. That is a cool idea. As much as I hate David Cage, his games are entertaining to tank on, at least. But I don't want Nicolas Cage to go through the torment of having to work with that fat French fuck. Let me bring you up a little image, you know, to visualize what Nicolas Cage would have to go through to make that happen. Oh, fuck, don't start the video. Okay. This is the image. Okay, hold on. Let me... What the fuck? Okay, I guess I will save it then. Stupid ass Reddit thing. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Whoops, not this. Okay. Do we have a visual? Let's see. It doesn't work for some reason. What the fuck? Hello? Okay, this is the video, and now I'm trying to show you the What? Come on, man. That's dumb. What if I instead added it directly here? I really want to show you guys this image because this is literally all I think about when I hear about David Cage. And this is okay here. There we go. There we fucking go. This is the image I was talking about. Imagine this right here, right? On the left and in the middle. That would literally be Mr. Nicolas Cage and what he would have to go through to make that game a possibility, and I don't want to inflict that upon him. I don't want him to have to suffer through this sorrow and regret of going into the offices of Mr. Cage and having to see the insane shit he does and having to hear him talk would absolutely do some kind of damage to Mr. Cage, and I am very sorry for Ellen. I am sorry for Ellen Page back then, and I am sorry for Mr. William Dafoe for having to put up with this smug fuck. I kind of want to leave it as the background. No, I'm gonna delete it from here. Oh man, I love that picture so much. It's every time I think about David Cage, I think about that picture. There we go. Okay. Ross's game dungeon Fahrenheit / Indigo Prophecy. Let's see what he has to say. If he comes out the other side saying something positive about this product, I will be shocked. I will be shaken to the very bone.
Ho ho ho! Welcome to the Christmas game dungeon. You know, I was getting concerned about finding a game for Christmas this year, since it feels like my options get more and more limited.
Does any period of Fahrenheit take place around Christmas? I know there's a bunch of snow in it, but there's a bunch of snow in Max Payne, and it's not a very Christmassy game.
And if we're being honest, this isn't a Christmas game. But it does have snow, so close enough. This game is loaded with snow. God. In fact, I think there's only one segment where it isn't snowing, and it's stupid anyway. So yeah, we are getting snow for Christmas this year. And with that, we're taking a look at Fahrenheit. This is an adventure-ish game. Yeah, look at all that snow, see? And the menu starts with very depressing...
You can smell the pretentious French farts in the menu already. New movie, you fucking hack. New movie. Okay, man. Okay.
Funeral-worthy violin music. But don't worry, it's not actually that sad of a game. It's more of a crime mystery / what the hell is going on kind of game. Yeah, I've played this game before, and while I remember most of the main events, I remember almost nothing when it comes to why they happen.
I wonder why.
It's just a black hole in my memory. So let's try and find out.
Probably because the explanations are just, like the reveal, the mystery setup in this game is really cool. I will give him that. David Cage has at least a couple of good, like really strong ideas per his, for every single one of his games. But the explanation to the mystery sucks so much. It's so bad.
But before we start, let's check out the tutorial, since it's been a while for me.
I love the tutorial.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is David Cage. I'm the writer and director of Fahrenheit. I just thought there's a few things you should know before you get started. I'd like you to meet my friend Bob.
Yikes.
You'll be controlling him while you're learning. Let's begin with something simple. Move toward the mark on the floor.
Yep, another game with tank controls.
Yes!
I thought it had gone out of style by 2005, but...
Okay, this one is not so bad when it comes to controls because it doesn't have fixed camera angles. Fixed camera angles are here only for one scene, and that scene is pretty fucking bad because of the tank controls and static camera. So, like, the rest of the game is fine because the camera follows you. Man, static camera and tank controls are a disastrous combo.
Not here. Well, the game actually has good camera controls, and most of the action is done by dragging the mouse in different directions. It feels like it was meant for a gamepad, but I tried enabling it, but look, nothing. So mouse and keyboard it is. That's okay, I hate thumbsticks anyway. The layout isn't...
I would say David Cage has some interesting ideas, but shit execution. I don't know what to say about David Cage, I will be honest, because like I said, the part with Connor in Detroit Become Human is fucking sick. It's so cool being like this detective android. And all of his story is so good. So like the idea and execution is there. But like then the two side stories, the woman android, I forget her name, and like Marcus, I think. Marcus starts out interesting and then it becomes a shit show. The woman is just fucking shit from the beginning and it's shit till the end. So I don't even know how to classify that. Sometimes he has good ideas and good execution. Sometimes he has good ideas, bad execution. Sometimes the idea is bad, the execution is terrible. Like... He's all over the place, but his game is never consistently good. I can tell you that 100%. None of his games are good from beginning to end, so I don't think he like ever made like a really good game. Even Detroit Become Human, which is... Oh, he also made... the fucking game where you scream, Sean! I forgot about that one, Heavy Rain. Okay, that one I was missing. Heavy Rain and Detroit Become Human are probably two of his best games he made. And there are still such glaring fucking issues with them, and they are so problematic. I have to say Heavy Rain is probably the best, because there weren't many games like so narrative focused at that time with such good execution. Like the only good game I can think of like that would be The Walking Dead Season 1. And obviously The Walking Dead Season 1 is way better than Heavy Rain, but Heavy Rain was a valiant effort and it's sorta good, but if you start like digging in and nitpicking all of the aspects of the story, it does become a shit show. David Cage can be best described as whatever ideas come to mind, good or bad, or just crazy, are accepted and he won't stop until they are mixed in for maximum emotion TM. Okay, that's the best way to describe David Cage. I will literally use that to describe his games from now on.
Horrendous, but it is awkward because it wants me to switch between the number pad and the mouse. Yeah, this feels weird. Why is the mannequin with human
stupid as Simon Says cuties
skin doing exercises? I honestly can't tell if the director knows he made a creepy flesh automaton or is just oblivious to the concept of the uncanny valley.
You can also choose what you want to say in dialogues in Fahrenheit. Let's give it a try. What do you think of my friend Bob?
Yeah, look, those are my only two options. Sexy or nice. Well, I'm playing the uncensored version of this game, so let's just go with nice. I don't want to run down this plotline.
Hey, Bob, did you hear that? Right, I see
Well, while he finishes up, I want to say 99% of this game is letterboxed. So I'm just going to bump the resolution and cut the HUD for you so we get the more cinematic experience here. Yeah, we should talk a little more about the director later, but let's get to the game.
Be careful. Your every action will have consequences for the story.
Good.
Word of advice, think before you act.
Okay, cue the American Beauty flower.
When David Cage says think before you act, he means think like a Frenchman that did a lot of cocaine while writing the script, probably. So there's no way for a human being to think logically in his vision. So some choice will always fuck you in the ass in his games.
Power pedals.
A human mannequin acting weird is admittedly a perfect tutorial character for our David Cage's games.
Are never quite what they seem. We think we understand the world around us, but we really only see the outside, what it seems to be. I used to be just like you. I believed in humanity, the newspapers, soap commercials, politics, and history books.
Ah, yes. Humanity, politics, history books, newspapers, and fucking soap commercials. Those 5 things are on the same level of influence over my life and what I think about history and society.
You're assuming a lot about me.
The world kicks you in the teeth, and you don't have any choice but to see things the way they really are.
Yeah.
My name is Lucas Kane. My story is the one where an ordinary guy has something extraordinary happen to him. Maybe it was supposed to happen. Maybe it was my destiny or my karma or whatever. I know one thing for sure. Nothing's ever going to be the
same.
What?
Be the same, right? Yeah, this one took me a bit to figure out. I forgot the game would clip some lines short, and I found the cause. On PC Gaming Wiki, they say to cap the frame rate at 60 frames a second. But that's wrong. I fixed it, but you need to cap it at 30 frames per second.
Nothing's ever going to be the same again.
Aha! Well, my life is different now that you can complete sentences. But yeah, this is good. I am completely on board with starting off our story at the edge of reality, or...
I actually really like Ross's videos because he goes into those details, like how buggy the fucking games he tried to play were. And I think that makes it makes me connect with him so much more, because some of the games, I remember Fahrenheit also like bugged out on me a couple of times when I played it. So like it makes me connect with him so much more. David Cage talks about cinematic stuff a lot, but I legit have no idea what movies he's watching. Like any of them on late TV, I suppose. I know one of them had to be Matrix. That is exactly right. David Cage was writing the script for fucking Fahrenheit / Indigo Prophecy. And then he saw the Matrix in the middle of writing it, and he was like, holy fuck, I gotta write it in to make sense. It doesn't make sense. Like, you can pinpoint the exact second he watched the entire Matrix trilogy before coming back to this script, because this game makes such a dramatic fucking turn for a completely different style of narration in the middle of it. It's insanity.
Wherever he was. I've said before how Phantasmagoria 2 is one of my favorite games. Well, at its core, Phantasmagoria 2 is the story of going from a boring job to Dimension X. That's a story I can relate to. Well, out of all the games I've played, Fahrenheit is the only other one to come close to that feeling for me. I mean, you heard him. He used to have a boring life. Now he's at the edge of reality. So what happened? Well, let's find out. I'm hazy on the details myself. Well, it's set in New York and it's snowing. And we're following a crow. Like the crow. Though I'm pretty sure this crow isn't as helpful as that one. And I got confused here because it sounds like the crow opened a window. But no, it was already open. But you can hear the windows sound. And some guys pissing. Okay? Yeah, I don't know what makes more sense. That the crow opened the window? Or that the diner left the window open in the middle of winter? And someone's in the stall with a bloody knife having a seizure. Only in New York, huh? Ah, okay. This looks like a pretty clear-cut case of possession.
You know what?
I forgot to tell you.
For all the shit I will give David Cage in this video, this is very relatable. Like, how many times have you been cutting yourself in a diner bathroom and you become overwhelmed by essentially the dark urge from Baldur's Gate 3 and you wanna murder some fucking Wall Street asshole who's washing his hands in the same bathroom. That's such a relatable feeling, honestly. Happened to me more than once.
We're having murder for Christmas. Again? I'm actually not trying to make this a holiday thing. It just kind of happens. Oh yeah, he got him good. Then there's a vision of a little girl. This came out the same year as Fear, by the way. Okay, possession's over. We now return you to your regularly scheduled life. Panic! Blah! Blah! And of course there's a...
So this is the cool part of Fahrenheit. The moment you start and this happens, this is the cool part. And Fahrenheit has a very downward curve. The only cool thing happens at the beginning and then it goes down, 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 down. There is no way for a human being to think like David Cage, at least with Kojima. I usually understand what he means while he goes off the rails. That's true. David, we have Hideo Kojima at home, Cage. David Cage is literally as pretentious as people think and say Kojima is. Like, I unironically think David Cage is so far up his asshole as people say about Kojima. I think people are really wrong when they say Kojima is. He is a little bit, I think writers are a little bit up their ass, even the greatest ones. The cars of Metal Gear would be the funniest thing ever if they had Fahrenheit's sanity meter thing. You just fucking Snake talks to Naomi in Metal Gear Solid 1 and she scolds you for smoking cigarettes and your sanity starts fucking going down. Oh man.
Cop in the diner. Yeah. Now this is interesting and might be the first game I've seen do this. Where you
this is cool, where you get to hear in real time what's happening to other characters via this perspective shift. And one thing I have to say about this game, there are so many outcomes to the scenes. It's incredible. I never seen the cutscene that just happened where you just straight up rush out of the bathroom. I never seen that. That's really cool. Admittedly, I played this game once and then I saw Best Friends playthrough of it a couple of times. But still, credit where credit is due.
Have multiple real-time cameras at the same time for dramatic effect and storytelling. Now this is hardly the first game to have multiple cameras, but maybe it is using this style. I don't know how far back this technique goes in film. I mostly remember it from the show 24, where the whole thing is supposed to be in real time. That's probably where the director got the inspiration for this. This is kind of...
I never heard about this TV show. Yeah, in the diner alone, there's a shit ton of options. If I remember correctly, it's only the diner. Everything else in the game, you have no control of. It's only like how the diner plays out. And how you handle the diner doesn't influence the game, other than you will get a game over if you're too depressed. So, but in itself, the diner is really fucking cool.
An interesting time capsule, since I don't think this style ever really caught on, but I think it's a decent technique. I mean, it breaks the fourth wall a little bit, but I think it largely works here. I know the game The Experiment leaned heavily into this sort of thing. I still need to play that. Anyway, we need to get the hell out of Dodge.
Jesus Christ, I never heard about the Experiment. What the fuck is that?
Oh, come on, it turned me around. Which way do I go?
I live too far away to walk.
We need to catch the taxi,
choosers,
from what I remember.
Maybe you can run farther than you think.
Actually, I think you can go by taxi, you can go by bus, and you can go to the metro, something like that. It's crazy how many ways are to end this scene. I think there are a few options at work, but I might be remembering wrong. I think you are remembering wrong. Don't get me like wrong, right? There are options in the rest of the game. In the apartment, there is like you need to cover everything up when the cop is coming in. But every single time, other than the diner, if you pick the wrong choices, it gives you a huge hit to your sanity, or you get a straight game over if you did something really badly. The diner is the only like point where you can fuck up and still play, and that was an interesting idea that they didn't follow up with. Like in work, you can do a few things to mitigate the depression gain, essentially.
On adrenaline. Okay, taxi, let's go. And then we get dramatic music as a bum in an alley steps forward. Oh, good. A surprise witness. Boy, Lucas is having a bad night. I can almost guarantee your Christmas is going better than his. And that's the end of the show.
And I remember they complicated this so much that they actually forgot about one detail. You can live through the front of or the back of the restaurant. And if you leave through the front, the bum in the back alley didn't saw shit, but he still is shown to the player. I was fucking confused because I left through the front, cleaned up all the clues, and left through the front. And when the game shown me that bum, I was like, who the fuck is that? Because he only comes into play if you leave through the back. And that's a microcosm of how complicated this scene like is.
And instead of following Lucas, now we're in the role of the investigative team, Carla and Tyler. Well, we check in with the cop, check in with forensics, interview the waitress, inspect the body, make a note of the knife, find a book Lucas was reading at the diner. Uh-oh. Interview the bum out in the alley.
I wanna see nothing. Okay, he's not gonna go into details. I'm a little bit disappointed. This thing is really cool because as Lucas, you hide all of the clues and the game doesn't show you where Lucas has hidden them. So then you switch to the detectives and you need to find the clues you have hidden towards yourself. And you have this interesting dilemma because do you want the detectives to have dirt on Lucas? But you have to also finish the scene. And what if Lucas is a bad guy? It's such a cool ass fucking setup for this terrible shitty game that it later devolves into.
Okay, I guess he's not that useful. Honestly, this guy is the more realistic ending to Rambo.
The murderer might have come or gone in a taxi. I'm gonna check on the destinations of taxis leaving this area.
Yeah, follow up on the cab records for later. So this is not looking good for Lucas. His fingerprints are everywhere, the waitress saw him, he left his book behind, and his taxi destination was logged. Now, it's safe to assume Lucas has no criminal record, so his fingerprints are not in the system. Otherwise, they would have him in hours. But this is not good for him. And in the next chapter, we're back to Lucas.
A nightmare. It was all just a horrible nightmare. I didn't kill anyone.
Oh, good. It was all a dream. Oh, wait. No, it's not, Lucas. You're in deep shit. And that got me thinking. If we're jumping around between chapters here, isn't the police investigation essentially undoing any progress Lucas makes? Well, yes, it is. So we need to rewire our gaming instincts and not do the best job we can. Or not if we're the cops. And now that we know that, we can't throw Lucas to the wolves like this.
It would be such a cool game if this would be the Heavy Rain. If David Cage didn't jump into the Matrix and like Heavy Rain wasn't so good. If this entire game was about a mysterious murder and like let's say something else happened, something that made more sense, right? And every single choice you make in the game results either in Lucas being imprisoned or Lucas getting away with it if you did like way worse job as cops. And it would be such an interesting mechanic to make you pick a side to this story, right? Who's right? The cops who just want to find out the truth, even if an seemingly innocent man gets like put behind bars. Like, there is so much interesting content to dig in there, and this French fuck went for the Matrix.
Let's rewind and do it right. Okay, Lucas, don't panic. First, move the body. Yes, much better. Now let's scrub this blood off.
Oh, he does elaborate
he holds a
on
mop
that.
more
Okay.
confidently than Roger Wilco. Actually, this ended up being quite difficult because even though I'm keeping the mouse as vertical as I can, the cursor almost veers off on its own.
Oh yeah,
Okay, got the floor
inputs
scrub.
are terrible.
Though the game doesn't let me clean the blood trail or the blood in the stall. Why not? That's kind of important too. All right, dispose of the murder weapon.
The knife. I've got to get rid of it.
Really, he should take it with him and dump it across town, but whatever.
It's barred up. I can't get out this way.
I don't know. I think you could squeeze out of there if you really tried, but fine. We'll exit out the door. Wash up, then calmly walk out of the bathroom. Sit down. Now, if you try to just leave, the waitress will holler at you to pay your bill. That's no good. We want to be a ghost. However, we can just leave cash and then she won't notice when we exit out the back way. This feels a little gamey, but I can actually see that not triggering the waitress's unconscious sense of who's paid or not. Unfortunately, there's no way to pick up the book.
Oh, I thought you can actually pick it up. I guess he dropped it and didn't notice.
And we do want to take the back way, because even though the front will be less conspicuous, then more people see us. Out back, only the bum sees us and his testimony is worthless. This is the way to go. And then once we head out, if we take the subway, then we won't leave a record of him taking the taxi. But look at this. Look at this crap. After we leave, the cop still goes to the bathroom and sees our blood trail that the game wouldn't let me clean up. This is bullshit. So all that work bought me what? An extra 10 seconds? If I had cleaned up all the blood and left the...
I didn't remember that actually. I thought... Man, I thought like what happens is you exit this. Maybe I speedrun it so much that this didn't happen for me. But what I remember happening is you go to the metro and it's immediately the scene with the cops, because you can, in your mind, you can clearly fucking see that somebody eventually would go into that specific stall or sense that something is up and like knock or check it out and see the dead body, and they would call the cops. I didn't know the cop immediately fucking sees the trail. That may be my memory making the game better than it actually
in the
is.
Stall? That could have potentially bought me hours before the police found out. The diner might not even notice until closing time. And to add insult to injury, in the next chapter, I tried half-assing it this time, but they won't let you leave until you find the murder weapon.
Come on, let's go, Carla. I can't even keep my eyes open anymore.
Yeah, let's call it a night already.
We haven't found the murder weapon. It might still be around here somewhere.
Damn it, Carla! It's randomized where Lucas hid it, but you literally can't advance in the game unless you find the knife. So there was no point to hiding the body, no point in hiding the murder weapon. What the hell? Fine, let's do it their way. Okay, I'm just gonna leave the body.
So yeah, like I said, the setup is incredible. The payoff is just not there because there are no consequences to what you do anyway, other than game overs because of fucking depression.
Leave the knife, wash up, play it cool, pay my bill, leave out the back, take the subway. I still don't like this. I could have covered this up better, but the game won't let me. I kind of hate this in games, when they give you a huge incentive to do something a certain way, but then don't let you do it for no reason. But we can still salvage this fumble. Okay, we have to interview the witness. Yeah, whatever, lady. Oh look, we found our murder weapon.
That would seem to indicate that the murder wasn't premeditated.
Damn Skippy! See, I'm helping. I just knocked down the charges on Lucas to second-degree murder, or possibly voluntary manslaughter.
Battle Call Ross.
If we're really lucky. I mean, better to just not get caught, but I bought us a little bit of damage control. So I resent not being able to handle this my way, but I do like how the game lets you openly take a piss as Tyler at the crime scene with Carla still in the room. That's a bold move, Tyler.
And it makes him more depressed, by the way.
Even if the other detective was a man, let alone a woman. And that's the tone I want to set here. We're just gonna piss all over this investigation. Book? What book? I didn't see anything. You can't solve all the crimes. I think we can take it easy on this one.
You ready to go, Tyler? I think I've seen everything I need to see.
Yeah, we're not paid by the hour. Let's get out of here. I mean, I do have questions, but none the police can help with. They're not gonna help anything. You know and I know this isn't Lucas's fault. He was possessed, but the New York justice system will never understand that. We're not selling Lucas down the river. End of story. But who is the guy controlling him? Why did he want this guy dead? He looks like an accountant. Almost getting some Half-Life Dr. Kleiner vibes off of him.
True.
Is this little girl in here only because the director saw The Ring? These questions need answering. But Lucas has more immediate problems. Huh, the atmosphere is kind of loud. Oh, that's because the window is open. Yeah, sleeping in boxers with the window open and one blanket? Okay, I don't know what the game is trying to say here, but yeah, shut the window. It will typically report what the temperature is at the start of each chapter, too. Even though it's in Celsius, despite the game being called Fahrenheit.
Minus fucking 10 Celsius? Bro, you would fucking freeze.
15 degrees, by the way. Nobody sleeps like this unless that blanket is designed by NASA or something.
He wasn't even under the blanket, really.
Damn, the window is open in here, too. Mwah. Well, this chapter emphasizes a gameplay mechanic, which is your mental health. It's dirt simple. Some actions give you mental health points, others make you lose them. If you go to 0, you kill yourself. I can't take the pressure! It can be the smallest of things, too. Look wistfully at a picture on your desk, lose 5 points. Drink water, gain 5 points. Drink milk, another 5 points. You're also never happy.
I mean, to be fair, we all had that day when our mental health was really bad, right? Like we were on the edge, we were this close. But then you sip that milk or that glass of water at 3 a.m. And it's so invigorating, it's so good, it melts in your mouth in the best way that you can't help but go, I wanna keep living. That's, you know what? That's fucking realistic. I will give that to David Cage.
If you have maximum points, all it says is neutral. I would criticize this, but I don't live in New York either. Maybe this isn't too far off. The mechanic's mildly annoying more than anything else. From a gameplay perspective, all this encourages you to do is fiddle with everything, learn what randomly depresses you or not, then restart the chapter and avoid the sad stuff. So at worst, it's one of these play every level twice to do it right games. Oh well. Huh.
I mean, sometimes you will lose because you forgot. Like, I remember I lost this specific chapter because I didn't make his bed. So sometimes it's like you will play through the chapter anyway, again. It will reset it for you, and then you can use that knowledge to... Of course, it's not fucking ideal, but... Never forget that dairy industry is very powerful in France. This is clearly propaganda that they paid Cage for. I wanna preface this stream and my previous statements by saying I am in no way affiliated with the French dairy industry, and they did not sponsor me to say that line about glass of milk or water in any way, shape, or form.
Soup. This is not normal food for Americans. That is a Marx Brothers movie, though. I guess this is an inside joke? Then where are my mental health points? There's that crow again. You should put stage makeup all over your face and get a trench coat, Lucas. Whoa, okay, a lot happening here. We're having a premonition. A cop is going to come to our place and find blood everywhere. We're dead meat, except it hasn't happened yet, because now Lucas is psychic. But you have to play a stupid QuickTime button minigame to see this. More on that later, but let's kick things into gear. Put your bloody clothes in the laundry. Really, you should have burned them last night in some alley away from your home, but I guess this works for now. Oops, it's the cops. If you don't answer, he'll break down the door and arrest you. Land of the free. Hello, officer. Oh, he's not actually here to arrest you.
Also, I'm sorry, what the fuck was that cop rocking?
If you don't answer, he'll break down.
Bro is fucking rocking the 10mm pistol from Fallout fucking New Vegas, man. What the fuck is that gun? That ain't a standard fucking issue. This guy has some like private piece in his collection. What the fuck is that?
Land of the free. Hello, officer. Oh, he's not actually here to arrest you. The neighbors reported you for screaming. Yeah, I can see how Lucas had some bad dreams last night. Depending on what you say, it will raise his suspicion. And since Lucas is a pushover, when the cop asks if he can come inside your apartment, he comes in either way. Okay, no bloody clothes, but uh-oh, I forgot to make my bed. Guess I can practice making my bed in prison. Alright, so redo, act cool.
See? That literally happens to almost every fucking player, because you don't think the cop will actually go so deep into the apartment. That's really poorly thought out. Because the bloody clothes on the floor are pretty obvious because they're right next to the door.
Let the cop in voluntarily. You should learn what a warrant is, Lucas. Yeah, nothing here. Bye now.
Sorry to have bothered you, sir. You know how it is. With everything that's been going on, we prefer to be careful.
With everything going on? Yeah, you mean at all times? Because you're a cop? Oh, a phone call. And I can't unsee this because I've done a lot of animation work before. They tried to make the phone stick to his hand, but it didn't work. So it's just kind of hanging in space while Lucas is idling. That's not too bad, though. Most people probably wouldn't notice.
Yep,
well,
I
wouldn't. You want to talk to him about your murder.
Wouldn't notice
That's
that.
a bad idea, Lucas.
That's a good catch by Ross. Damn.
Might I suggest no one? Maybe talk about your murder with no one? No? Okay, my vote's overruled. Let's go meet your brother. Yeah, let's talk about our murder. I've heard keeping things bottled up is bad for your health, but you know what's even worse for your health? Doing 25 to life in Sing Sing? I know I said I knocked it down to second-degree murder charges, but you never know what's going to happen in court. The judge might be in a bad mood. Now, this is a long game, but there are scenes that...
Ross knows a little bit too much about this whole getting away from murder for my taste.
Matter?
What is he hiding from
matter,
us?
And there are scenes that really don't matter. This one doesn't matter. Although it threw me off because I thought for a second there was a statue of Chico Marx and we were going to get more Marx Brothers references. But no, it's just a conquistador.
The fact that you have taken a life is a very serious matter. I told you that it wasn't me, Marcus. All these years and nothing's changed. You still never listened to me.
Aren't you listening? I killed the guy, but it wasn't me. What the hell's your problem? Yeah, this doesn't go anywhere. Lucas is a...
I mean, to be fair, he's a priest, so maybe he would believe the possession angle. Although I don't think, like, most priests actually believe in fucking possessions. As in, not the concept of having physical possessions, but you know the scary fucking ghost stuff.
Upset, your brother's dumbfounded, some kid throws himself into the pond, then it's time to switch to the detectives. Here's where things really start to not matter. You check in at the station.
Hi, Carl.
Yeah, that scene with the kid falling into the water, I wish Ross also extrapolated. You can choose to dive into the water, but then a cop will see you. Or you can flee the scene and the kid dies. And at first when playing, I was like, there's a cop right there. There are other people who saw that happen. Surely somebody is going to save him, even if I walk away. David Cage said to me that I need to think about my actions in the tutorial. So I was like, I'm gonna walk away, somebody else maybe dives in, and I don't wanna like face to face with the police. If you escape, the kid dies, and Lucas gets a huge fucking penalty to his mental state. If you stay, you save the kid, and then the cop sees you and I think recognizes you from the dinner even if you went through the back door. I'm pretty sure. And he lets you go like out of respect for jumping in. And then you get like a bonus fucking mental state. It doesn't matter what you do. It literally doesn't matter if you jump in or not. So I think things don't matter from that scene forward.
Ready for that big retirement?
Even that whole...
Drink water. Check your email.
Even that whole stupid fucking apartment scene doesn't matter, so...
Email. Play with the yo-yo. Call your partner. Now it's his turn. Get up. Take a shower. Get dressed. Drink coffee.
Looking at this police station, I was suddenly reminded of what movies made me think really captured David Cage's sort of feel, the Resident Evil films. Yeah, the creepy obsession with female, the creepy obsession of the Resident Evil films with that one female character are very David Cage. He has really creepy obsession with his like female characters that are there for nothing else but sex appeal, and he makes them shower in every single fucking game. I think that's spot on. The sort of feel that the setup is cool and there are some legitimately cool scenes, but overall you wouldn't call it a good movie. That's also there. I think you're spot on with that.
Have an argument with your girlfriend. Oh yeah, that's a look that says your relationship is on solid ground. Head to the station.
You ready for retirement, man? Yeah, I'm working on it.
Talk to some cop who you owe $100 to. And this bugs me. You can either challenge him to a basketball game to double or nothing.
Best fucking scene in the game, dunking on this fucking bitch in the snow-covered courtyard. Man, Tyler was fucking balling.
Nothing, the money you owe him. Or you can challenge him to a basketball game for double or nothing. There's literally no choice here. But yeah, this is packed full of mundane activities that don't impact anything. Now I get it. You can't have the whole game be nothing but stabbing people. Well, actually you can, but this isn't that kind of game. I understand pacing. A little bit of mundane activity to cool down is okay, but this is testing my threshold.
Garrett got the lab results.
I think the rest of the police station sucks, but fucking balling on this glass fucking nerd with glasses was cold as fuck.
See you in a minute.
Oh, is the game going to make me manually take off my jacket to progress? Is it? No, false alarm. Anyway, they found fingerprints at the crime scene. What a surprise.
Frank found a book on one of the tables in the diner.
Damn it! I intentionally left the book on the floor and they got it anyway. Did anything I did matter? Well, a little bit. The waitress comes in to give a description of Lucas, and we get to handle that ourselves. We're gonna fuck this up proper. Now, you might think we should make him way off by making him bald or giving him dreadlocks. But no, we want some plausible deniability. We want to be off, but not comically so. Perfect. That's our man. Or maybe your roommate. Carla goes to the morgue, and I have to play a QuickTime game so she doesn't throw up, and we learn this probably isn't the first murder like this. Oh, and I'm playing on easy, by the way. Judge me all you want. I think all it affects are the...
There are difficulty sections in fucking Fahrenheit? Difficulty selection, I mean? Fucking why? What? That would be like picking fucking difficulty for Detroit Become Human. Like, what's difficulty got to do with anything?
QuickTime events? And this just isn't my kind of gameplay. It's too bad, because the adventure game elements have been pretty decent so far. Back to Lucas. He's going to work and works as a senior IT guy at a bank. That would explain how he was able to afford that apartment in New York City. Oop, one of the stations is down. He has to go fix it. I used to have a job kind of like this. The go out and fix it part, not the have your own office overseeing stuff part. And it was minimum wage, not whatever he's, You doing okay there, Lucas? Alright, what seems to be the trouble? Oh wow, that sucks. Yeah, I never had to deal with this many bugs. For that job, anyway. I guess this is why Lucas gets paid the big bucks. The sequence is pretty good, though. What's with the bugs?
No, it's not! What do you mean? What does he mean this sequence is pretty... Am I the only one who sees... the fucking bugs? The bugs covered in one texture? How is this a good or cool scene? This is the lamest fucking shit I have ever seen.
Are they real? Is it all in his head? What kind of bugs
are
those?
that part is cool, but the scene itself with the fucking Simon Says and the giant tick attacking you is fucking dumb. What does he mean?
Weevils? Did you have rice for breakfast, Lucas? Oh look, it's your murder victim. Yeah, you can see the Phantasmagoria 2 influence. Half of what's going down here happened in that game. The barrier between worlds is starting to fade. Or not. Everything's fine again. Well, time to call it a day. And because your morale is crippled, you have to do a bunch of things around the apartment to not kill yourself. If I had to play this song, this would not help my morale. The QuickTime event sure doesn't. I'm not doing more of this. I'll take my chances being depressed. And the windows were open again. You can't even blame this one on sleepwalking. What the hell is your problem, Lucas? Okay, time for bed. Wait, no, it's his ex-girlfriend. The two of you split up a month ago, and I'm not sure of the details. Now, the game does let you hook back up, and if you do, there's this incredibly awkward sex minigame. I'm not gonna show it, sorry. It's not hot. You're not missing something good.
No, you don't get it. The artistic intent of David Cage by making the two polygonal, creepy people awkwardly clip into another while you are pressing buttons. You don't understand the French genius of David Cage. You don't get it. I would I would say I respect it if David Cage kept the Simon Says QTEs in all of his other games, but really I just wish he did it so you could see hilarious Let's Plays showing that. That's true, that Simon Says shit is hilarious. Especially since there are so many ways to fail them. Like in that one Spider-Man game where there were a bunch of QTEs and failing them always gave you a hilarious fail cutscene. More games should have that, to be fair.
Move the controller with the thrust? It just wasn't a good idea. Besides, I can't remember if Lucas blabs to his ex-girlfriend also that he killed a guy, and I don't want the increased liability, so I'm just gonna let her go. I don't trust him not to confess to the next person he sees. Go to bed, Lucas. Nope. I
think she does rat you out.
Back open again.
I think he does say that, and she rats you out later.
Of course. If I go out into the hall, I see the little girl, and my morale goes to hell, and I kill myself again. Just go back to sleep, Lucas. And in the morning, nothing matters. Absolutely nothing. We start with the detectives training in the gym, and I have to do quick time events for their...
David, it's the modern era. We have to get with what's going on in the gaming sphere. I've got it. Jenga QTEs. Yeah, the I'm gonna die Spider-Man scene. I'm gonna die. Shit was hilarious.
Entire workout. Not cool, game. Then they fight each other, but I can just idle on the QuickTime events and not do any of them. Good. That means Tyler beats the living crap out of Carla. You don't see that often, where a man and a woman do kickboxing against each other, and the man, who has significantly more muscle mass, doesn't hold back a thing. Ouch! Uppercut! Yeah, look at that!
I think, to be fair, I think the intent was Tyler gets his shit rocked by Carla literally every time they spar. So he doesn't hold back because he's the one who's more likely to get his ass beat in this situation anyway.
Cartwheel kick to the face after kicking her in
Holy
the knee.
fuck!
Roundhouse!
Okay, that's some Eddie Guerrero shit from Tekken, man.
Boom! Roundhouse! Boom! Roundhouse! Back to Lucas. He hangs out with his brother in the cemetery, and we get a flashback to...
I never failed those QTEs. I never realized he goes so fucking hard against her. Oh my god, that's brutal.
The worst part of the game. Now Lucas is a kid and has significant uncanny valley action going.
I agree, this is the worst part of the game by far, because it's most gameplay, and it's most broken gameplay, and it's fucking shit, and fuck David Cage.
Going on.
Your mother sent me to find you. I'm gonna go and tell her that you're messing around in here.
And now it's a stealth game. Oh, good. You have to climb
it's
the
a
fence,
very bad
watch
stealth
the patrols, then find all the kids playing hide and seek before the warehouse explodes, and if you miss one, Lucas is overcome with grief and kills himself again.
I didn't manage to get them all out.
I'll just say the gameplay was not fun here. This was my least favorite part of the game. There was no snow and none of it mattered. And the bad gameplay keeps coming. Carla has to search the archives and has claustrophobia, so the game represents that by having to perpetually press the left and right keys like an inconsistent metronome while navigating with the mouse. And if you let the arrow touch the edges even once, you start all over, so the game demands absolute key pressing discipline. And this isn't just a simple sequence to get through. You also have to navigate a small maze and figure out a puzzle while all this is going on.
Additionally, in first person for the first time in the entire game. Man, David really is like Hideo Kojima. Government backstory, traumatic kids in a military place, stealth sections, it's got it all. Kinda true. Let's invade Area 51 as a child. Man, yeah, it's like Kojima if you took away all the fucking cool ideas from Metal Gear.
It's not a hard one, but the point is you have to figure out the next step the entire time you're also monitoring that meter and never letting...
You know what? Imagine, let's expand that thought. Imagine you're fucking playing Metal Gear and in the middle of a game you get a flashback to where Solid Snake is like sneaking around as a kid and it's the worst fucking section in the game. people would fucking fry Kojima for that, man. But David somehow gets away with this shit.
It go too far left or right. It's simple enough that it doesn't make me want to punch my monitor, but it's about 2 notches below that feeling. This does bring up an interesting point I've seen debated before, though. Because I imagine if you were to ask the director why he included this frustrating part that I think the vast majority of people would not find fun, he might say something like, this is a way of expressing what someone who is actually claustrophobic might go through, where they have to maintain constant focus to not get overwhelmed. It's not supposed to be fun. And that brings up the question, should games be fun? I've heard—
Man, I am like very mildly claustrophobic, slightly claustrophobic, I would say. If I get locked in a small room, I would panic immediately. I don't get that. Like, I can go through very small crawl spaces and tunnels just fine if I know and see the exit is on the other side. If I got actually locked in a small like room, I would definitely panic almost immediately. So yeah, I can relate to the fact that every time I go into a So yeah, I can relate to the fact that every time I go into a small space, a fucking giant 2 arrows pop up in my peripheral vision and I have to balance where I'm fucking standing to not lose my sanity. Did you ever play one of those escape room simulators like 999? Oh yeah, I played the entirety of 9 persons, 9 doors, 9 persons, 9 hours, Virtue's Last Reward, and the last one, Zero Escape. Zero Escape is the name of the series, right? What the fuck is the last one called? Yeah, I played all 3 of those. I really like Virtue's Last Reward. 999 is pretty cool too.
Some people don't consider games art because most are designed to be fun and entertaining, as opposed to an artist's full unbridled expression, where your enjoyment may not factor into that at all. I don't really have an opinion on the artistic merit, but I'm decisively lowbrow on this issue in that I prefer games that are trying to be fun.
Very
Usually
controversial statement.
Fun, it means the designer screwed up, or else you're not the target audience. It's rarer for a game to not be fun on purpose. Now that doesn't mean I think the games that aren't trying to be fun shouldn't exist, but I think a good compromise might be like those warning screens you see in Resident Evil games, where it says it contains violence and gore, but instead of that, it says warning. This game contains parts that have been specifically designed not to be fun. I think Fahrenheit would have to display that warning.
When this symbol appears at the top of the screen, it means your character is gonna have to make a physical effort. You'll see. You'll be exhausted too.
See, back to the investigation, that book is really twisting the knife, because there was a personal note from your brother written into it with his initials. Though the game—
Oh yeah, Zero Time Dilemma is the name I was looking for. Yeah. The last one, Zero Time Dilemma, was really fucking weak, but as a whole series, I really like that series.
Does let me ignore that, but what it doesn't let me skip is finding the bookmark Lucas was using. And it's a scrap of stock quote paper at the bank he works at, and is watermarked to that bank. Carla interviews a cop at the firing range and confirms this murder isn't the first. But this is the first time this game is rewarding me for using the mouse. And we continue with scenes that don't matter with the basketball game I couldn't get out of. Thankfully, the game lets me throw the—
Let's fucking go. Best scene in the entire game. Warning, this game has scenes designed not to be fun. Do you still wish to play Pathologic? Unironically. But to be fair, I think Pathologic is a way better game than Fahrenheit, even with its problems. That That shit would have to flash when playing Silent Hill 4 The Room to 100%.
So I can skip all these damn QuickTime events. Man, a lot of time was spent making these animations. Now again, this doesn't matter, but since the game is asking me to make decisions, it's still not letting me do what I want to. Because what I wanted Tyler to do is throw the game, so now he owes $200, but then welch on that bet, and just keep saying I'll pay you soon.
This is Jonah Ray, saying I'll get you next time. I swear.
Also, I kind of don't know what to say here, because it's about 10 degrees Fahrenheit. And I have to call bullshit on this being 7 p.m. It would be dark in the middle of winter in New York. But fine, it's 10 degrees out and they're wearing shorts and jerseys. Now, you do put off more heat exercising, but not this much. I run in winter, but I'll still be wearing a long sleeve shirt on top of a t-shirt. Yeah, 10 degrees and a little bit of wind chill from the looks of things. Between this and Lucas keeping the windows open in his apartment, what's going on here? Is the director trying to say something? I'm assuming he's aware of how winter works.
Apparently French people don't feel any fucking cold, which is a new thing I learned thanks to David Cage about the French culture.
The game is called Fahrenheit, so this has to be on purpose. But why? They could have set this inside an indoor court or given them winter sports clothes. I just don't get it. Maybe me being confused is the joke? Okay. You got me, David Cage. Anyway, Lucas goes to visit a psychic his brother recommended. Yeah, why not?
This is the part with fixed camera angles and controls here really suck.
At least he didn't turn you in. She's blind and has the sort of house people get murdered in. Okay, she wants me to wheel her to the bird room. Alright? Oh wait, no, this is the kitchen. Yeah, there we go. Then she wants me to wheel her back. Make up your mind, lady. Alright, seance time. And now we're getting some answers. And you can tell the game really wants you to see this because they made the QuickTime events way easier. Though they don't stop, so they're just kind of annoying. You know, straight up cutscenes are okay. Even long ones. I won't lose interest if I'm not playing Simon Says while I watch it. I promise. But here, a mysterious...
I wonder what happens if you fail those QTEs, actually.
A stranger comes into the diner, orders a coffee, and erases everyone's memory of his presence. This is obviously the real killer. And that's all I have to say about that.
How could you?
The psychic knows more, but says...
How could he tell that he's the real killer? I don't know. He's just a friendly guy, you know? He doesn't give me, like, bad vibes or anything.
Tomorrow.
Seems fine to me.
You're the only one answering questions. Oh, and Lucas confesses he's a murderer to her too, by the way. Lucas, you've got to do better than this.
Lucas Kane.
Yellow. Oh, you again. God, this sequence. Okay, the short version is he just triggered 5 straight minutes of the Simon memory game while every piece of furniture in your room starts flying at you. That doesn't...
Oh man, that would make for a really cool fucking stunt ability in JoJo. You have to play like a Simon Says while all the furniture around you is attacking you, and you take damage only if you fail the Simon Says event. That would make for some really cool ass fucking stunt battles.
Sound that long, but it really feels like it. There are 2 problems here. One, this gameplay sucks. Nobody likes poltergeists as enemies, let alone QuickTime event ones. I mean, if they really wanted to do this, wouldn't it be more fun to actually dodge the objects? And ironically, this means I'm not focusing on the cutscene because I'm spending all my attention on the buttons. I do a little better when they're in my peripheral vision, so here's an approximation of what I'm paying attention to during these sequences. You're seeing more than I am watching this, because if I pay attention to the cutscene, I might fail the event. This is just bad design. You know those old full-motion video games in the 90s, like Rebel Assault?
This is the best scene in the game, in my opinion. What was David Cage thinking? He wasn't thinking, the drugs were doing the thinking. I also think it's the best scene in the game for all of the wrong reasons.
Sewer Shark, where you get a prompt to press the button at the right time or else you fail. I would argue that is superior gameplay than this. Because at least in those, you're still mostly looking at what's in front of you. And the second problem is that this gets boring. That sounds
really
counterintuitive, but
yeah.
that's what's happening. This sequence should be maybe 30 seconds, enough to wake you up for a quick scare, then bring you back to reality. But no, I want to say it's literally every piece of furniture in your apartment.
It literally is. And one by one also.
Every one by one.
Yep.
It just keeps going on and on. I feel like I'm helping Lucas move. There are so many boxes. Cleaning up the murder, figuring out how to prepare for the cop coming to the door was way more thrilling than this. Repetitive action with no context just sort of numbs me to it. I think this may have sounded good on paper, but by the time they did it, it was so much work they weren't going to scrap it. Well, it was all a dream. But the cops investigating the murder wasn't. They figure out which bank the bookmark paper came from, so they start asking questions while Lucas is at work the next day. Now, I replayed this part a couple times so I could get this right and not raise any suspicion. Because the game throws you off here. Those QuickTime events will pop up and you should not do some of them. Because
that's kind of a good, subversion of what you have been doing up to now. I also like this scene somewhat unironically.
If you do, then Lucas freaks out over invisible bugs. And as you know, cops like to arrest people with mental health problems. And after that,
Nah, Ross is wrong about that. She would fucking just pull out a gun and pop two into him and then she would claim she was in danger and that was measured response to the situation.
Game switches over to Carla, and I intentionally didn't go through Lucas's things while he's out of the room. No, we're just gonna stand here and watch the snow. This whole investigation is just a dead end. I'm looking out for you, Lucas. We ace the interview. She doesn't get one bar of suspicion. You have the wrong guy, officer. Bye. But this brings us to the boiling point. I'm back at the office as Carla, and I still can't solve this case. Because I've done everything to fuck up this investigation, because Lucas doesn't need this. The witness description is garbage. We don't have the fingerprints ID'd. There are no taxi records because he took the subway. That bookmark is a problem, but there's not nearly enough to convict. Well, guess what? If we bring over an employee photo of Lucas to the cop who was at the diner, he recognizes him immediately and boom, that's enough to arrest. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, the same cop that didn't notice you leave, and we even received...
Yep, I said that before. The same thing happens in the fucking park. That cop recognizes you even though he didn't see you fucking leave.
A flashback of him not paying attention to you during the seance. I made sure the cops had nothing on Lucas every step of the way, and it didn't matter. Officer Eidetic here saves the day. If he knows Lucas's face so well, why didn't he tell the detectives at the diner? Okay, you know what? That part could be realistic. It could be it never occurred to him that him knowing exactly what the suspect looked like was relevant to the case.
Oh yeah, that's 100% like real fucking cops.
I can believe that one. Just because you're a cop doesn't mean you're Sherlock Holmes. But you get what this means. There was never any choice at all. They were always going to find Lucas, and none of the decisions...
like Wendy Goon once said, the cops finally started digging through the pile of skeletons and were shocked to find skeletons.
Decisions matter. I tried so hard to make sure Lucas wasn't charged, but there's literally nothing I could have done, despite having decisions every step of the way. Now, I'm hardly the first person to talk about this, but this is one of the more egregious examples I've seen of this style of adventure game where you choose what to do. There are so many choice-based games where the structure of them is set up roughly like this. You have key plot points and locations that the game is going to hit no matter what, but you present the player with choices along the way. Now, if you do it the game wants, then this feels organic. If you don't, then you still come to the same plot points, but it feels more awkward, like what's happening to me right now. Now, that doesn't mean you have no influence, but it's only with small things. You can maybe influence if a few characters live or die, or if you want to hook back up with your ex-girlfriend, for example. But you're still going to hit all these same plot points no matter what you do, and can't veer off that. The experience is 90% the same for every player.
In Fahrenheit, the more infuriating thing about Fahrenheit is that ending is only decided by a single thing you do at the end, I believe. Because like in Heavy Rain was also like this, right? Every single adventure game is like this unless you're making a insane game for insane people like Baldur's Gate, for example. So Heavy Rain is also like this, but so many things change in the endings based on like those choices before. In this game, the worst part is that the ending is influenced by one single decision at the end, and it doesn't get really enhanced by your previous choices. That's the pitfall of this. And another is that the plot is very shit and it had a lot of potential.
No matter what they choose. A whole lot of games do this. The Deus Ex series? Telltale games are infamous for this.
True.
All the BioWare games I've played, it's all kind of the same thing.
Deus Ex is more like you choose the choices impact the gameplay, as in you can skip some bosses. The most important choices are in your skill tree. Those kind of decisions that impact the gameplay because it's very gameplay heavy. It's a gameplay heavy game, right? And in this, it's a very story heavy game, so I would like my choices to impact the story, and they don't.
What you almost never see is being able to make choices, then those drastically change the outcome of the game. So even midway, you're in a completely different place and scenario than you would have been had you made other choices. For example, this would be like if
the only game that is like this is unironically Witcher 2. Witcher 2 is crazy with choices, but you get way less choices than this, but Witcher 2 is insane with choices.
It would have been had you made other choices. For example, this would be like if Lucas fled the city at the start and hid out in Wyoming and decided to inspect the spooky mine. That would...
Okay. As pointed out by a few other people who watched this, it's amazing that Ross is basically saying by accident that Shadow the Hedgehog game has far more choice than David Cage's stuff. I mean, that's unironically true, due to the similar plot chart of Ross's work and that game. Yeah. Shadow the Hedgehog is exactly like this. Chart. That is very true.
Different experience than what this one currently
That's fucking funny, man.
But that would also mean creating way more assets for every time you split the timeline with choices, which is why developers almost never do this. Maybe I'm in the minority, but this compromise style of pseudo-choice just pisses me off, because it almost never coincides with how I want to play my character and have appropriate consequences that fit. I would rather have just a linear game with a good story than a game pretending I have real choices than telling me midway through the game they were lying and I actually don't. Or else the only thing I can change is whether I win the basketball game.
Life is all about choices, Tyler.
All right. I'm done with the rant. Lucas is toast. The detectives are going to arrest him. So naturally, we have a mandatory QuickTime dance sequence first. You can't just fumble this one. You have to do it.
Okay, I don't remember that part.
Time to go arrest Lucas. Even though it's Tyler's anniversary and his girlfriend is super not cool about this. I bet cops still have lower divorce rates than military. Bye now. Lucas is
Bye,
at home.
bitch.
Good. He goes back to the psychic. She's dead. Thanks for nothing. Then we get a vision of the guy from the diner, and he's pulling the same possession murder number on a dry cleaner. And the little girl is back. The detectives raid Lucas's apartment, and it's empty. But a pagan or satanic ritual was going down in it from the looks of things. Lucas comes back, but the cops get him. See, this is what I was trying to prevent.
They pulled up with those 10mm fucking Fallout New Vegas pistols again. That what the fuck is that gun model? It's so terrible. Okay. Before this happens, because I know what happens next, I gotta go take a really quick bathroom break because I'm not ready for this, man. Ooh-wee. I'm sorry, I had to get ready with a cold glass of Pepsi Max. Oh man. I'm still not ready. I will never be ready to relive that scene. Jesus Christ. As a stupid ass teenager when I first played this game and I found stuff like this cool, even then I really found this plot twist dumb. Regarding branching story paths, I quite liked how Stories, the Path of Destinies, handled it. But I might be the only one who's ever played that game. I am going to say maybe because I have never heard about it. But was it like an adventure game, or was it RPG, or what? Whew. Also, I had a really good idea while I was in the bathroom. I should start adding like timestamps to these to these streams after I'm done with them. Just, you know, timestamp 1, pre-stream, timestamp 2, Ross's game dungeon Fahrenheit, timestamp 3, break 1, timestamp 4, this video continued, and so on and so forth. That I think would be a really handy thing for you guys, especially people who watch this stream later. But I don't think timestamps work until you have a certain number of subscribers and views, because I tried adding them to one of my previous videos and I'm not sure if that works. Let me just check really quickly. I know I for sure added them to the Seth Sintage video. What? And they don't show up. They are right here in the description. And they don't work at all. That's so stupid. This is such a cool tool that fucking YouTubers are prevented from using because YouTube just says fuck you, man. I don't get it. Okay. Back to the video.
But wait! Lucas has one trick left. Wall flip! Telekinesis! Kung Fu! Bullet dodge! Multiple bullet dodges!
See, this is also, I can relate to this because I happen to stop quite a few arrests on my person like this. But I don't think Lucas uses methamphetamines, so it doesn't make sense that he can do this. Like in my case, from Spider-Man and, you know, protecting themselves using your body. Nothing I say on this channel is true. Everything is a work of fiction. You cannot hold me legally. Something in court. Something.
Knock out more cops! That makes 5 now. A police chopper! Run into traffic! Ground...
I think you need to add the 000 timestamp or else it doesn't work. Not sure. That's true, that's how it works, but I have the 00 timestamp in that video. It still doesn't work. It's an adventure game. It takes you about an hour to go through a run, but each story choice you make will lead you to one of 24 complete different endings, even if some share similar events. Again, I just wanna say, Shadow the Hedgehog also has around 20 different endings, and man. I mean, whatever can you say about Shadow the Hedgehog? At least you can say, yeah, your choices mattered.
Fly! Jump onto a helicopter! Fly! Jump off onto a tanker truck! Jump 20 feet straight up onto a bridge! Do a backflip another 15 feet onto a moving train covered in snow! Not today, coppers!
Next time, we won't get away.
Well, that went better for Lucas than expected.
I wouldn't say that to a guy who just did all of that shit to me. I just realized Ross's chart also works for Henry Stickmin games. Huh. Yeah, kinda true.
The next morning, he wakes up in the church where his brother works at. Not too smart, Lucas. I would send a unit there if I was a detective. Oh, good. The psychic is back as an astral projection. And we finally get some answers. Sort of. The puppet master guy is known as the Oracle. He works for the Shadow People, who have controlled things since the dawn of time.
The Shadow
People. Like there was no motive to picking Lucas or the accountant. They just needed a sacrifice to open the mouth of the serpents, and they were there. That technically answers some of my questions, but now I have more. Whoops, no time to explain. We have a QuickTime sequence of angels trying to kill us. This goes on a while.
I just wanna say, yeah, this scene we had right here, right? Beginning of this scene is the most rapid fucking decline in story quality I have ever seen in anything. Like, beginning with that, it just goes like this. It fucking tanks more than stocks during the Great Depression, man.
Oh no! Never mind, it's just a dream again. A hill? Yeah, your brother tells you to get out of here. Well, no,
You
actually, he
fucking
tells you to
Get
turn
the fuck
yourself
out of
in.
here.
Oh, thanks for the advice, Marcus. I hadn't thought of that one. Yeah, I'll get right on that, you penguin. Spoiler, we're not doing that. But we are going to our ex-girlfriend's apartment, which, again, is not a great move. Oh, look, it's a premonition of the police busting your ass. But does that matter since we're a Jedi now? Use the Force,
True.
Lucas. Yeah, there are cops in the front and the back. We're going to an awful lot of trouble to sneak past them for being a Jedi, but whatever. Oh, a mini game to open the window. My parents have some windows like this. Yeah, I don't even consider this an exaggeration. It takes about this much effort to open those windows, even when it's not freezing. Finally, made it inside. Hey, babe, it's me. Uh-oh, it's the Fuzz. See ya. So there was basically no point to this, except we got a chance to watch TV and heard on the news there's an expert on Mayan culture.
Wait, Andrew's suddenly attacking as everything goes absolutely crazy. I didn't realize David Cage was a Drakengard fan.
How convenient. Oh, I forgot.
I'm not familiar enough with Drakengard to comment on that. I always wanted to go back and check out those games, but I heard Drakengard is monotonous as fuck.
The psychic said we need to look up the Mayans.
If I'm not mixing up the games in my mind.
And it's a good detail that your ex doesn't have a computer, because this takes place in the late 2000s. So that means Google search would be the best it's ever been. So it would be easy to find everything on the Mayans online. Guess we gotta do this the old way. And here we are at the Public Museum. We grill them about Mayan culture and confirm the Oracle is Mayan. That doesn't really help us, but then Lucas confesses his murder to the professor, and he says, whoa, we need to get you out of here before Agent 47 sees you. Follow me. Oh, but look, somebody's trying to kill us. Down, Mr. President. Dive under the car. Hang on to the hood. Backflip save. Kaboom! The car's on fire, but there's two more cars. Lure them into each other, then do a flip jump. Oh man, the professor's dying. Really? But with this,
I want to emphasize the professor is dying from you pushing him to the side. No car hits him if you succeed in that QuickTime event. He just fucking dies from falling over. He literally has fallen and he can't get up. Drakengard is basically a David Cage game, but instead of stupid shit, it's stupid, brilliant, depressing shit with extra crazy. Drakengard is... Oh man, I'm not sure if I'm messing it up. Drakengard is a game by Yoko Taro, right? Before he made Nier. Or am I mixing up game names?
His dying breath, he says the Oracle is after a child that has the answer to all of life's questions. No! And can we have an instant replay of his tragic demise? I shoved him out of the way of this car. Yeah. He didn't even hit his head. How old is he? Late 50s, early 60s? I know he's old, but come on. And I'm not skipping anything. We wake up in a jungle cave. It's sort of a dream, I think, but we're having a powwow with the Oracle. Huh. He looks a little like Marilyn Manson, but that's not him. In 2005, he was voice acting this game instead. I've played that one. I think Fahrenheit's better, actually.
Dang.
Here we finally get some answers. Except once again, this is another play the level twice situation. Since we get a chance to ask him two things, then he sticks his panther on us. No wonder I couldn't remember why things are happening. You literally can't get all the answers in one playthrough. But I'll get them this time. Well, the Oracle wants to kill Lucas because if he doesn't, then Lucas can see what he sees, and he doesn't like that. But he's been having trouble because of the chroma. What is chroma?
Chroma? What does that mean?
The force that created the universe. The origin of everything. It gives extraordinary powers to those who possess it.
Oh, so it's the Force. Lucas really is a Jedi. All right.
Huh. Never thought about it. Yeah, not only did he watch a bunch of this fucking Matrix, he also watched a bunch of Star Wars apparently when writing this script. Interesting. The scene looks like it's straight out of the Omicron. I guess David Cage is back to his roots. You are wrong, sir. This scene is bad. This scene is straight out the Omicron. But the scene where the old lady stands up from her wheelchair is literally a scene from Omicron. And you cannot convince me otherwise. Like, that scene is where David just fucking ejected out of his mind back to whatever the fuck he was on when he wrote
Green
Omicron.
Panther tries to kill us. The psychic shows up to save us in her afterlife wheelchair and says, I need to find that little girl I saw earlier because she's pure, and the prophecy foretold this. Yeah, the prophecy. Always a sign of good writing right there.
Oh, yeah.
And we jumped straight to another vision. This time it's the Oracle reporting in to the Shadow Council. It's not nearly as ominous as I would have hoped. Instead, it just kind of sounds like a dysfunctional city council meeting.
That's impossible. Only we are left.
We have a rival.
Who searches for the Indigo child as we do.
They must not find the child.
That would be a catastrophe. A disaster.
And we learn there's a rival force also with Chroma searching for the little girl, who is called the Indigo child. Now that's a little helpful because the original
I heard Google Chrome is powerful. I didn't realize it's this fucking powerful.
US title of this game is Indigo Prophecy.
Oh god, it's Kingdom Hearts now. Oh yeah, that's also kinda true.
We do have a prophecy, so, 50-50. But time to wake up, Lucas, because the police are on to you again. They're coming, Lucas. Aha, a classic. Lucas pulled the old Spider-Man on them. They leave, but uh-oh. It's a phone call to his hotel room that the Oracle has captured his ex-girlfriend and he needs to come save her. And he's tied her to the top of a roller coaster track, which is totally not something the Joker would do. Okay, I'm sorry for just running with all this. The Killing Joke was definitely also either read or watched in the middle of all of this. Holy fuck, this guy just wrote a fanfic of all of those things combined. The tone of this game just fell off a cliff. Right here. This is where it happened.
Exactly.
Slow,
exactly.
Investigative crime
I
mystery
literally
with the
said that.
Supernatural gradually creeping in and making us question what's real or not. To kung fu, comic book physics at the drop of a hat. You can almost see the wires. It's not that I have a problem with either genre. It's that this does not blend. Blend tech would not approve. This has the subtlety of a brick through your window. Look at Lucas, an everyday guy, shocked to his core by a murder. We have a serious investigation, a sobering morgue scene, there's trauma, subtle psychological tension, slow character building, if anything, too slow, relationship issues, looking over the smallest pieces of evidence to intelligently solve this case. This all says to me that you, the player, should take this story seriously. We are trying so hard to make this seem real and adding all this nuance and detail. We're a serious story for serious people set in the real world, which is why the introduction of the supernatural is so jarring. The unreal will be utterly shocking in the real world. Got it? Good, because this is a game about a superhero with superpowers. Boom! Whoa! It's like this game is trying to start an argument between the hemispheres of my brain. And I could almost respect that. Except it's stupid. This is kind of stupid now. And I like dumb fun and cool action, but that's not the ticket I paid for.
Exactly.
I thought I bought the somber crime investigation that leads us to questioning the nature of reality ticket. Lucas was reading The Tempest and has Nietzsche on his bedside, for God's sake. Nietzsche didn't know Kung Fu. You're adding too many Skittles to your
Okay, you weren't there. You can't be sure that Nietzsche didn't know Kung Fu, to be fair. To be absolutely like 100% fair towards David.
Vegetables, Fahrenheit! What are you doing? Alright, got that out of my system. Back to the game, we try to rescue our ex, but the track collapses and we both die. Now it's time for a flashback, and I lied. This is the worst part of the game. And not just because you're a kid again.
I mean,
Lucas and
it's
his
literally the
sneaking
same
out as
thing.
kids to see what's in a top secret military bunker. It's a stealth section, and look at this. Look at this crap. Invisible walls blocking me from taking a better route. There's a path they want me to take, but it's a bad path. It's downright cryptic what exactly they want me to do. I flubbed this so much.
Man, the don't move or I will shoot is just burned into my synapses from how many times I have heard and seen that.
Many times. I hate this part so much. Don't move or I'll shoot. Do it, shithead. Do us both a favor.
The only way to get to the hangar without being seen is to climb up the telephone pole and hang off of the cable.
What? There's no lights. You could run across the road. Right. And the only reason this matters is because Lucas grew up at Area 51 or something. And this is how he got exposed to the chroma and became a Jedi. Except I guess he forgot all of this until a couple days ago. Well, moving forward, Carla heads to the cemetery where Lucas's ex-girlfriend is buried. Even though it's negative 40 degrees out and she's not wearing a hat, she's coming here to meet Lucas. But plot twist, he hasn't told her he's dead yet.
Father McGrath, I thought you were dead.
I was.
So that makes things a little awkward since he no longer gives off
God, the rest is just so quotable. I love these videos.
funny body heat and is ice cold. We don't get an answer as to why his body fluids aren't freezing and hardening into ice, but we can overlook that. They decide to form an alliance because if he's already dead, I guess that's sentence served. Oh, and also the entire world is starting to freeze over. The police aren't sure what to do about that. Oh, and she's sleeping with Lucas now? That was quick. You may think I'm cutting out important transitions.
Nope.
I'm not. But not to fear. With the power of love...
David Cage just doesn't know how human relationship works, or how humans talk, or how they interact. I mean, you would think that he's some kind of alien creature that's trying to pass on as a human, but then I remind you, he's just French.
Or something, they locate the Indigo child. Then Lucas heads in to abduct her. She looks catatonic. No wonder they're saying she's pure of thought. You can't have impure thoughts if you don't think. But
Literally
there's
zero
the oracle.
thoughts behind them eyes.
And since the game was training me to pay attention to details for hours, I notice how the nun yells at you not to go in and abduct the children, but doesn't try to stop you. Then in the next scene, she's back at her desk reading the paper when the oracle shows up. I guess it was more of a suggestion than a command. Worlds are colliding. Time for a rooftop kung fu fight. But in the air.
Oh my god. This is
I'm saying
stupid.
kung fu. I don't actually know what this is, but they put so much work into this sequence. Any martial arts people out there can probably identify what style this is. I would say this feels like the writer quit a few chapters ago, but no, This is all David Cage. Yeah, now's as good a time as any to talk about it.
Hey, I will have you know that most of us can pass as humans, no problem. David Cage is just more gifted.
Or not. I feel like the entire internet knows more about him than I do, but I have an excuse. See, this is his second game. His first was Omicron, which I've only played a little bit of, and it was looking really promising, but I got stuck pretty fast, and I really should come back to it, even though I've heard it has major problems. But I needed snow for Christmas now.
Omicron is a nightmare. I hope he covered it, because Omicron is like one of the worst games you can ever touch. It's honestly incredible. I never played it. I played Fahrenheit. I never played the Omicron. But I seen a certain famous channel that sorta ended after playing Omicron.
Which is why we're kung fu fighting in the air. Anyway, the next game from David Cage was Heavy Rain. And first, they announced Heavy Rain as a PC exclusive. Then later, they announced it would be coming to PC and the PlayStation 3. Then, yoink, it's a PlayStation 3 exclusive, suckers! So, I didn't get to play it. And it looks like the internet has been scrubbed of articles documenting this. But look, here's Nvidia in 2009 saying it was only for the PC. See, I didn't imagine this crap. So that left me a little bitter, since everyone was saying, oh my god, it's so great. Yeah, thanks for telling me it was coming to PC, David. But 14 years after Fahrenheit, his other games finally came back to PC. But if you know me, I play games when they're cheap, and they didn't re-release cheap.
Oh,
so I'll
yeah.
get to them eventually. But apparently everyone else in the world has played these games except me, and can probably do a psychoanalysis of David Cage by now because they know him so well. But all I have is this. So this is how I will see you forever, David. Although
it doesn't matter, this is not even his worst game. There are worse fucking games than this. There are worse games out there for you, man. This, if anything, you will remember David Cage fondly after playing only Fahrenheit.
Omicron's on me.
Holy
That's my
shit.
bad. Although I think...
Oh my god. Now it's Twilight with Lucas and Carla, Cold Love. Omicron is so bad, sadly I don't think Ross ever covered it, but it would 100% be right up his alley, so fingers crossed. Yeah, I really hope he
has
does.
managed to transcend the video, because I don't think I'm the right person to even judge this now. Now, I can like good martial arts fights, because they're humans showing off incredible skill. Yeah, badass.
Oh yeah, true,
but if they can both fly and are sort of invincible, then what's the point of anything? If you're a god, does it matter if somebody punches you? And this is not unique to Fahrenheit. I think this goes way back in cinema history, but I mostly know this from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. The movie has wonderful cinematography and very skilled actors, but they're always flying around with their martial arts. I mean, if it was meant to be funny, I would get it. But no, they want me to take this seriously. I think? I don't know. I don't get this. This seems stupid to me. I feel like I'm watching a tournament fighter.
I am 100% with Ross on this one. I love practical effects. I love martial arts in movies and in real life. Converting like realism to film, sorta like John Wick does, reloads, close quarters combat, the way John Wick like actually switches aiming style when he's in closed buildings instead of out in the open. I love things like that. I think movies like The Raid, where it's so much single takes and the actors are doing so much like choreography fighting, are incredible. Like, you cannot tell me these things where they fly and do everything is comparable. Matrix is amazing for a different reason. I'm not gonna discount the Matrix because they float a lot there too, but they can be killed in the Matrix, you know. It's not like this. It's not like fucking they are. Only Neo has that like almost godlike power, and he has to learn it, you know, throughout the whole. That's the whole point of the fucking movies. Wuxia battles doesn't really work for realistic settings like movies unless the special effects can really support them. I know Wuxia is more like very culturally tied to China and their works of literature. Yeah, I don't think those works of literature translate so well into things like movies. Yeah, not really.
where both people are using cheat codes and have God mode turned on. What's the point then? But some people like this stuff. So this could be exactly what they want, and I wouldn't know. I'm the wrong audience.
I don't think anybody was the right audience for Fahrenheit. I don't think anybody came of this game and called David Cage a fucking genius, because everybody wanted that detective / murder mystery thing, not whatever this is.
I did not remember this. But again, if Lucas is already undead Superman, why does he need to run along the side? Wouldn't it be better to just fly away at high speed? Oh, there we go. He teleported. Even better. What this fight says to me is I think The Matrix is a pretty good movie, but some people really, really, really like The Matrix. So it's the answer to everything. Yep, the old teleportation trick gets them every time. Oh good, it's the psychic again. She's awfully busy for being dead.
Generally, when you see people literally flying on their swords and have got more turnout, it tends to be inspired by wuxia. Yeah, at least in terms of martial arts. That's true, but like I agree with Ross. Even though like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is a classic, I don't like that style of fight choreography personally.
I guess Lucas too. She's been the best source of information so far, and that's good because my questions are piling up again. And she has answers.
Oh yeah.
Even though this took me 2 tries to see them all and I had to replay that damn kung fu all over again. Although doing this again, I actually didn't even see Lucas running up the antenna the first time because I had my QuickTime goggles on. Well, I find out the name of the Shadow Council is the Orange Clan. Yeah, I can see why. And she expands on what the professor said about the prophecy from the dawn of time that the pure child will answer all of life's questions and give whoever hears her ultimate power.
Game.
But plot twist, she's not an astral projection. She's an AI projection. And they brought you back from the dead by making you a cyborg.
This is full on Omicron. This is where David Cage crawled up into his asshole and he got teleported back to writing the script for Omicron. Holy fuck, it's so bad.
And you have a chip in your brain.
I would respect this game a lot more if all this happened if Lucas was not caught by the cops, as in all the stuff Ross did actually working before. But if he was captured, it stayed focused on cops versus cult. That's also a very interesting idea. It could be like, you know, the final act changes based on what you actually did in the game. David Bowie from Omicron is going to show up any minute now. I forgot David Bowie is fucking in there. Oh my god, man. That game is so cursed. It's so incredibly cursed.
Trying to shut you down. So Lucas says, oh yeah? Well, watch me do this. Whatcha? Hey Lucas, it's me, your new and improved girlfriend. Come this way. Okay. Hey Lucas.
Did he break that wall by ramming the child into it? I think the child.
AI projection. Plot. They brought you to shut you down. So Lucas says, "Oh yeah, well, watch me do this."
Let's watch this again.
Yes.
Her legs are fucking shattered, Lucas. She's a normal human being. She's not a superhuman like you. I get it. He ran with his like shoulder into it, but also with her fucking kneecaps straight into a brick wall. What the fuck?
Hey Lucas, it's me, your new and improved girlfriend. Come this way. Okay. Hey Lucas, it's me, Rasta Man.
Also wanted to talk about this. There is a movie coming out, or it already came out, that I cannot say because I'm not black. The movie is called The Society of Magical, you know, the word I don't feel comfortable saying on a live stream, right? And it focuses on the idea that there was, in Hollywood, there was this fucking weird obsession with magical black people, usually homeless or like hermits, right? And the black person would show up in the movie and talk to the protagonist and grant him knowledge he desperately needed or a secret power or something. David Cage has magical black people in almost all of his video games. It's either magical black people or they are like wise homeless people. There is always like some kind of a scene where a homeless minority departs with sage knowledge, and I don't know why he is so fucking obsessed with that. Detroit is, I think, the only one that didn't have that plot point at all. Such a wasted opportunity of a modern capability with gaming that this level of craziness isn't. In stuff like Beyond Two Souls or Detroit Become Human, imagine seeing this shit, it would be hilarious. Oh, Beyond Two Souls has some things that are worse than this, I think. Okay, worse in a different context, because Detroit Beyond Two Souls doesn't get this crazy. But fucking William Dafoe, you talking him into suicide, and then he immediately is like talking to you from afterlife with his fucking family under his arm, telling you, "Hey, yo, Jody, killing myself was the best decision I have ever made. Thank you for talking me into literal suicide that reunited me with my family." And I was just fucking looking at the screen going, Bah? So Beyond Two Souls has some shit too, man, but it's not this though.
Yeah. Come down into the sewers with me. We can play Sewer Shark. I think the AI might figure this one out, guys. But wait, there are what look like Soviet troopers, even though they're jumping out of NYPD helicopters, attacking the construct. Up, up, and away! Wahaha! Until next time. Back in the sewers, it turns out the vet.
I kind of forgot that Soviet-looking soldiers show up for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not sure. Nobody knows. Only David Cage. But there we go. Mystical homeless.
From earlier was a sleeper agent for an interdimensional organization known as the Invisibles that have existed since the dawn of time. And I have to wonder if this explanation is based on testimony from an actual homeless person. Well, he gives us two scoops of answers. The yellow AI construct is the Purple Clan, obviously. I think they sort of willed themselves into existence, and they're competing with the Orange Clan to get to the child so they can have the ultimate power. Problem is, the child has a low battery charge and she needs more chroma. But there are only 3 places it exists on Earth. But he has some extra in his pocket or something?
Where do we find this chroma source?
There are only 3 known to exist on the planet. We will take care of the child and give her a bit of chroma to help her hang on.
And the Oracle is using his murder powers to open up a doorway between Earth and Dimension X as kind of a radar ping test they do every 7 years to see if the Indigo child has been born yet. Oh, and the entire world is frozen over now, including all the oceans. They're rock solid ice, and this is happening because the Indigo child hasn't delivered her message yet. So the plan is to take her to the military base Lucas grew up at since there's more chroma there. Except if you recall, that looked like it was out in the middle of the desert. This clearly looks like it's out west. That's gotta be at least 1,500 miles from New York, huh? There's another sex scene, even though Lucas is still a walking corpse.
Yeah, clip those models into each other, David. They don't get your games like we do. Fuck yeah.
Corpse, and this convinces me David Cage is doing this on purpose. He's sitting behind you watching along saying, yeah, she's having sex with a dead guy and he's completely ice cold. Isn't that messed up? Huh? Huh? And I swear I did not skip critical scenes. You may as well be playing the game yourself. You're getting all the answers. So here we are at the abandoned military base that never got rid of the top secret artifact. There's a big quick-time showdown where we have a psychic battle with everyone, and depending on where you fail, we have 3 endings. First you fight the Oracle, have a psychic battle, then dunk him into Chroma.
There are actually 3 endings to this game? I thought there are 2. As I said, just like Twilight.
I guess that stops him. And I have to say, they nailed...
I have to believe you on your word, because I never watched entirety of Twilight. I've seen some of the first movie, I think.
The expression on his face. You can just see him saying, "Oh shit!" I think this actually might be one of my new favorite villain deaths. I don't have a top 10 or anything, but the villain from one of the Fast and Furious movies is another one of mine. After fighting him, you do the same thing again with the AI bot. Although I actually failed a QuickTime event and was shot in the chest. But that was fine. That didn't impact anything. And if you vanquish it, then the child whispers to you, and the world is reborn. And it's paradise on Earth, I guess. Even though Lucas has major...
Bro got reborn in the fucking Fable franchise. Basically, vampires are cold and dead, and that involves their equipment. Yes, that is a plot point. Holy fuck, for real?
Doubts about all of this. Literal first world problems, huh? If you lose to the AI construct, then it listens to the child, and the world keeps becoming colder, and mankind goes underground, and it's hunted by the machines. So it's sort of a cross between the Terminator and Quintet. And if you lose against the Oracle, he listens to the child, then poof, everything goes back to normal. I do find this kind of hilarious, that normal life is the scenario where we're all enslaved under the Orange Clan and they retain ultimate power. Yeah, that makes me wonder why they wanted the child so badly if they already controlled all of Earth. Is it a classic case of power-hungry people wanting more power just because it's there? It sounded like it was more than just wanting to maintain their existing power. Or did they want more power to conquer Dimension X or other realms? It was...
Being reborn in Fable truly is a fate worse than death. At least if morality is like it's presented in game, that is kinda true. I mean, going by Fable 3, going by what happens like with that franchise, it is a fate worse than death. Holy shit.
Wasn't to defeat the...
Also, Fable, I remember the world of Fable was really fucked up. Like, merchants couldn't make it from one town to another because there were fucking feral werewolves haunting the area. And for some reason, there are 2 towns in between the forest invaded by the fucking feral werewolves. Like, yeah, Fable world was a nightmare.
Purple Clan? They literally only discovered their existence a day or 2 ago. Yeah, that's the slap in the face. We never made it to Dimension X. This part at the beginning? This never happens. We never get to see this. The bugs? We never see the real deal. The only glimmer we get is that council meeting, and that looked pretty lame. Even the jungle cave was an in-between place. So the whole game teased Dimension X and doesn't deliver. Boo! And then we get some whiny rock in the credits while someone sings about his girlfriend leaving for Santa Monica.
I don't remember
I never talked
that
about
shit.
the music. It was unremarkable. I hated almost all the licensed music used. The score was competent enough, but almost nothing stood out.
Bro, just thought of the best idea. Imagine at the end when Lucas hears the child, the sanity meter thing goes beyond the limit as paradise happens. Yeah. Yeah, if they had a little bit of self-awareness, that would happen.
To me. Probably the best tracks were the character selection music and some of the suspense building themes. Everything else was kinda They also reused tracks way too much. I hope I never hear this track again. Damn, I guess we got some coal in our stocking this year. Or not coal, excuse me, chroma. Awards! Half and half. This game is half everything. Half serious, half ridiculous, half real, half unreal, half good adventure game, half garbage QuickTime mashing, half finished. There's obviously a chunk missing from the game after Lucas dies. Though that's not even the main problem. The problem is we were teased something great and then went to Stupid Town instead. Yeah, half stupid too. Put David Cage on a leash. When I see this, I see raw talent just thrashing around wildly with no rhyme or reason.
It's incredible that everybody who ever saw any David Cage game, they immediately think this. There is potential there for something really cool, but you need to keep this maniac on a leash. Every single person who has ever fucking said anything about David Cage games comes to that conclusion independently. Like, that's just such an universal truth of the universe. It's crazy.
This is not a bad game. It's a good game that got fed after midnight and turned into a monster. Now again, I'm in the dark on his other titles, so this is probably way outdated. But from what little I know, those don't sound as imaginative as Fahrenheit or Omicron. If so, that would be a shame. I want his imagination, but I want things more refined. Making the everyday man an undead cyborg ninja who has superpowers and is actually Jesus doesn't feel refined to me. Speaking of which, I took the story challenge mode on this game and didn't use outside help. And I think I finally passed it this time. Surprisingly, I think I figured out the why of almost everything. A few things I didn't get the answers to, but I did see a pattern. At some point, most of the answers devolve into nonsense. But if we just fill in David Cage, then it's all wrapped up nice and neatly.
Yep. What exactly happens? What exactly is happening in the game ending where Lucas wins? David Cage. Why did the Orange Clan want more power if they already control the Earth? David Cage. It's
And
David Cage, baby.
Kill accountants. They just crunch the numbers. They don't write the policies. That's the episode. Hope you have a good Christmas. I never know how to handle Christmas, which I think has been made quite clear. But hey, it had snow. I wasn't disappointed in the slightest on that front.
True.
So, yeah.
This game does have a lot of snow.
T-pose!
Oh, I didn't catch the T-pose. And yeah, that's Ross's game dungeon Fahrenheit / the Indigo Prophecy. Honestly, what the fuck were they thinking when they let David Cage cook? Also, one comment on the video put it best. The plot of this game is basically this ancient conspiracy who picks people very rarely to be murdered or murder puppets. Pick the one guy dunked in chroma by pure chance. David Cage would say something about the gravity of the chroma brings the being from the other dimension together, the destiny intertwined. I am French, I like smelling my own farts. I'm gonna go abuse some fucking pencil pushers, huh? Put that woman in a shower. Let me see. And that's what he would say to you 100% if you brought that up to him. Do you think he even fucking remembers making this game? I'm genuinely curious. Like, I'm sure Kojima remembers all of his projects, but I wonder if David Cage remembers this, whatever this was. Oh man. I would like to not gonna lie, it would be so funny if Lucas was the Indigo child and those flashbacks actually had a purpose, like future Lucas forgot what he learned in the past by enlightenment and has to hear himself. That would actually lean into that wuxia influence way more, because enlightenment and stuff like that and past lives, so maybe it would fit the story as sort of like a weird mashup between Western and Eastern cultures. But that's an idea too interesting for a David Cage game, so to me it's crazy that he went from Omicron to this, and then he went from this to Heavy Rain. That is fucking insanity. Like the quality just went from down here to like here, and then it went up here. Like those 3 games in a row were so good. Like the progression was so great between those 3 games. I am pretty sure people noticed Cage because like I know a lot of people actually played this. This was somewhat of a known game, somewhat. But then Heavy Rain was so fucking popular, everybody talked about it when it came out. And I'm pretty sure like just the raw popularity of Heavy Rain and also the quality jump from this to Heavy Rain catapulted David Cage into the position he's in today, where he's like considered one of the great fucking video game directors, which is it's a joke in my opinion, but everybody is entitled to their own opinion. And of course I would like to thank the good people on YouTube and people who are watching this replay later for supporting the channel and sticking by me. And we on this with a stream we'll move on to the next reaction probably. And so let me see actually what's happening in the comments. That scene where the main character started doing backflips and using telekinesis has to be one of the biggest jumping the shark moments I have seen in a while. It's like swapping to a Spider-Man game mid through LA Noire. That is so true. That is so based. I am subscribed to... Oh, I'm not subscribed to Accursed Farms. As someone who sleeps in my boxers in 20 Fahrenheit weather with the window open and one blanket, currently lives in New York and feels neutral when I'm at 100%, this game is pretty on the mark. Nice. Beware, all your actions will have consequences for the story. Ending is exclusively decided by a choice made literally at the very end. Yep. When Ross got to the attack of the furniture sequence, all I could hear was Wooly yelling, "Get ready." Yup. This is... This is one of the hypest fucking things I have ever seen on YouTube, is two best friends actually playing through this section.
That just boots us there.
Yeah.
Is this where everything fucking...
No!
It's
not! It's not, Matt.
Damn it.
Don't spoil it.
Lucas is so cool.
People are playing for the draw. People are watching.
Get ready!
Are you guys pumped? No!
Fail it!
Dodge them all!
Everything!
No, I will die!
Do it!
I want to see it.
Alright, we got bottles!
You'll just have to restart it.
I'll
Bottles,
what you got?
I know,
what
I'm
you
not
got?
doing this multiple times.
How many bottles? It was a 6-pack. Yo, let's go!
This is
shit.
This is the moment that Wooly has been waiting for his entire life.
Yo, we got boxes, son.
I found it.
Oh shit! Jump over the boxes. Yo, let's go.
Every single
sick matrix
individual item in his house is attacking.
Yeah, no, literally everything.
Okay. Yo, that chair. That was IKEA. That was expensive, man.
Those IKEA cancels.
Wooly, we need more height.
Yo, I fucking spent so much money on these chairs at IKEA. Now I gotta dodge them. Oh shit!
You have to dodge all the whole table now.
Table.
That's the whole table.
It had an umlaut in its name. I couldn't pronounce it.
It's getting its revenge on you.
All the cabinets. All the cabinets.
Individually.
My wine glasses.
One by one.
My breadsticks.
Clipping through the walls. Tower crouch. Tower crouching. It's all good.
No, seriously, guys. Every single asset in the entire space.
Well, your fridge didn't fall.
The couch is a grappler.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
The couch has 720s. Yo, watch out. Watch out. Here we go.
Siberian
What's
couch
next?
Sky.
The phone! Oh, shit! No, not the tables!
Oh
No!
Fight it! Fight the boxes!
I'm gonna fight the boxes for gas!
All of them are gonna fall on you.
It's totally like the evil, don't you see?
The evil AI monster?
The evil dead.
No!
Oh! Not my boxes in the deck!
I need my dick to fight the boxes.
They're giving off so much evil, can't you tell?
If you know what I'm saying.
All this evil fart gas.
Man, this scene's gonna be a bitch to mix the sound on.
The other 3 boxes, yo, they're gonna be different. You thought the first 3 were sick? You don't know nothing about the
Frame traps, shit!
And it's so long! This scene is so long for no reason.
You got this. Let's
Look,
go,
the
Pat.
fart gas is coming from the paintings.
Oh, fuck. Yo, the paintings.
No, not
yo.
the paintings.
It's getting real.
Oh,
it's getting real.
Oh, Tiffany gave me those.
Van Gogh? What? Rembrandt? Oh,
Van
shit,
Gogh,
yo.
more like Van Gogh out of here. Fuck you.
Oh, not the plants.
The magic plant. Oh, the plant holder.
And now the holder. Oh, not the vase.
Not the face.
No, the ceiling.
Now the architecture attacks me.
Oh, I forgot about the second chair. I would have made it if it weren't for the second chair.
Now the rest of the apartment is just gone.
Oh, God. You gotta make it.
Oh, it's just gone. No, I can do it. I'm super strong.
Fight the furniture, Pat. Fight for the furniture.
Fight for the future of the furniture.
Not the... What? The ceiling.
The architecture.
How is the ceiling fan not spinning and being like a dangerous blade thing you gotta dodge?
How is the evil just not super butthurt?
Every
each one of these
DVD.
objects.
Every DVD.
Your entire collection.
This is kind of a de-escalation from the entire fucking ceiling was coming for him and now it's just the books.
Berserk Volume 1, not Berserk Volume 2, not Berserk Volume 3!
I trusted you!
Every one of your EPO DVDs flying out at you.
All your
What do you got?
Blacks just shooting out.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Not that many volumes.
Dude, it's that ghetto projection TV you used to have.
Oh, fuck. What about Inuyasha? What if Inuyasha attacks us?
The apartment's like your resistance is only making me harder.
The apartment's like I literally ran
No!
out. Oh, no.
No, wait! It ain't done! It ain't over till it's over!
It's time
It ain't over till it's over!
Time and space!
It's Indigo prophecy, baby! Let's go! Let's go!
Now it's a real badge!
We got fans! We got walls and shit!
No, we don't got walls, Wooly!
Oh, it's gone.
It's the
walls are
ground, yo!
gone.
The ground! You gotta make it! You gotta make it, Lucas!
I gotta get it out to that magic
Just run to the
balcony.
floating door! That's also not leading to nothing!
Oh, I did it!
Oh, you're so safe now! Good job, guy! What?
Oh, no, now I'm just standing in time and space.
Oh no, it's Hoodie
Oh, no, it's Hoodie Man.
I threw everything you had at you! And now...
Oh no, look, I'm dead.
You know what? I think your entire apartment fighting you is a failure of the game designer.
Yeah.
I gotta fucking pee.
Oh, bye, Wooly!
I have to say, when people say David Cage is so fucking good and his games are so fucking deep and the meaning, the Frenchness, he's so good. He's just like Kojima, but he's not Japanese, so you don't give him the same slack, even though Kojima also does outrageous shit. When people say that stuff, all I think about is this. This is literally playing on in my mind on fucking repeat while people are telling me how good of a game designer and director David Cage is, man. I'm just reliving the apartment, but all of the fucking furniture is replaced with intrusive thoughts about what can I say to them or do to them in that situation, man. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. I think this is the perfect summary. You know what? I'm gonna include this in the video too. This is the perfect summary of this entire game. And to all the people watching later on YouTube, now I would like to thank you for joining me. And this video will end right here, and I will see you in the next one. And for our good people on the stream supporting, all you good people watching on stream, yeah, we will be moving on to... Okay, so we got this off the list, and I guess we will start the Total War Warhammer 2 DLCs by MandaloreGaming. Oh man, that fucking Fahrenheit, Jesus Christ, man. I can't believe it's real and people are genuine fans of David Cage. Gotta refill my Pepsi, and we will Whoop, forgot to mute. I am back in action. And we will be getting on this Total War Warhammer 2, the Warden and the Paunch review, which is the first one. In a second, I just gotta look through my phone. And it was a really good call because I need to like quickly type out a fucking list of groceries for my GF, so really quick, just a second. There we go. Man, the beauty of being a fucking adult, am I right? Jesus, now you have to sit here and like go. Did I check if we're running out of this and that and that? Well, we'll find out when we get there, I suppose. Not the most pleasant way to find out, mind you. So. We get back on stream to you guys so I can see the chat like really handily right here on the side. There we go. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm watching like all the Mandalore DLC things. So first up we have Total War Warhammer 2, the Warden and the Paunch review by MandaloreGaming. I will get through like 1 or 2 of these, I think, like right now on stream. Maybe get through all of them. There are 3 DLC videos from what I've seen and that he uploaded. And then we'll move on to something else. So, not much of an intro. Total War Warhammer 2 seemed like a very impressive game. I am very curious about actually trying it out. So, yeah, let's just dive into it. The Warden and the Paunch. I wonder what race does this. What race this is about. That's cool.
Well, it finally happened. Instead of talking about something 5 or 20...
I still have playback speed at double the rate.
Well, it finally happened. Instead of talking about something 5 or 20 years after it's out, I'm talking about something early. Luckily, the last video gave me some official legitimacy. So I have a review copy for the new DLC. I'll talk about the free stuff they added in too, because why not? This will be the last of Warhammer for a while because I have a lot more to do. Okay, let's get into it. In surprise good news, the nuclear bloom for Warhammer 1 characters is gone. This had been a problem since launch, so I figured it would never go away at this point. They're definitely not fixed up completely, but someone's working on it now. Okay, there's more big ticket stuff. Last time I briefly mentioned the hellscape that was the Greenskin campaign. You'll be happy to know that they're fixed up completely now. The Green Tide has come and they've morphed into a very scary faction. So what all happened? The old nonsensical tech tree has been thrown into the garbage with the Beastmen. Now we're in the future. The future of big thinking. No units are restricted by tech anymore. All the Greenskin stuff is fast to research now. Instead, some technology is gated off by money, but it's near instant. So you're rewarded by smashing things up and getting more money, but there's more. Other tech is restricted by a new resource called scrap. These are the swords, armor, and heroin needles that orcs find after combat. There are a few ways to get more, but most involve violence. Once again encouraging non-consensual property alterations. Scrap also has a more fun use. With it, you can choose between troop upgrades. Each unit can only get 1. This allows you to further customize and specialize an army, and there are all kinds of things to upgrade. A few will depend on your legendary lord, so this makes the Greenskin armies even more different. But wait, we're not done yet. All Greenskins now have a WoW army ability, and it's based off their legendary lord as well. This means that your lord goes, and the boys fight harder for a brief time. That might not...
Oh my fucking god, that's great. That's the quality of life any orc needs in a video game featuring an orc faction.
Have been the right sound. You can reuse it too, as long as you keep the fighting going. Once again, different lords can give different bonuses. However, there's still the campaign WoW as well. Remember the awkward fightiness mechanic? The one that rewarded you with a WoW army that would just follow your main army around like a little brother? This was also reworked, more like remade. It's now a meter across the entire faction. The more ruckus you cause, the better the reward. When it's filled up, you can then target an enemy capital for the big WoW. This is dedicated to either Mork or Gork. Mork or Gork? Cunningly brutal or brutally cunning? Whatever you pick, you have 20 turns to burn down or occupy the enemy capital. And you're not alone because you still get the bonus army, but now attached to your army directly. It'll slowly fill up. How many units are in it depends on how big and strong the original army was. The kinds of units depend on your lord, like Wurzag getting a bunch of savage orcs in his, but also where you are. If your WoW is near a volcano, you might start collecting lava troops. Yeah, there are new kinds of troops to use. Some are strange variations that only the AI could use before, but now you get them. Others are brand new to the game, and I do want to emphasize that we're still in the free part. All the Greenskins get these guys. They have a lot of useful abilities, but...
That's a crazy attention to, like, fucking civilization would never. They would completely lock this behind a fucking paywall DLC.
Even if you don't get any
100%.
special units in your wall army, you still have 40 troops to use in battle. That's massive and not easy for everyone to control. Fortunately, the AI can now control your reinforcement armies, and this doesn't just go for the wall armies, but for every faction. So you're free to just sit back while the expendables go and soften up the enemy.
Give me a second. I really wanna refresh the chat real quick for myself, because I'm not sure if something happened or what. Why is this window so fucked up for me? What the hell? Okay, there we go.
For your main forces. So now there's no downside to just throwing orcs at the enemy until they die. Did I mention every single army you have gets the wall army? Like, across the faction? That is a biblical amount of green.
Oh,
Success has a lot of rewards to it. You'll get scrap and special new units to recruit. The grand prize is a trophy that buffs up the whole faction. The deadlier the enemy, the bigger the trophy. You're finally rewarded for sending elves and scalies to the fiery pits of hell. All the greenskin lords have been reworked, and each of their armies now has the potential to be
So they are now like a win more army. So the faster you steamroll, the better they get.
Absolutely horrifying in combat. Good old Azag has taken a move. Now he starts up north with his own faction, Red Eye Mount. It's okay, I can do it. Last time I complained Grimgor wasn't big and scary enough, and that was taken literally. He's been drinking his milk, or maybe racehorse roids. He's been given many new abilities and can reliably murder enemy lords now. So Grimgor is finally the big mean orc he should have been. Back in the campaign map, there's been a bit of remixing in the Badlands. Some visuals were reworked, they added new locations like the Marshes of Madness with vampires and new Skaven to fight to break things up. Carrick 8 Peaks has 10 slots, making it a better prize. Relatively minor stuff, but very effective. They even gave orcs the Norscan Confederation mechanic, which I always thought was very orky anyways. If you crump the big orc, you get all his stuff. That's how things should work. There's even more minor things I could touch on, but you get the idea. This is mission accomplished. A month or so ago I absolutely hated playing greenskins, but this time around it was kind of hard to pull away from them. That said, I do still see some minor issues. The scrap mechanic is very welcome. It would be nice if it was given as a reward for some of the older quest battles as well, or some random missions in general. The lava spiders are neat, but I do wish the platforms and goblins on top of them were a different texture. Like the platform could be metallic or a charred black color. I don't know, it just looks a bit off to me.
Kinda true. Just a fucking wooden floor, wooden beams on a giant literal lava spider.
I have some fire kobolds on there, which are just orange patchy goblins. I don't know, it's been a while. I don't know, I don't think this was canon. I don't think this is canon at all, but orange goblins will be fun. The new units are nice, but if you're hoping for some lower end stuff, well, you might be disappointed. I mean things like spear orc boys, or forest goblins, or black orcs with shields. I know stuff like that was fun for theming on the tabletop. I was hoping black orcs might have a switch weapon around button. I can't say I truly feel their absence playing the game though. They have a solid roster, especially if you add in the new DLC units, which I'll talk about very soon. Plus, there have always been tons of mods for these kinds of units, since they are fairly simple to make. I can only guess they didn't want the roster getting too redundant. There was also a leak showing what appears to be a black orc big boss. I'd bet near anything that he's coming with the Skulls for the Skull Thrones event that Steam puts out every year. Maybe he'll bring friends, I have no idea. Nitpicks aside, like I said, mission accomplished. This was all free, and the High Elves got some reworked stuff too. Some mounts for characters and a small influence change. Oh yeah, they added Emmerich too. He's home alone down near the Dragon Isles trying to, well, tame dragons. You can work with them for bonuses, or try to challenge them to get them into your army. There are a lot of dragons to catch. That's my review. I should probably get to the DLC, huh?
We'll show them pointy ears! We'll show them all! His immensity, his enormity, as we...
This trailer is actually so hype. What the fuck? This doesn't look like a quality of a, you know, real-time strategy trailer. Holy.
This is a game that has always been full of weird premises, so I'm impressed they took such a strange rivalry and made it immediately digestible. You have Elf Dark Knight era Batman and a Morton Joe Goblin. So we'll start with Grom the Paunch, the biggest goblin of all. His mission is to burn down Everest, where High Elf Batman, Eltharion the Grim, lives. Luckily for everyone, he doesn't participate in the Vortex campaign. So without it, what are Grom's special campaign mechanics? Well, he's a goddamn chef.
Yo. Okay. I did not expect cooking mechanics, but you know what? This somehow makes me want to play the game more now that there are cooking mechanics in the game.
Grom is a big boy and a big eater. He once ate raw troll meat, which regenerated inside his stomach, causing him to eat more to try and digest it faster, and well, it all ballooned up from there. So while you're doing normal campaign stuff, you're also cooking with Grom. Actually, cooking with Grom is mandatory for victory. Gathering ingredients requires accomplishing multiple campaign and battle objectives. Kill a dragon for a dragon tail, you get the idea. You can also get more ingredients and recipe slots by pleasing the food merchant, who appears randomly on the campaign map from time to time. You're always in the hunt to find new ingredients to start cooking with, but you can't go crazy experimenting at first because a recipe also requires scrap to cook something up. So the campaign is like shooting man to get into a Cracker Barrel, over and over and over again.
Time for a snack.
I'd kill for those tenders. If it sounds stupid, it is, but it's also the best greenskin campaign. Maybe one of the best in the game. Grom's cooking can change things up dramatically, and you can change the way you play the game at the drop of a hat. You carefully customize recipes and discover secret ones, like the ingredient that makes all of your arrows explosive. You bet that's going to change how you use your Night Goblin archers. It gives you a lot to play around with, and it's fun finding all the new ingredients. Centaur milk. Sweet boy he was. That is remarkably foul. I mean, my god, look at this pizza from hell, it has pineapples on it. It's a great campaign. You get to raid the elves and not play the Vortex. In Mortal Empires, you start off in Bretonnia. That lets you bully the peasantry from day one. Wouldn't you rather be here than out east? Being chased by some Imperial named Valmir van von Volkvan? Of course you would. Great campaign. I do have one issue with it though. The Spider Lair should also buff Ragnaroks. Yeah, that's it. I'll hold off for Eltharion for talking about the final battle, but for now I want to get to the unit roster. I do have an issue there. The Rogue Idols are the big centerpiece unit and have some of the coolest animations in the game. It's the Will of Orc gods made manifest, meaning it's a big rock that smashes things. You know how Atlantis has those stone guardians that protect the ancient sunken city of wonders? Well, Rogue Idols are kind of like that, but they protect a neighborhood where you got your hubcaps stolen. They are absurdly slow, but monstrously tanky. The more damage they take, the more violent they get. They can even smash down city walls. They're just that strong. There are 3 variants of Snotling pump wagons, 4 including the Regiment of Renown.
I wonder if they actually reworked the siege mechanics. Give me a second, I'm actually, in the meantime... In the meantime of watching this video and streaming, I'm just putting in some food into the oven, you know.
These are your fast-moving, wildly unpredictable charging units. They can punch far above their weight with the right positioning and throw units all over if that doesn't work. They're another solid addition to the roster and a blast to play with. Also just fun to watch doing their thing. On the troll side of things, a River Troll Hag hero was added. She's also good, as it's useful to have a tanky Lore of Deathcaster around. Now normally I never recruit trolls when playing greenskins, but they added 2 more that are worth your time. I adore the River Troll models. They look like gremlins who did that one thing they did in Space Jam. They smell so horrible that they debuff enemy units, and they're great fighters in water. They don't run away nearly as often as normal trolls either, so they'll stay in the line a good while. Stone trolls are the tanky cousin and can take an absolute beating in melee or from ranged weapons. Their stone skin protects them, but they still regenerate. They're a useful unit, but the look of them is disappointing. River Trolls have a fantastic look based off the tabletop design. Same story for the trolls in vanilla. Of course, they're tweaked around to be less exaggerated like most units in the game are, but unfortunately the stone trolls are just the regular trolls with a reskin. They don't even need a brand new model because in the original, just the head is a bit different. They could have made something really cool out of this. If this was one of the free units they added, I probably wouldn't have minded it too much. As one of the paid DLC units, it does leave a little more to be desired. They don't have a Regiment of Renown variant either, so maybe they were going to be free. I don't know. Still, if you do like the greenskins, I'd say this DLC is a must-have. The campaign is fun, and all the units are solid. Grom isn't only just serving up healthy recipes, he's also serving up smiles.
Where's the trigger?
Yep, Fun Police is here. Hey, can someone turn that down? I can barely hear what's happening. Have you heard the rumors about Eltharion? I have, and I don't know much about him, actually. He defended his city once from Grom and beat the tar out of him, but now Grom's back to do it again. I joke about him being Batman and the game starts him off right next to Superman, so I don't know what to tell you. I'll try to hold it in. Eltharion's campaign goal is defending the city of Tor of Res. The greenskins are already relentless, and there are plenty of other evil creatures out to burn it to the ground. The city is unlike any in the world with its core of special units and defenses. It can spread a mist that harms its enemies and helps its allies. The whole campaign goal is getting the city to the last level of defense and then defending it against Grom. Special defenses have a special mechanic. Eltharion has access to a hidden cave that he uses to watch over the city. Repairing and upgrading it unlocks more of the special Mistwalker troop types and gives you other special abilities as well. This is all upgraded through a special supply resource. You can get it from some missions and also in a new, very interesting way. Murdering green people. But not just that. In battle, his army has a special cage ability. It heavily debuffs an enemy lord for a while, and if he dies under this effect, he doesn't really die, he gets captured. From here you can indoctrinate them and they'll give bonuses with an enemy faction. At the same time you could forego that and just execute them outright. Either way, you'll get some supplies. Later you can look into enhanced interrogation, which will let your missed units outright copy an enemy's special ability in battle. You don't always have to lord snipe either, since when the enemy's running away, you can try to capture them then. I'd usually try to snipe anyways, for the fun of it. Now you may have already noticed this, but the question then becomes, what about auto-resolve? Well, there's a chance to capture a prisoner in that, but it's not very high because I did auto-resolve a few silly battles and there was only one time I captured a prisoner. He wasn't even good enough for my dungeon. It is cool seeing the city get restored on the campaign map. The mechanics give you a great sense of reawakening a long-lost power and order. If you want, you can just stand the donut and turtle it out forever, but you don't have to. Capturing certain settlements across the ocean will give you constant supply income, so you do have some reasons to go adventuring, at least in theory. Grom will attack in 150 turns. I maxed out the defenses around 50-ish. I was excited when I saw the cave, but there's not much to it. You repair a building, upgrade it once, and you're done with it. And honestly, the rewards it gives are really minor. Compared to all the options Grom gives you, there's really not a lot there, because yeah, the Mist is cool, but that's really about it. While the Mist units play very differently, they all look very similar, so not very exciting on that front either. To make matters worse, their combat roles aren't too much different than the regular roster. There are exceptions, just not many. There's more strangeness. If you capture a legendary lord, there's nothing special about it. What's bad is if you capture them, you don't get the trait for defeating them in combat, because you didn't defeat them, you captured them, if that makes any sense. There would be times I'd capture a prisoner, say a beastman lord, check the prison, and no one's in there. Maybe the guards forgot about him. Things feel a little bit off, and there seems to be an issue with the pacing. It seems like the cave buildings should have at least like 3 levels and give something more substantial. At the same time, it feels like you need more defenses to reach max city level. You can at least trigger the Grom battle early. At bare minimum, maybe a shorter timer and a harder campaign difficulty can make it more frantic and challenging. A desperate rush to prepare for Grom. What they give now is way too generous. Then again, a short timer would mean having to fight these small battles. You know, to capture the prisoner. Maybe there can be an upgrade for auto-resolve chance? I don't know. I might be making it sound bad, but it's not, it's just kind of dry. Some of the Lord packs for 2 felt like one faction had a lot more time put into it, and this one feels like that for Grom. The new units are in that same kind of strange, okay place. Having Mage Lords is nifty. That's about it. You have Rangers as a new starting game unit, and you have some mid-tier Spearmen as well. I didn't use them that often, but that could be attributed to a greater
enemy spiders.
Supply line problem, which I'm not going to get into. In retrospect, it's also hard distinguishing them from the Mist units because there were so many of them. The new stuff kind of blended together. On the memorable side, the Arcane Phoenix is gorgeous. I really enjoy using its ability.
Yeah, holy fuck, that looks so good.
That's pretty cool. The Lions, Ligers, and Chariots are also a lot of fun. Essentially you have super war dogs and some very dangerous flankers. Plus, it is a fact that ancient Romans loved seeing people devoured by lions, and we patterned governments off them, so they must know something. Once again, everything is okay, but kind of understandable for 2 reasons. The first is most of the really useful and memorable High Elf units are already in the game. There's that flying one, but I'm not even going to post a picture of it because I hate it. So if you're going to have Grom in the game, you have to have his rival, which means you need some High Elf units. The second I would guess would be budget. This isn't the first time we've seen something like this. Remember that DLC where the Lizardmen got the biggest unit in the game by far? And then 2 of the Empire units were just like archers? Yeah. When I see how gigantic and gorgeous the idols are, then watch one hurricane a rock into the stratosphere, I think I know where the Mareware money went. Sure, it is only $8 or $9, but times are hard right now. So if you have no plans to play Grom, only want High Elf content, and money is tight, yeah, you can hold off on getting this one for now. You can still play Imric's campaign. That's free and it's pretty fun from what I've played. If you're interested in Grom or Orcs, then get it because you won't be disappointed. He's a likable character.
Get out of Grom's way, mountains!
Honestly, they're both pretty likable.
The smallest chamber is mine.
I'm going to end this by talking about the final battle because there's a lot I find interesting about it on both sides. It indicates where the game might be going. Because the final fight is a siege battle, and to their credit, it's really engaging. The siege map is big. It may only be one wall, but there's a lot of city layout behind it. In both campaigns, most of my fighting was inside the city. It still took effort to get in. There were magical traps outside the walls and inside the streets, so there was a threat to the attackers beyond just whatever the towers were shooting out. Rogue idols could smash on the walls, but there was also a new army ability called a Doom Diver team. This was also able to hit defenders on the wall and also punch a hole into it. This got me thinking about sieges in general and my endless nightmare of towers and rams. Instead of just building towers and rams, what if you could also build an ability like this? You know, preparing uses of some kind of special attack. Yeah, walls came down sooner, but there was a lot of fighting among those points. You had to adjust people on the wall and move troops through the streets to intercept. The attacker had army abilities. The defender did too, but also traps they had set. It made the fight exciting and unpredictable for both sides, and pretty challenging too. Actually having ways to get inside more efficiently...
That's... Holy fuck, this game looks... I'm not sure how sieges are right now, but that looks so fucking fun to play. Oh my god.
Move around and fight made it so much more enjoyable. This gives me a lot of hope for where sieges might end up one day. Really,
yeah,
there's a lot put in that has
joke.
interesting potential. How about the wall army stacking mechanic? Maybe Skaven could have special slave slots there. Then menace from below could become like a purely defensive siege option, or maybe something only in Skaven territory. Then fighting those dirty rats outside their home would be less of a nightmare, but I don't want to go crazy theory crafting. So overall, a great patch, a great DLC if you're into orcs, and an okay DLC if you like the high elves. So that's enough Warhammer for now. There are 2 mech games coming up, so I'll see you then.
Stench of their dung piles.
I'm just gonna skip ahead and see if there's something going on.
I'll see you next time. My dogs are hungry.
Okay. So yeah, very straightforward video. I expected a little more somehow, but maybe that's because the first video was just my introduction to Total War Warhammer, like at all, and the second, and I know he has a video about Total War Warhammer 3 that is also very long. And yeah, this was kind of like short and sweet. Honestly, I am super fucking impressed by the free updates to all of the units. Like I said, Civilization would never, man. So yeah, let's just go straight into the next one, which is the Twisted and the Twilight, which seems to be a Skaven expansion and probably something else. So yeah, look forward to that in a second. I gotta check out on the food to not burn it and stuff, so be right back, guys. Okay, and I am here. And we can continue with the Total War Warhammer 2. Come on, what's with that? Fucking, why did that disconnect me? That's weird. We're back with the Total War Warhammer 2, the Twisted and the Twilight review by MandaloreGaming. This one is a little bit longer. Yeah, the last one was 18 minutes, this is 25, so this is definitely longer. So yeah, let's just get into that. What the fuck is happening with that rad? That's a big rad, by the way.
Well, it's that time again. A new Warhammer 2 DLC is on the way, and I was given early access to it. However, this time things will be a little more complicated, because last time the DLC reworked and focused on the Greenskins, a Warhammer 1 faction, along with the Elves kind of. But this time we have the Skaven, who are now on their third Lord pack, and the rival and big rework is focused around the Wood Elves, which are a DLC faction for Warhammer 1. It was easy before. If you own Warhammer 1, you can go back and play the new stuff in the big map. But now we have a chart to look at. This is the official chart, and it's bad. It's unnecessarily unclear. And this won't be the last time I talk about bad clarity.
Classic.
So here's my professional MS Paint update. You don't need to own the DLC for the free hero character, that's for everybody. There's also another free hero character which is free with an asterisk because, alright, you know what? Forget the chart, let me talk about what's new and scale up from there. Just keep in mind that I have been given no patch notes. So I could be off or miss some things, but I'm trying my best over here. Okay, quality of life stuff. Some old bugs are fixed, some old ones are still around, and the lighting remains a coin flip. The good news is things appear to be more stable this time around. When I was playing the Grim and the Grom, the campaign was blatantly breaking in front of me, which I told people about, and that turned out to be a sign of a lot more being broken. There was nothing to that level in any of the new campaigns. It could be the extra time this DLC took was QAing stuff, but I don't know. Whatever the reason, it's nice to see, and it'll probably be touched up a bit more on release day. However, I do still have a personal book of grudges. Easy fight, easy life, and... What? What? How far is he gonna go? They added trackable damage to see how truly effective units are in combat. You can finally abandon settlements you don't want. This will make confederations more manageable, and it brings us one step closer to region trading. Speaking of regions, Mortal Empires has some new ones. A part of the Darklands have been added, giving a brand new vertical passageway. There's a few more factions to encounter and some hints for things to come. Also, if you play as Tretch from Clan Rictus, you have an undercity out in Crookback Mountain, meaning you can now take down the other Clan Rictus. It's better than nothing. They give nice faction bonuses too. Oh right, the Chaos Invasion can be tweaked or turned off. Another good addition. As for battle shakeup, wizards are no longer afraid to nuke themselves. There's no minimum cast range anymore, so you can just drop a meteor on yourself if you want. There have also been changes to unit mass, which I don't have exact numbers for, but infantry can target monsters better, and footlords won't be getting shanked and knocked down city every day. Now the most concerning change is how ranged weapons now work in trees. Currently, when a missile is fired, it can phase through anything for about 1.5 seconds. The idea is that this would be at the edge of a tree line. I get the concept. In real life, a soldier wouldn't fire his weapon directly into a tree from that close. Well, unless they're a stupid, smelly rat. My concern is that some projectiles fire way faster than others. You know, compare a Giselle round to something like an arrow. Additionally, it seems like that there should be factions that are given more leeway, say like the Wood Elves. Also weapons that should not have it at all, like artillery. For a brief, terrifying time, the artillery had this ability, but it looks like they iterated that out. At least I sure hope they did. Hiding in the woods already gave you some extra protection against ranged. This change will increase that advantage more, and I do see it as a positive. Emphasis on terrain nuances is a good direction to go in because Total War has been there before. I'm still waiting on weather effects to make a proper comeback. The thing is, this change being on artillery would mean that counter-artillery would be screwed. You can't just blow up the trees and destroy their cover. Yet, because that'd be cool actually. It is possible as a bug or an oversight, but if that was a design decision, then I don't know what the thought process was. The way difficulty buffs the AI in Melee already pushes the meta very far towards range. Something like shield effectiveness going up would make sense to me. Seeing early players fire cannons through tree trunks really worries me. Okay, on to more fun stuff. Everybody gets the Skaven Chieftain as a free hero. He's a fun addition. He buffs units around him, but when he takes too much damage, he starts buffing himself instead. Very Skaven. It's official that all the rat heroes do not fit in one window.
Typical rat mentality.
anymore. They're doing fine, so enough of rats for now. Instead, let's get into the Wood Elf rework. It's a dramatic one, so buckle up. See, before the Wood Elves thrived by being aggressive expansionists, which is the exact opposite of what they should have been doing, sitting in their trees and getting mad at trespassers. They also had units, buildings, and lots of technology restricted by an amber resource. This has been completely overhauled. Amber is rare
I remember.
and good for technology only, and they're powerful tech, so you do spend them carefully. As expected from Wood Elves, your main objective is to heal a big tree. In the DLC it's the Witchwood, in Mortal Empires it's still the Oak of Ages. The health bar is its own separate thing, it's not tied to a settlement level like it was before. This goes for all magical forest settlements. There are a lot more of those now, so I'll try to make it less confusing. Some people have heated, emotional arguments over whether or not Huckleberry Finn is a high fantasy setting, because Jim has a magic hairball in it. I don't want to be there. None of you should be there. So here it goes. So from here on out, the special campaign winning tree is called the Big Tree. The settlements that help but aren't the main objective will be called Fancy Trees. The Witchwood in the DLC is a big tree, but in Mortal Empires the Oak of Ages is bigger. So using basic big tree logic, we now know the Oak is the big tree, and the Witchwood is demoted to Fancy Tree. This has been a long year. Anyway, healing any tree takes time. Naturally, the big tree just takes longer. You can create a building to heal it, but it'll be slow. Also, the settlement and recruitment buildings don't need growth, but the rest of them do. It's similar to a horde, but the buildings are powerful, they just take a long time to grow. The most ideal way to grow and heal your forest is by being a Jason Voorhees park ranger. The settlements around your trees are called heathlands. They support and help your tree, but only after being pacified. So controlled by you or an ally, or burned to the ground. If you do control it, you can make an outpost building like before, but it'll mainly affect adjacent provinces. So you can help grow your main tree for structures, remove corruption, etc. So for every turn one of them is pacified, it adds 1 health to the tree's bar. But some neighbors will really hate seeing that. This makes policing the area around your tree a constant goal. The more a forest heals, the more bonuses it unlocks, but there are additional challenges along the way. The more a tree is healed, the more the health will decline per turn. Control more of the park to stay above it. Sometimes regional enemies will spawn to invade a forest. Except unlike the stupid Vortex ones, there's a timer, and you can see where they're coming from, and ambush their army before it's at full strength. So they shake things up, but you have preparation time. The element stays as extra park ranger engagement instead of being annoying. On top of that, you have region-specific forest dilemmas. They'll also drag your health down by 1 unless you make a choice. Sometimes.
Okay, so for now, this makes more sense than fucking Treebeard got so mad at Frenchman that he's willing to fucking team up with Chaos to burn the world down. You know, this sounds more like 3 elves.
Sometimes they're internal, but most of the time they revolve around dealing with your neighbors. These can have significant diplomatic effects and can lead to unlikely alliances. In one, I could help Dark Elves kill their escaping Greenskin slaves, or help the Greenskins in a much harder battle. So I helped the Green guys kill their ex-masters and one named Sporkticus. Okay, that's fun. Well, he waged guerrilla warfare against the Dark Elves for the rest of the campaign. How about teaming up with pirates to get some artillery support for a while? I'm sure I haven't seen all of them yet, but they're fun and they add a lot of replayability. Now, when you fully heal a tree, you have to initiate a ritual and then protect it for 10 turns, which, you know, a lot of invasions pop up then. But if you complete it, you get a whole bunch of rewards, including Amber. You can then build a unique structure there if you want to, and more health goes towards the big tree. So managing fancy trees sounds fun, but they're just so far away. Well, starting off, you can teleport 1 army between the trees every 10 turns, but this can get lower. Taking a faraway tree just means deep striking some elves, angry trees, and whatever else directly on top of it. Or maybe you're just traveling for an event to help heal the tree. Remember, the health is separate from the settlement. Your tree settlement can be burned to the ground, but the health will stay. Not like before, where it just meant that you had wasted a whole lot of turns. This is an outstanding system, because now instead of an aggressive faction, the Wood Elves play tall. At the same time, the teleporting and all the events mean they don't have the usual drawbacks of playing tall in a strategy game. You're not forced to fight the same enemy in the same area over and over again. Hop across the world. Tell strange, new creatures to get the hell off your lawn. When the big tree final ritual is ready, you fight off a few armies, then a final battle, and then you're good to go. You could quit with a win or conquer the world since you have good rewards for it. Even minor features from before are made more impactful, like the offices. They're different for each lord, like in the case of Orion, they make his wild hunt event actually matter a little more. It's a fantastic overhaul. I enjoyed playing them in battle before, but the campaign was a mess. Not anymore. Now when Boss Nass calls you up to talk shit, you can teleport right into his stupid tree. Say that to my face and not on the web. I can say they're good now, and this comes from a place of not really caring or even liking the Wood Elves. With that in mind, I was surprised to see that they added a choice for people just like me. This is Drycha. She has some pretty good ideas. While Durthu is unhappy with the elves, Drycha is actively out to murder them. She can only get some of their units and they're under an effect called glamour. They're basically magically brainwashed into thinking they're serving their queen and not a deranged tree spirit. Their combat skills are weaker, but now all elves are expendable. Perfect. To make up for this, Drycha can recruit forest spirits. Stuff like manticores or spiders or wolves. Anything that goes with the theme, nature is very angry. Angry about elves. Her tech tree is altered, focusing on trees and forest spirits, and all of her tree units have frenzy and are pure evil, with a very nice color scheme to match that, because every tree spirit is malevolent, including the lords and heroes. The regulars can be upgraded with aspects, which is just the greenskin scrap system, but it's nice. Durthu gets it too. However, Drycha's angriest tree is Coadil. He's a legendary hero, a tree elder like Durthu, and you release him through a quest battle. You break waystones in it, and breaking any object is pretty unusual for a quest battle. Once you smash enough elves, he is a powerful asset. He buffs trees like you'd expect, but also has a mix of lore of beasts and dark magic, which is definitely different. His stats and abilities are absolutely, properly unique. That said, while I love his color scheme, I do find the model disappointing. I guess knowing his backstory, I would have liked something more ancient and twisted, instead of just a tree man, and how come it's not an ancient tree man at that? Oh well. I also noticed a lot of little things that other races could benefit from in the future. For example, Drycha can get a different post-battle option specifically for fighting wood elves. Having stuff like this for rival races would be great. She has an upgradable spell to summon dryads, eventually becomes like a menace from below kind of thing. But before that, she has a skill to stop summons from degrading. I know Kemmler had that for Krell, but wow, that should definitely be spread around more. The patch and DLC have a lot of new ideas for skills, and we do need those. As it is, going full battle or full campaign on a hero will max it out well before the level cap is met. God help us if they raise it. There are still some little things that stick out to me. You know, Emmerich has an actual horn blowing animation and sound, but then Orion is...
Oh.
But before transitioning into the DLC...
Yeah, that is a little bit awkward. Holy.
See, there's also a Glade Captain hero. They have cool mount-based skills and are anti-large. If you have any Wood Elf content, you get them. If you own Realm of the Wood Elves, you have everything I just talked about. Drycha's not with the new DLC. So with her campaign being so different and interesting, the sisters step it up by... Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, that's enough Wood Elves for now. Let's go to Skaven for a bit.
Throt, master mutator of Clan Mulder. How he yearns to be free of his unnatural, undying hunger. Ariel's pulped remains would be a certain remedy.
So Throt the Unclean is out to devour the Wood Elf Queen because he thinks that her flesh will cure his insatiable hunger. Alright, I'm in. Throt is one of the higher-ups of Clan Mulder. Their specialty is mutation and other unethical experiments. They mainly do this to their own clan, but sometimes they'll go on a snatching trip. The Wood Elves and their forest friends are no exception, so they certainly hate Skaven.
Oh hey, speaking of Jerma, that's the big rat.
So this campaign is just about their newest conflict. They'll keep happening. In Vortex, Throt is out to stop the Queen's ritual. He starts off invading Nagaron so that he can get into the Witchwood. You can kind of see him back there. This is a timed campaign. You need to take down special Wood Elf settlements to weaken Queen Ariel, and then defeat her in a final battle. With each destroyed, the timer is extended, and you can fight her after taking down 3. At the same time, electing to destroy more will weaken her further. Whether it's reducing ward save, her units, or her special effects, it'll tell you. It's a better time mechanic than the Grom invasion last time around, but I don't have too much to say on it. It's fine. The final battle's fun, it has some back and forth dialogue, some twists, and an objective that's not just kill the enemy army. It does have charm, but nothing really worth spoiling to talk about. I guess it indicates that 3 could have better quest battles? As for his general campaign mechanics, they're a very different story. When his armies win in combat, they earn a new resource called Growth Juice. It can also be earned from a few other things like creating buildings, and it's all tracked in a handy meter up there. That's the growth vat. When it fills, you can dump it or let it keep going. Whenever you do, you'll get some units, and more powerful ones will come if you wait. Once the Molder Mice are all fleshed away, they're ready to recruit. They can be brought to the front lines instantly in their own special recruitment tab, so similar to the Raise Dead mechanic with extra steps. Dumping the vats also gives you a new resource called Mutagen. This is where things get interesting. In his laboratory, Throt can spend this to mutate individual units. There's a tab for both infantry and monsters. By applying the lower tier mutations, you'll eventually unlock the higher tier ones. You can't stack the same upgrade on the same unit, so you have to experiment.
If not work, me eat thing.
You can turn units into glass cannons, create cloaking hell pit abominations. Hell, turn it undead too, why not? It's easy and it's fun. Take a living thing's life and click I'm feeling lucky on it.
That's a big like skill tree for us individual unit type. That is fucking huge for an individual unit. and like I assume he can upgrade a bunch of different units then. Damn, that is a lot mechanics tied to a single DLC. That's cool.
Go portions of chromosomes right into their DNA. Things can get out of hand, but some units are lucky. The more the better, right? There is some RNG here. See, the more you mutate a unit, the more likely something will go wrong if you mutate it again. From there, it gets a little bit unstable. At basic instability, they'll get hurt down to about 75% health, but that's the price you pay when you want something to shoot warp lightning out of its skin. Of course, if a unit becomes unstable, you can recycle it for growth juice. So there's an opportunity to get a tiny rebate back on your investment. Or keep mutating it. They get more unstable, but they're good at fighting when they're alive. Eventually, this will reach a silly critical mass. You are now silly for not recycling the unit, but if you bring it to a fight, it was never supposed to live long. You dump out more monsters and you keep experimenting. There's always a new kind of mutant super soldier to aim for and cook up. In fact, the lab itself can be upgraded after dumping the vats a few times. What if the slaves from the vat dumps all had random augmentations, but you can't recycle them anymore? Well, say hello to the super slaves. Some even come bundled with the instability cancer. Free shipping. This is a great, engaging mechanic. It's always on your mind when you play. I was sad but understood why Skaven artillery couldn't just malfunction and explode like the tabletop, but augmenting a monster army with a chance of them degenerating or exploding is very in that spirit. It's a blast to mess with because there is some crazy stuff in this lab. It makes me wish the Ikit lab had something more like that. Right now it's the press button to win faction, it'll likely stay that way. That said, Clan Molder is very melee focused. Combine that with a new chieftain, an engineer should really be a range boy now. Oh yeah, and 2 different specimen collector skills, but well, that's weird. His Mortal Empire start is even more fun, so really I have nothing bad to say about the campaign mechanics here. So how about the new units? The main theme is fast-moving monsters, and it's nothing too crazy. Wolf Rats have the same fast flanking role as War Dogs, but they have some armor piercing or some poison. Brood Horrors are also quick as hell, but they can stay in the fight longer and dish out more damage. If that wasn't enough, they're also a mount option for several characters. That alone means I'll be seeing them around a lot when I play Skaven. They're good, but a rat casting on top of them is even better. The Mutant Rat Ogres are infantry munchers, but I didn't end up using them all that much. Their armor piercing could be good, but with mutations I usually found other...
Okay, I need to run down real quick and go help my wifey with the groceries, so be right back, boys. And I'm back. How the hell did I get more viewers while I was away, man? There are literally more people here than when I left. That's fucking crazy.
Units to use. And they're not the Rat Ogre. Gorch is a legendary hero and he earns that title. He looks like he's escaped out of a 40k game and he brings a whole lot of buffs to himself.
Yeah, holy fuck, that's one cool ass design. Jesus Christ.
For his army. His defense may be a little weak, but he is an infantry lawnmower. He has the brain of a Norscan berserker shoved into a rat ogre. I was worried they'd make him a big, dumb, slobbering monster when he shouldn't be, like poor old Throg. But no, he has great lines.
I serve vermin. I revere corn.
So Gorch steals the show, but there's still a little more. Throg himself is a joy of a character and an excellent monster murderer. His anti-large can go sky high because he's basically bloat max bear mode. That'll happen when you spend all day wrangling homunculi down in Hell Pit. He also summons rat ogres, so goodbye backline.
Meat flesh, get in my gut. Sorry. I'm so hungry.
The Packmaster hero is essentially Mini-Throt. He helps the good monsters and beats up the bad ones. He has some locked off skill options and summons wolf rats wherever he wants. It's not a huge roster shakeup or anything. It makes a melee monster army viable instead of just handicapping yourself. So all is well and good except for one thing.
I wanna see... Okay. Just wanted to see if the audio levels are good.
Readability, aka the unit cards. This is something I would have brought up in the last video for the Warden and the Paunch, except they were still updating art assets when I was playing it during the early build. This is the final Blacktooth. This is what he looked like before. So when I saw these cards with the low resolution and the negative space up the top, I thought, oh, these have to be placeholder. Especially since some like the Idol and Ranger looked fine. I legitimately thought they were a tweaked screenshot like in a model viewer or something they put a filter over. But no, that's how things are now. The muted space and negative colors are already a bad idea. But now let's put banners, augmentation levels, the filter for instability on top of it, and I can't tell what they are anymore. Unless I mouse over it, which kind of defeats the point. Can you guess which one of these is a DLC unit? It really shouldn't be that way. Also, the front-facing perspective most of these have is just bizarre. Look how pronounced the weapons are in the regular cards. This guy in the middle here, that's a spear unit with a shield.
Oh, that matters. Okay. Holy fuck.
Here's the unit so you know I'm not making it up. Why would you profile a spear unit from the front where the spear is shortened down and it doesn't look like a spear anymore? The card right next to it is doing so much better. Also, intensifying colors or motion or images in the background of the cards indicated a higher quality unit typically. The Lightning Bolt Dwarf in the middle is likely more of a threat than the one on the left in a similar pose, but without the intense background. Having a void conveys just that. Nothing. Here's the Chaos Hound and Poison Chaos Hound. Let's compare them to the new Wolf Rats. The bottom of the card is where icons would pop up. Why are they so far down there? And their profile is similar to the Brood Horror. In fact, it's almost identical. I'm not speaking as like a total war snob. I've played a lot of games, and I'm saying this is bad. There's already a mod one made before release, which is so much better. I can immediately tell Wolf Rats have a War Dog role because of their pose, everything's readable, it's great. I'm not sure why such a dramatic downgrade happened, but these are important. I'm not sure if it's a time or money issue or what, but it is not something to skimp on. So I really hope those get fixed, because I think their function is broken, and I think that because they were hard to read in a fight. Even with groups I had to mouse over near every time. But enough of rats and mice, let's go back to the Wood Elves.
The weave here is dangerously out of balance.
Yet there is much prey. Glorious.
This is no game, sister. We must prepare for Ariel's arrival.
Surprise cat, yeah, he does love to leave little surprises.
In both Vortex and Mortal Empires, the sisters have the goal of growing the big tree, then winning a final battle. I talked about that already. Yeah, oh, I talked about most of this part earlier. Okay, so let's go right for their special mechanic. The sisters themselves are a neat lord choice, two characters both sharing a mount. In battle, they're essentially a giant flying eagle claw, so they're strong, can change their target focus type, and are incredibly mobile. After a quest, you can unlock their dragon mount and summon the mount you're not using.
He's coming back around. Watch this. He will for sure stand near the camera. He always stands there, like to block the view. What are the chances of that? He knows. He somehow understands the concept of getting in the fucking way of the camera. Move! Pretzel! He's such a negative IQ individual. 0 thought speed. Pretzel! He doesn't want to... Oh my god, he's fighting back so hard. He doesn't want to get off the table. Jesus Christ. Oh man. I love that creature. But it's so stupid. Like, not a one thought has occurred behind those eyes, you know?
In combat, so summon dragon or summon bird. The whole faction's focus is on buffing flying units, including giving Hawk Riders a volley of Kurnos. Some heroes get an arrow of Kurnos ability. This is a cruise missile. Even when I wasn't using the new roster, it is a different playstyle. I'd rarely use flying units when I did play Wood Elf, so this was different. As for the campaign ability, oh boy. The sisters have the Forge of Daith. To sum it up, Grandpa gives them 4 magical items. After winning a battle in between 2 turns, the item can be upgraded. Either a good permanent buff or a powerful temporary buff. Then it reverts back to the first form. Every 10 turns, he'll offer you a new item choice. You can choose the type of item, but you won't know what it is. Additionally, a skill can improve the timing of all of this by a little bit. You upgrade powerful items, get more, upgrade them again, get more, and eventually you'll perfect an item. You don't actually choose what to upgrade, a blind man decides for you. So perfecting an item you like might be where things change. Because the next time the item is picked, the options become buff it for a while and start completely over, or do nothing. I actually moused over that because I thought it could be vigor or something, but no. It's just a legs icon because you're leaving. I started to realize the more items I got, the less chance I had to actually upgrade something I was interested in. Because number 1 uncle decides for me. So if I had an item I didn't want to reset like casualty replenishment, it would keep coming up again and again and I'd just click leave. With the turn timer so short, this means this will constantly be happening. He'll eventually start running out of stuff, but then he'll just offer a quick army buff and that's it. Which is fine, it's better than nothing. There are some cool items for the battles, but in campaign it starts bouncing between annoying and frustrating. There are 2 main reasons for this. The first is the interface. To start off with, High Elf players will recognize this screen. It's basically the Invocation of Vol right, except for the worse. The Invocation of Vol lets you mouse over and tells you what you get. Hiding it gives you no expectations. If you say, I want my lord to do more damage, picking a weapon won't necessarily do that. A talisman could give you weapon strength, a weapon could just bound a spell on you. Unique items by their nature in the game don't have any consistency, which is fine. The most you can pick from this is which lord has an empty slot to fill. The choice keeps popping up, and the chance of it offering something you want get less and less as the game goes on. Events are already a blur in the late game, and this does not help at all. Using the Dilemma event interface for this was a bad idea. So why isn't there a proper Forge menu? Imagine if the Flesh Lab kept popping up at you telling you to mutate something. It's difficult to visualize. Let's reverse that. Imagine the Forge item layout being kind of similar to the laboratory, the mutant part up here. It'd be bigger, of course, there are already more kinds of Daith weapons right now, but you could see an upgrade tree, maybe side grades, or the stuff that takes you back to the beginning. Have the Forge visits be more spaced apart to make it more special, instead of every other turn if you're fighting. Maybe have some RNG like tell Daith to do whatever, but you could come back sooner. Maybe have set bonuses, or the twins can equip.
Hey, I finally get electricity. No fucking way. Holy fuck, what's happening to my... What's happening to my fucking webcam, man? I just got nuked by the sun. Jesus. Okay, it's going away for some... This looks like I'm getting fucking nuked! What? Why did it go away when I moved? What's happening? Is the sun moving around? Yeah, close it. Okay, there we go. Don't worry, boys. The blast door is protecting me from the nuclear blast. We're safe in here with our Warhammer Total War. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was about to say, there is no... Stas, did you seriously lose internet connection? Like at the... complete beginning of the stream. I mean electricity. That's some shit timing, man. Damn, that's unlucky. Well, the replay is always there. I leave the replays. I will try to add the timestamps for when like each video and each pause is happening in the each video and each pause happens in the stream for anybody who like wants to catch something up or was just curious about one video. I will try, but like I said, YouTube sometimes doesn't give you timestamps. So if you guys are interested, always check my descriptions because they might be there but not show up here as chapters, right? Mandalore is a huge channel. He gets billions is a vast overstatement. He gets millions of views, so YouTube will gladly give him timestamps, but they are, for some reason, they are very picky with them. I don't understand it. Oh shit, sounds like some kind of accident. Well, luckily, at least, you know, nothing happened to you. Okay, back to the funny wood elf people.
An extra item or two because they're two characters. It's a solid idea on paper, but like other DLCs and the Lord packs that suffer this kind of problem, it's an iteration or two away from being good. Remember when Ikit Claw got his lab and nuclear weapons, campaign-only units? Tahenowin got a sacrificial pyramid that could have had exclusive units. Instead, he got regiments of renown that other lizards can recruit normally, so it effectively gimped him. It would have been nice if they came back later to give him unique units, but they didn't. Instead, Ikit's lab got even more stuff. So at this point, I think the Skaven are actually cursed. They were horrible at release, but things have really swung in their favor now. The Wood Elf rework is fantastic, but the Forge by itself is not good. And it's frustrating because it's not too far away from being good. Flesh it out a tiny bit more and add a proper way to interact with it. If that were the case, I would call the pack balanced. But this against the lab, I don't think so. The effects are powerful, but engaging with it isn't interesting. Okay, new roster stuff. The Wood Elf units are more specialized than the Skaven ones, but they open up some interesting options. You have the Blade Singers, which are chaff munchers. They have armor piercing, but also an ability that lets them do more base damage by lowering it, so they can easily click between that to adapt. The Zotes and their Fushigi balls are magic lizards. They're anti-large, but they can hold their own in combat with just about anything. Their bound healing and defense spells also means they're a great support unit, so careful use of them can turn some engagements around. The Stag Knights are a downright majestic charger. Their speed and charge bonus gives them insane impact. They can't stay in a fight long and like no shot cavalry should be...
Okay, that charge animation looked beautiful.
Constantly maneuvering and cycle charging, but these guys might be the best at cycle charging now. Out of all the new units, these were second only to Gorch in terms of fun factor. There's a new lord in the form of the Spellweaver. It's a nice option for people who want a cheaper caster lord who's also not a tree man. On the legendary hero front, we have Queen Ariel. I don't know what her lore is, but she's the queen. She's not the casting terror that Croak is, but she's up there. She has tons of spells right from the get-go and can wipe out formations with ease. A bit of a magic nuker, but also a healer. Overall, I think the Wood Elves got more interesting units as far as playstyle goes. The Skaven stuff is useful, but not as diverse as all this. So they got a slightly better deal here, but the Forge is still out there. And that's it. As far as recommendations go, this is tricky. Realm of the Wood Elves is pretty damn good now. If you already own this, you're probably in for a good time. Thrott's editions are great. If you're a Skaven player, I'd say go for it if you haven't already. But if you only have Warhammer 2 and only want Wood Elves, I don't think it's worth it. You won't get nearly the amount of content that Mortal Empires has. Growing one big tree with only 3 fancy trees just isn't as diverse. For Mortal Empires, you can teleport, so their start position doesn't matter. You'd get it only for the new units and to confederate the new cool characters. Yet, I've always seen Wood Elves as angry trees and dickish archers. The roster already felt pretty damn complete before, so they're fun additions, but if you only have Warhammer 1 and 2, just get the old Wood Elves pack. And there is yet another DLC on the way, and hopefully it's the last one. Frankly, I'm too tired to bull rush into speculating because this was very short notice. So come back next time for an atmospheric shooter. Well, sort of. Game for players ever. Don't know, maybe there's something there. Biggest bug. If you capture Pig Bar Starters the Empire, they gave me an in-game follower. This was really nice of them, but you can't actually equip it because it's bugged out.
Oh. Lemma. And yeah, that's the Skaven and Woodwelves DLC, and we will finish it off with Silence and the Fury review, which is 21 minutes. Okay, so yeah, we can squeeze it in there easily. Silence and the Fury, I'm assuming Chaos and some kind of lizard on the left. But I from what Mandalore said, Chaos really needed like a rework, so Chaos really needed a rework because there were some like big problems with their playstyle. So I'm assuming this is about Chaos.
It's the final DLC for Warhammer 2, God willing. Now they did add in a lot to talk about, probably more than most people expected, but there's also been a patch since the last DLC video I made. It wasn't worth its own video, but it's worth pointing out the two major features here, especially because one was a major complaint of mine. The weirdly implemented forge mechanic for the sisters now has a proper interface. Actually, it's the exact kind of menu I wanted. The effects and values even got tweaked to make it more worthwhile as well, so good on them for properly fixing that. They also added Rakarth as a legendary lord for the Dark Elves. He's even voiced by Mr. 20 Good Men from that one fantasy show. You know, the one that was called, Lena Headey was in it?
You are doomed, human. You simply do not accept it yet.
Merlin?
2 nights ago you slept with a woman.
He sounds exactly the same as in the show. What the fuck? I wonder if this was like post season 7 disaster. Because if this was like pre the disastrous times, they probably paid like a bunch. They probably had to pay handsomely for that.
Lena Headey was in it?
You are doomed, human. You simply do not accept it yet.
Merlin?
2 nights ago you slept with a woman. Her mother was the Lady of Grain. Your mother!
Oh, shit. Let's move on to the new free stuff. My other big complaint in the last DLC video was the unit cards. Muted colors, lots of negative space, just really hard to read. They fixed that too. Art from that pack and the one before it has now been replaced. They're vibrant, convey more, and are significantly easier to read while playing the game. Again, I'm very happy to see this. The auto-resolve bar is now just auto-resolve. It now directly shows the battle outcome along with what units will be wiped completely, so no more surprise vanishing artillery. Now, does the auto-resolve appear to have improved any? Well, no. But it means being surprised by dumb results far less often. There are other minor new UI changes, but nothing worth talking about here. Ogre mercenaries have been added, 5 different units and available to be hired by any faction. This was a huge surprise, and I did have some worries about it. I mean, this is a very asymmetrical game. Balanced incorrectly in mercenary forces could be a huge issue. From what I've played, that thankfully doesn't seem to be the case. The ogre camps only appear rarely and in zones of frequent conflict. From there you can send an army into the camp to hire a tribe, but you can only choose to hire a small amount of units. From there you hire them into your army like a regiment of renown, but they are pricey, so you won't have stacks of them in the early game. The rare spawns means the AI won't have them too often either, which is good because they perform absurdly well. These guys are excellent in filling the gaps in a roster's weakness. Dwarfs can go from having no cavalry to some of the scariest in the game. All of their units are incredibly formidable and they're a welcome addition, but why are they here? Well, I can think of 2 good reasons to add them now. For one, it's a good way to experiment with the mercenary system. Mercenaries have been in Total War forever and on the tabletop forever, so it is good to test and tune the waters before letting slip the dogs of war. Of course, I might personally prefer a weird Roman LARPer faction in the Southern Realms, but that does make sense. It's also very clear that the Ogre Kingdoms are likely to be the pre-order race for Warhammer 3. You might have been there at 2's launch to remember Norska, or even a year after 2's launch. I don't trust them to merge a race in last second again, and I don't think they trust themselves either. That's a lot of information you have to merge. What you're getting now is a free sample. Add in some rare Wrecking Ball units into Warhammer 2, then announce the Kingdoms as a free race if you pre-order. Now the players think of those dangerous mercenary units, but a whole army of them. If that's what's happening, it's a pretty good idea. All that said, my one disappointment here is that some factions don't have the option to challenge the ogres. You can only walk away from them. The game already has points of interest at sea where you can fight for treasures. This could have been a good opportunity for testing something like that on land. But again, this was already way more than I was expecting, so I can't complain too much. Moving on from ogres, a lot of legendary lords had their skills reworked. For example, Throg can unlock special unit banners and resurrecting trolls. Quite a few were reworked, and I can't go through all of them, but it mainly seemed to focus on leaders who had fallen behind. Okay, let's move on to the race rework.
The wicked flee before me. Master Rune Lord of Karakazol.
Right, the dwarf rework. Including Thoric Ironbrow as a free new leader. So what changed here? Their tech tree got reworked here and there, and this spices up their roster in some new ways. For example, allowing all of your gyrocopter and bomber units to fire while moving. Heroes and lords have had their skills significantly tweaked in some cases. An engineer can replenish ammo and skill into either being a sniper or a shotgunner. However, the biggest changes come from the new grudge, rune, and forging systems. Each dwarf leader now starts with a special list of legendary grudges, giving you some extra objectives to fulfill. So if you're playing as the white dwarf, you
Man, the fucking dwarves and the Book of Grudges has to be like one of the best dwarven concepts in any fantasy. I love it, and I love that they use this like lore object as such a important gameplay mechanic. This game is such a win for people who love that franchise. God damn. I wonder how... I think Warhammer 3 was a little bit controversial from what I remember. I am really curious about that now.
Finally have a special reason to go beat up the Dark Elves. The Grudge meter has more tiers to it. It has room for a lot more grudges, which is good because there are plenty of new types. If the meter does get out of control, it has a new effect with Slayers. The more grudges you have, the more angry dwarfs get, so the more willing they are to become a slayer. They now show up in your Regiment of Renown pool. The worse things get, the more likely they show up. Get more problems, get more vertically challenged problem solvers. Now, the rewards for these grudges can sometimes include runes. You can also get them through an expanded forging system, and there are tons of them. Dwarf characters now have special new slots and additional regular slots to make up for it. You can customize their specialties to a level unlike any of the other factions. These aren't limited to just characters either, as there are special new ones you can put on units. You could create a batch of runes that turn your catapults into explosive catapults. This gives you a lot of room to experiment with customizing an army. This by itself already adds a ton of flavor, but there's more. Dwarf rune magic has also been completely overhauled. Appropriately, it still doesn't tap into Winds of Magic, but where it is on the UI and how you actually cast it, that's all very similar. Instead of worrying about the sky magic pools, you just worry about cooldowns. Ability-wise, the dwarfs did play a little more statically before, which I thought was appropriate for them, but this new system is a lot more engaging. Being able to overcast runes or time map wide abilities definitely gives you more to think about. It's a fantastic overhaul and not one I was really expecting. This brings me to Thoric. On the Vortex map, they've added him into the increasingly chaotic Lustria Bowl. It would have been funny if they did that in Mortal Empires as well, but instead they threw him down in Carrick Zorn. That's understandable since Mortal Empire's Lustria is ridiculously crowded, but his Vortex jungle start is a lot of fun. When the trees start speaking Queekish, the whole jungle comes down. The change in scenery is a welcome refresh from fighting orcs non-stop in the early game. The start position alone has a lot going for it, but Thoric does have some quirks of his own.
This game is so beautiful. I cannot get over the fact that this is a fucking real-time strategy, man. Just look at this fucking scene. Holy shit. Like, this looks better than... this looks better than fucking... What was it? Mountain Blade. Jesus Christ. The best part of the Book of Grudges is that even when you fix all of the grudges in a campaign, some dwarves will complain about not having enough things to complain about. Fucking based dwarves. Man, they are literally me.
Position alone has a lot going for it, but Thoric does have some quirks of his own. He's an especially conservative and traditional dwarf, which is like saying this is especially wet soup. Him seeing new warfare technology is like an old man seeing a PDF file. He gets that it's useful, but he doesn't understand it, so he hates it. The game reflects this by having him buff up traditional weaponry like grudge and bolt throwers, along with quarrelers and warriors, whatever's proven to work. Except he makes grudge throwers into homing grudge throwers, and turns bolt throwers explosive. Keep in mind, this is before applying rune upgrades to them. Grandpa has no license, but boy is he gonna drive. In his campaign, he's searching for powerful artifacts. Reforging them gives you permanent faction-wide buffs. Massive resource increases, a punch ghost, a dinosaur. The only catch is the artifact parts are in marked cities which you'll need to smash down or take over.
Buy more, Grim.
Our artillery now has no equal.
The focus away from the ultra high-end units the dwarfs have make it a campaign worth playing, double so when it's free. So now I can start on the rework that people were actually expecting. The Beastmen were in a sorry state before, but they were also the first DLC for Game 1, so do owners of this get a special kind of edition like they did with Wood Elves? No. Maybe they realized the chart system was a nightmare. I guess you do get a Brave Shaman Lord for free, which is cool because they did need a Caster Lord, but if you buy the DLC, you also get one. It seems they're hoping owners will be happy with the rework and the changes they did to the lords in it, which do vary around. Kazrak makes his army poisonous and buffs Gores, but he still seems like the I'm learning how to play Beastmen Lord. Nothing wrong with that, but the other two ended up being much more interesting. Malagor is now a very scary caster, a flying one. His hybrid magic makes him versatile. Morgur now buffs Chaos Spawn even more. He gives them horrible regeneration, letting them resurrect units, and unlocks special unit banners, very similar to the new Throg. So an army of Chaos Mutants is much more viable under him now. He has gotten spookier off the battlefield as well. Just by raiding a region he'll cause attrition to all the armies in it, along with emanating a lot of pure unshowered chaos corruption. So the old guys were looked at and brought up to par. Would the old pack be more alluring if it had a new lord like Drycha? Sure. But then again, Morgur was already a free edition that came with the Wood Elves patch, so that could be how they justified it. I mean, no matter what, this DLC for DLC shit is tricky. Because on one hand, I will gladly take all the free new dwarf stuff over a new legendary lord for the Beastmen. I'll get more into why that is soon, so let's look at the rest of the rework. Horde armies have always been an issue in the game. It's fun to move around, but easy to screw up and lose. With the Beastmen, they've finally found a lot of solutions. The biggest one being, let's give up on the pure Horde thing. Instead, when you defeat a city, you can then designate it as being a Herd Stone. Because for Beastmen, a big shit rock is the most civilization you're allowed. It's a pit stop you can replenish and get armies out of. But more than that, where you put the Herd...
This game had a lot of work done on it, holy goddamn. Man, this game sure looks very interesting, but I suck at RTS. Those are honestly my thoughts exactly. But I'm assuming like I'm assuming this has like you know what, I probably shouldn't assume. Like, Civilization is a cool example of this. Civilization has so many, like, difficulty selections that even, like, a total noob can get in there, learn, and as you are learning, up the difficulty with each campaign. I wonder if this has something like this. But I'm honestly not sure. It does look like a lot of value for just buying one game. Looks like fucking insane value, man. Those developers went nuts in development. Holy shit. Oh, the supernova behind the window finally stopped, I see. Give me a second, guys. I will go back. Go back. What the fuck? Like it's my place or something. I will run to the bathroom real quick and continue this video. Man, that fucking Pepsi Max is really kicking the ass of my bladder today, huh? Hey yo, yeah boy, do be back. And we can continue.
Stone designates your hunting grounds. The few buildings you can make on a herd stone.
Hold on. I don't know why there's a slider here that always like reverts back down on my stream setup thing, and audio levels are there, and I always want to make sure that you guys can actually hear me and the video.
Either buff up your own forces or debuff the enemy.
And that slider jumps around like a fucking rabbit on cocaine for no reason.
Be a simple stat adjustment, or it could be a chance of plague. The point is that these marked blood grounds are your fun grounds. Not only will you be more effective fighting inside them, but there's a purpose to the marking. Enemies in the hunting grounds are marked for removal. As you do this, these point values build up on your herdstone. When you have enough points built up, you can conduct a ritual there. You don't have to do this as soon as it's ready. You could hunt around for more targets to build up a higher score. You can only do this ritual once per herdstone. You can't do take-backsies against chaos gods. Any ruin in these hunting grounds now belches out corruption and is uncolonizable until someone takes down your herdstone. So in a way you are empire building, but it's an actual empire of dirt. The stupid colonizing merry-go-round is no more. I can finally know peace. As for the points, they go towards your ruination meter. This paces out your progression in a few ways, like what units are available to you. Beastmen units are all free now. No upkeep, no nothing. You still need to make buildings to recruit them, and some units will have caps. You still need your money to create horde buildings and your herdstone buildings. Thankfully, you don't have the growth level tied to building whatever it was anymore. Growth only affects the main settlement building, which governs what you can build at that level. Your beast rage thing mainly just governs growth, so very simplified. That's a good thing too, because the beastmen have yet another currency. Along with your money, beastmen now also have dread, which is an ominous way of saying mischief points. Dread gets you all kinds of stuff. You can unlock new levels of herdstone upgrades, increase your unit capacity, gain or confederate a legendary lord. The list goes on, but it gives you a lot of options in how you play. You can unlock more armies to spread the pain around, or specialize in a scary doom stack. Even the new tech tree reinforces this idea, which is now made up of challenges. Go and ravage the map in a specific way, and certain technologies unlock. A special location might even have a special herdstone attached to it. So the act of picking out where you rampage to get extra bonuses has an additional layer of strategy to it. There's even more depth and ways these systems synergize with each other, but I think you get it. The Beastmen have gone from arguably the worst and most brainless campaign in the game to being one of the most engaging. When you get the hang of them, you could probably steamroll the map faster with them than any other race. I really have no complaints here. This is actually seeing some Midas Gold magic. It took 5 years, but the Beastmen are actually a blast now. They keep what's strong and fun about being a horde faction and got rid of a lot of stuff that didn't work. They added a whole bunch of new features, but with proper limitations. Sure, when the war machine gets going, you can grab everything, but the early and mid game is much more interesting and varied. Besides, when the ruination meter fills up, you're supposed to have your final battle then. A lot of attention was given to try and pace it out. Okay, so here's what the paid DLC brings to the BC Boys. Our rivalry for this pack is Torix the Brass Bull versus Oxiodal the Chameleon Skink. So the lizard was in the realms of chaos for a few thousand years, waging a one-person guerrilla war campaign against them. One person, one man, one chameleon, I don't know. His motivation is he wants to kill chaos. As for Torix,
Okay, that's good. Chaos is here. I can feel it. I need to kill chaos.
Of a Minotaur Teddy Roosevelt. Except Torix said the world is my safari, and I will kill any animal larger than a wristwatch. He was so good at this that Korn turned his skin into brass. He continues to murder Hobo to this day. The end. Besides buffing Minotaurs and a raid stance that lets him move a lot longer, his campaign gimmick is hilariously simple.
Oh, got disconnected from the chat. Okay, that's weird. It just randomly disconnected me. The stream is fine. Based Jack, I'm here to kill Chaos Garland. Yeah. Man, that scene from fucking... that scene... I haven't played the game, The Strangers of Paradise, but like people memed on that scene that it's so burned into my memory now, where somebody tells him something and he just goes, "That's bullshit," and then turns on some fucking rock song and walks away. What a giga chad. Holy unreal levels of based.
As he's trying to exterminate all life, possibly down to the tardigrades, he builds up momentum. As he builds this up, he'll go into 3 tiers of rampage. When you reach one, you choose a reward, and then eventually the whole thing resets. Like the other new mechanics, it encourages you to keep fighting to get more rewards. But when the first level is achieved, he can spend the momentum to reset his movement, and win a battle, which gives him more momentum. This guy is King Steamroll, a Mongolian horde of bulldozers. Speaking of Asia, I think this mechanic was used by Lu Bu in the Three Kingdoms Total War game. I actually can't remember. Was that a mechanic? Were there 3 kingdoms? What the hell was happening with that? Sure, it's a simple gimmick.
What the fuck? I am not deep into the lore of Total War, so I'm not sure. But yeah, now that he mentioned it, Total War is a giant ass fucking franchise, right? And I assume they are kinda made on the same engine somewhat. Borrowing unit mechanics and other things and like reskinning them and repurposing them for a game like this seems like a very good way to make additions to the game. Like I'm all for it. I'm a fucking Yakuza games fan, and those games like you reuse the entire fucking map for like 10 Yakuza games in a row. So, and I think they're smart for doing that. That's actually very fucking smart thing to do. So, yeah.
But it's very appropriate. This is why I'm not too heartbroken over not getting another Beast Lord. With how in-depth and good the rework was, to add anything onto it, it would have...
Strangers of Paradise's story is actually pretty good by Final Fantasy standards, but you shouldn't go in to laugh at the game instead of laughing with it. The end game gameplay goes surprisingly hard too. I heard that I do want to play Strangers of Paradise at some point. I heard that the gameplay goes harder than Final Fantasy 16 in some like cases, and that seems very interesting. Like I heard a lot of good things about the combat. So and it's like character action. What I heard is that it's kind of character actiony. Something like akin to Devil May Cry, and I'm always interested in a game with combat like that. So I will need to check it out. I'm a Final Fantasy fucking noob, man. So I'm like going out of order trying to learn about this franchise. The only Final Fantasy I have played nearly to completion is Final Fantasy X. I'm playing through it right now. I am struggling to reach the end of that game because that like combat near the end gets so repetitive. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's a very, very, very old game. So, and I have Final Fantasy 16 because it came with my PS5, and I definitely wanna do Strangers of Paradise 2. I think that's some kind of prequel to 1. And then probably go back to those classic ones. Like, so many people tell so many good things about old Final Fantasy games. There has to be something to it, and I need to find it out, for myself. Like, I missed out on that entire series in my childhood.
Have to be kind of small like this to gel into it. The rework combined with the momentum mechanic is awesome. If this is your first time with the Beastmen, you'll be in for a good ride. Though if you're trying to separate Torix's part out from the free rework into the paid part, then yeah, it would be underwhelming, but the money does fund the big free thing. Overall, it's a great campaign. As for their units, they finally got 2 big centerpiece monsters. Having only Cygors on launch for that was strange. Now they have the Jabber Slythe, an anti-infantry monster that causes madness. It's also constantly spraying out acid. In game, this means they have auras of damage, making them really good at dealing with infantry blobs. They're also
Final Fantasy X has a few roadblock bosses that really kicked my shit in a few years ago, as Strangers of Paradise is a prequel to 1, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I'm playing FF10 with a guide open, because that game is just straight up unfair with some of the fucking bosses. Like in the middle of it, I decided I probably won't finish this game. And I really like the story. I really like the characters. I really like the combat. But the some of the boss encounters were so fucking stupid. Especially that when you're on that mountain and you run into that really infamous boss. And if you don't have a bunch of this specific consumable, he will make your life a living hell. And I read ahead in a guide, and only that's why I was prepared. I hate stuff like that. That you need to basically know. And there are so many items you can't prepare for every possibility. But overall, like, Final Fantasy X has some of the best turn-based combat ever. It's just the bosses that are very annoying. But it's a very cool fucking game.
Also a joy to watch. They're so awful. They move like they're struggling to be alive, and they just kind of collide into the enemy army. Their attack animations can stretch out so far. I can't stress enough how really good they are at wiping infantry. The Gorgon is another wonderfully realized model. I think they're supposed to be anti-monster, but they're pretty good at fighting just about anything. It's so wonderfully detailed, plus cowbell. And other accessories.
That's so cool! I love this model, by the way. Very impressive.
The Tuskor Chariot seems like a whatever unit, but for some reason in my game they were super overperforming, especially being used as a mount like the new Wargore. Wait, that's not a Wargore, that's a Wargore. I don't mean they charge well, I mean they're sitting still and murdering everything. I was told it's a bug, but whether it'll be fixed day one or not is a mystery. Finally, you can have a proper Doom Bull Lord without using a mod. The Doom Bull buffs Minotaurs, and it punches real good. The beasts knock out of the park.
Oh man, that's
and
cool.
As for the lizard men, well, I do see some issues. Oxyodal's an assassin character. He's all about buffing up his skinks, and particularly chameleon skinks, to the point where they can all become invisible sniping rogues. He has no trespassing.
That sounds like a big problem to game's balance when you cannot see like your enemy.
Penalties and can learn to replenish in foreign territory. He unlocks special poison darts for his troops, and in battle he is a lot of fun. Using his specialties to their best require a lot of good maneuvering and flanking, because you'll lose stand-up fights not playing like an ambusher. I've got nothing bad to say here. On the campaign map he receives special missions. If he doesn't take care of them, the enemy will get stronger, he'll take penalties, and holy shit. This is gonna be Lizard XCOM. Oh, that's such a good idea. How it works is once per turn you can instantly travel to a special mission. It might be to sack a city or hunt down an army. As you do this, you unlock Silent Sanctums. These are hidden bases you can make under anyone's city, including your own. They don't recruit units, but they can affect the region and sometimes the entire province. Some examples are getting vision over an area, buffing your stats, getting extra replenishment, or giving enemies a chance to be ambushed by an AI patrol. You could soften up an area for invasion or build exceptionally tall with good defensive buffs. So how do these relate to Spec Ops assignments? Well, sometimes you might need to defend them like the Wood Elf missions added recently, but beyond that, nothing really proactive. You would think opening a sanctum in an area would open up responsibility for it, even if it's an entire continent. Instead, you get a few missions every 10 turns and their location is random. It's easy to manage at first because you're still learning the system. But as the campaign goes on, the threats become deadlier and the choice is more dire. You have to balance out where to intervene and weigh the drawbacks. Sadly, that never happens. The assignments are hilariously easy. There's no real time pressure and it's rare that the drawbacks matter. Something as simple as losing money doesn't come up too often. Oh no, an army 2 continents away will get +5 melee defense. Okay, how about a hard raided mission? Instead the enemy might get... oh. How about hunt the raiders who are sitting in the ocean? This is a good idea but made way too dumb easy. If anything, it's usually just free stuff for you and your army. And again, these take place in random locations. Building a sanctum doesn't go, okay, now you have new missions in this area, or say you've built this many sanctums so now more missions pop up. They seem to be completely unrelated. They help with painting the map, but they don't sync up with Lizard Operator stuff. It's bizarre because with someone like Lizard Moses, they had a hard campaign, but they didn't flesh out the mechanics to really support that. Here you have a formula for a much harder campaign, especially to contrast the Beastman one. It's the last DLC for a 4-year-old game, really 5-year-old game, and a direct prequel to a demon invasion in Warhammer 3. A difficult campaign at this stage would be welcome. What if an Oxyotl campaign made all Chaos forces aligned with each other? The drawbacks can have huge global consequences. You could actually be waging a secret war to save your unknowing neighbors. Imagine seeing the map being devoured and getting missions to choose what to save and what bonuses to get. It could be so much more engaging. Or at bare minimum, have Torx be a real rival. Endgame now, you get the final battle after completing a set number of random missions. At bare minimum, those two elements could relate to each other. If you don't beat this mission, he'll bring 3 more Gorgons, that kind of thing. Instead, the Brass Bowl frequently dies off screen about 30 turns into my campaigns. It is-
No fucking shot, man. No shot, your main rival gets fucking yoinked by somebody off screen.
It is more fun in Mortal Empires just because you can explore around the map more. It's only a huge shame because a great idea is here. It's just too disconnected and easy, or maybe it was something more but it got neutered down for the difficulty.
Had to call in an assist to roll down the blast doors because the nuclear threat is over.
Completed ideas feel like such a running theme for the Lizardmen DLCs, and this is no different here. This one only especially sucks because it could have been something very unique for the game. Instead, it feels like getting 2 unrelated features that aren't fully tuned out. Sanctums could be a cool limited thing tied to the missions, but instead they're everywhere. It is disappointing, and as far as rework stuff goes, there's not much to say. The tech tree was buffed a bit, Source removed into T2, and the geomantic web remains pretty dry. Once again though, their new units are pretty good. You have Chameleon Stalkers, which are decent melee fighters, but fire off a few shots before going into combat. They go a long way in making little lizard armies more viable, though outside of Oxyotl they can't really stand up to the Saurus Tide of Death. Troglodons are the new cool dinosaur. They can hold their own in a stand-up fight, but their real strength comes from their ranged attack. The Feral variant is
they definitely look cool. I support that.
Cool, but I suspect most people will see it with a new Skink Oracle hero, since he can never get off of it. Having a ranged, fast-moving monster caster is really something. It's definitely their best new unit this pack, which means it might get salamandered by the multiplayer cabal. God help us if your precious elves aren't perfect. Finally, you have the Coatl, which is a flying support casting monster. It gives units below its stock as well, so it's a weird one. I don't harp too much on liberties taken from the tabletop model, but this one is weird. It doesn't evoke the image of a flying snake, especially with a big beak on it. I have to wonder if they made some kind of Cathay model and then based this off of it. It also can't land, giving it these cool flying attack animations, but also a lot of jank. It looks bad when big monsters get stuck, but none look quite so bad as the Coatl. I'm not sure this is really a fixable bug, just more of a deeper warscape issue. But whatever's happening, it's bad. So as far as the DLC pack balance goes, not a whole ton of surprises. Blizzard's got cool new units and what feels like an unfinished campaign idea, and the Beastmen are running wild with victory. If you never played Beastmen, this is an easy recommend. If you like them and want the other lords, get Call of the Beastmen on a sale. It's still not worth the $20 unless you want to go back to Warhammer 1 and play their mini-campaign, I guess. If you're getting lizards, it's for the new lord and the units. The campaign feels like it needs work. Stability-wise, there are definitely some noticeable bugs and some crashes. Your mileage may vary. Looking ahead to Warhammer 3, I do feel worried about it if it comes out this year. Warhammer 2 has so many systems added by DLC like secret bases and plague and just stuff that desperately need proper unification and counters. I also hope those unit cards are placeholder, and I don't get why everyone in Kislev is getting a bear. Spreading the special cool thing to everyone makes it not special anymore. But whatever, I do hope it gets delayed. The Warhammer 2 launch was rough, and I'd rather not see that again. Thanks.
Okay, so probably that was the controversy. I think Warhammer 3 launch was rough. From what I remember, like I said, I will watch, not today, for sure. I will watch Mandalore's Warhammer 3 review. So he will inform me on everything, so I don't have to worry about that for now.
For watching. Come back next time for something, I guess. Command. A much better for the other time. You'll see it. What's the first meme you remember seeing? Probably this. Okay, that's it for now.
Oh, no post-credit scene. Yo. I didn't follow the game that well, but Total War Warhammer 3 is still in a not great state, if I remember correctly. as far as I know. Damn, that's rough, especially since Warhammer 2 seems very fucking good. So yeah, and those are all the Warhammer 2 DLCs by Mandalore. I don't know if I'm gonna bundle up this like into a single video or whatever, but yeah, people watching later on YouTube, I will see you as always in the next one. And for people who are with me on the stream, we will be moving on to something else, since there's normally I would end the stream by now, but there are a few people here, and you know, since you are already here, we might as well do something, right? I wanna see the comments first. Man, I'm sorry, did Warhammer 3 come out like in fucking 2021? Warhammer 3. Total War Warhammer 3 initial release date February 17th of 2023, so damn, after like nearly 2 years it's still not in a good state. Holy fuck. I definitely gotta see that Warhammer 3 review like later down the line to see what happened. I love how the image of a dwarf on a throne carried by other dwarves is an enduring one across multiple franchises. Yeah. I find it most amusing that the chameleon character is the one who gets to tolerate all climates, considering chameleons in captivity are infamously difficult to keep alive because they are super susceptible to changes in temperature and air humidity. Oxalotl, in my opinion, is the most badass fictional character ever written. He survived completely alone in the realm of chaos itself and hunted demons like animals, all while being a skink, one of the most fragile creatures in the setting. Yeah, that backstory is fucking metal, man. Uncompleted Ideas is literally the basis for Lizardman lore. So lore accurate. Vertically challenged problem solvers. Beastman. Hey, Warriors of Chaos, how does it feel to be the shitty Chaos faction? I am honestly surprised they didn't rework the Chaos. Holy. Oxalotl, I'm going to kill Chaos. I won't rest until Chaos is defeated. Chaos won't stand in my path. Chaos. Chaos bought the last Skylander at my local GameStop, despite knowing that I wanted it. Chaos. I have to kill Chaos. It's my mission. Chaos tells people to paint yellow over black. Chaos can't even bench one plate. What a fucking loser. Chaos is the speed-eating champion of Scranton, Pennsylvania Chalupa division. Chaos broke into my house and stole my slan figures. I know one thing. I have to kill Chaos. Chaos does a lot of volunteer work and makes a big impact in his community. Chaos is a loser friend with no friends. Mom said it's my turn to kill Chaos. I can smell Chaos. I think he's around. Chaos just pissed on my doormat. He was trying to draw his face with his piss. Chaos is Team Edward. But I haven't seen Twilight yet, so I don't know if I will agree with that. Man, I fucking love the chaos memes. That's the best thing that came out of Strangers of Paradise. At least that's the most impactful thing, because like I said, I heard the combat is exceptionally fucking good, but like nobody really talks about that game seriously. They only ever meme about the chaos. How much I like the models in this game. Such would be in the games I play. Hello, Kitty. Nice for you to drop by. Why are you smelling the microphone, man? Can you... No. I don't wanna pet you. Okay, I'm gonna pet you. Can you move, though? Don't move towards the camera, though. Come here. Stop! I wanna... He's literally resisting me so hard. I just wanna put you on my lap. Asshole. Don't look at me like that. He wants to pounce on me. You little asshole. He's such a gremlin, man. He's not a good kitty. I love him. He's a great kitty, but he's also very... I think all cats are just mean, I guess. Okay, my mom has a cat, and that cat is not mean at all, I think, but she's extremely stupid and very hyperactive. She jumps on everything, man. You know how Messenger has these like pictures you can share, like kind of a story, I guess, like Instagram story reels or something. And when I click on my mom's like Facebook reel, it's usually, you know, she's eating something at a cafe, or it's like a selfie, and then like I have 33% chance for it to be a picture of her cat in the most random spot ever. Like during Christmas, she was just standing on the Christmas tree, and she wasn't like climbing or anything. She was just standing on 4 legs in the middle of a Christmas tree. I don't know how she managed to pull that off. Like, she climbs on a TV that's this thin. She will literally jump up on it and try to climb up on top of it. She's fucking insane, that cat. So I guess in that regards, this is a good kitty, because he doesn't do that. He's still mischievous little creature. Yeah, okay. Okay, I considered getting into, so we have 3 videos pretty much left. Of course, I will be like, of course, I will be adding stuff here later down the line when I start running out. And I considered watching this Bricky video too today, since like there are a few people on the stream still. But it's like 45 minutes long. It's gonna take me like another hour and a half because I'm fucking slow. So instead of that, I think I'm just gonna put on the forest, play for like an hour, see how my new settings are doing for the stream, and then like call it a day, folks. I upped the, like, some streams of the forest so far have been pretty painful because of the artifacting issues on my stream. Like, image looked blurry as all fuck. But I upped the bitrate, so it should be way better now. Hopefully, no. And if I ever like get it right, I will be very happy, because then like streaming other games later down the line will be easier, and you know. And I really you know, want to nail those settings. I really want to nail those settings like for future streams when I'm like streaming like other games people might like wanna tune in and everything. Okay, let's see. It's working now. There we go. Perfect. Now I just need to tweak my green screen a little bit, because it's like with the time of day the green screen gets, you know, brighter and darker, and I need to tweak it from time to time. Because I don't want this like green tint fucking up a whole corner of the screen. What if I did this? Oh my god, that's fucking scary. Okay, that should be fine. We can go with that. I will be a little bit transparent, but that's better than just you guys not seeing stuff. What the fuck? I immediately get jump scared. The hell? So yeah, last time we did a bunch of like scavenging in the caves and got a real ton of equipment. And again, the I think like the snacks this game gives you are a little bit much, because they take care of everything for you, man. Make it a little bit brighter. Need to find other caves to explore. get more equipment under my belt. There seems to be a cave down there, actually. I'm not sure if I explored it already or not. Holy shit. Man, not being able to see is a little bit of a problem. Where is this? That's just a bugged texture? Weird. Nice, and we have some berries. Berry delight. It's like right there. Oh, more luggage. Nice. Oh, this is a cannibal village. What the hell? Don't see any cannibals around though. I don't see me complaining about cannibals not being around, to be fair. New animal discovered. That sounds a little bit ominous. That just sounded creepy as fuck. What the hell happened here? This is like an old camp of theirs or something. Excuse me? Okay, that's a bunny. Oh, you get an icon to see which things you can explode. That's very nice. Are those bees? I don't like bees. I didn't know that. Fucking hell. I am legitimately upset by the noise of bees. Let's see if this can clear this. Oh, they're sitting like a... Okay. Old gun part. Okay. That is based. Let me build a fire real quick to get rid of that. Hello, bird. Hello, more bird. What you guys doing here? I could swing my axe at you right now and enjoy some delicious bird meat. What the hell is it? Yo, he's checking out my kicks. Did I just take cold damage? Damn, that didn't happen before. He's checking out my teams. Yeah. He didn't like them apparently. Since there are more people here than usual, I'm assuming that the bitrate, like, that the game is finally looks decent on stream, because I had a bunch, like I said, bunch of difficulties with the bitrate and stuff. He asked for it, guys. I'm sorry. Or maybe those are flies, actually, not bees, now that I think about it. That would make more sense. How many freaking outfits can you have in this game? Not sure if that's cannibals or some random foliage movement. Let's see. What's What's this supposed to mean? There's a weird marking around here on the map. Okay. Strange. He's fucking cold again. This guy. Okay, this is cave entrance, right? This. Okay. Down this rabbit hole we go. That looks pretty deep. Okay, and this is in the middle of a baby cave? Are you fucking for real? Okay, I need to go left on the map from here to get somewhere new. Oh, my kitty is coming back. Do you want some food or something? Why are you coming back here so often? Come here, boy. And sit on my lap if you want. You don't want that. You want to bang up the microphone, bang up the camera, knock over my monitor. Don't. You need to go away. Thank you very much. Good sir. Tough guy goes up with one hand. Yeah, I was making fun of that before when playing. This guy has to have so much strength in his fucking arm to pull himself up with one arm while holding a fucking like little lighter in the other. And I was joking that there should be an option to smoke a cigar at the same time. So you are just pulling yourself with one hand and smoking a cigar at the same time. Kitty wants to be popular. He already is popular in my heart. He's looking at me very funny. Oh, there's cannibals about. Me mateys. Fire the blunderbuss. This one is so aggressive. Damn, he played a lot of Dark Souls. And this is where playing a lot of Dark Souls gets you. I'm not sure if that's true actually, chat. Don't take my advice. This is a shark. Hello, shark. Oh yeah, you can take his meat. No, you can't. You can only take his head. That's so weird. Hello, turtle. Some coins. So, is there anything? Yeah, I have such a problem with this game. I always like miss items. Ooh, there's a boat there. Actually, I've been thinking about this. Can you build boats in this game? Fire, shelter. Log sled. Explosives holder, okay. Arrow basket. Gazebo? What the hell? That's fancy. Rock path, rock wall, stick fence, bone fence, alpine treehouse. Man, there are a lot of structures I didn't know are here. Tree sap collector, wooden target, stick marker, climbing rope, freestanding zipline, and a crane. I'm pretty sure you can. I think you can't. Okay. I guess you could put the axe away and just hit with your right hand if you can one-handedly thrust. Yeah. This boy should be able to knock out fucking everybody in this game easily. Okay, there's some traps. There's a lot more building than I thought, man. Oh, there it is. Boats, houseboat, raft, everything. We got everything. So like, there we go. Okay. That's a giant ass seagull. Holy shit. I didn't know they are this big. Okay, I'm gonna go collect a bunch of logs. Get that done. The fuck was that? Okay. He was trying to pick up the sticks and I think he ate something. I'm not sure. More cannibals? Fuck off, I'm busy building like a boat, man. Man, the cannibals are such haters. Go away. Stinky bastard. Here we go. How does this... Oh, cool. How does this work then? Am I covered in blood? No, I think I'm just dirty, right? Timber! Alright. I cannot... Go. I cannot carry more than 2 at a time. Hey, yo, lady, can you fuck off? There's like a... Look! Look how big this island is. You don't need to be here. You don't want any of this. Look how quickly this man can cut down trees. If I saw a guy bring down a tree this big with 4 100 axe swings, I would be on the other side of the fucking country in an instant, man. I would literally teleport out of there. She doesn't know what she's messing with, man. Man, this... I actually love how strong the protagonist of the forest is. He can also like jump around. He can also jump around with the logs on his shoulder. That's so funny. I don't think I can. Oh, I can. That's nice. Too bad I can't cook the... I don't think I can cook the shark, which is weird. Maybe that's a balancing thing because they are usually beached like this. So you would get free meat by going to the beach. But food is not that hard to come by in this game anyway, so I'm not sure what's the issue. Like, you can literally do this. Okay, I'm full health, so... You can literally do this, and there's a good chance you will get a snack out of it. Oh, right. I need to kill you, turtle. I'm sorry. You are very cute, but such is the law of the jungle. Oh my god, he's gonna escape into the sea. Never mind, I destroyed him with one swing. Damn. Okay. Okay, I have maximum shell, so... Where is that fire I built? Did I not build a fire here? At least it's like a one-hit kill. No wonder the cannibals are reacting like that. Yeah. At least it's a one-hit kill, you know. Oh my god. Like, see, that's what I mean. The animals just spawn on top of you. It's not like food is really easy, really hard to come by. Oh, it opened both of them, nice. I wonder if this is something like they addressed in the next game. Can already attack too far, that's mad already. Okay, where's the meat? There we go. I shouldn't have... it's gonna rot anyway. This game has like weird balancing because the meat also rots so quickly. Is this completed? Okay, you go straight through that. That's a little funny. I could have made the bigger one now that I think about it. And just like go around the island on a boathouse. So this is... Okay, that's like 40 logs. That's not that much more, to be fair. But I don't need it really. Eat the meat before it burns. And like, I'm literally full already. God damn. So can I stand on this? Okay, there we go. How do we... Okay, just left click. Nice. What is that? Oh, that's this coral. Small coral. And this is a boat. A really nice boat. That I can hopefully scavenge something out of. This is a magazine. Okay, so this is a collectible. Ooh. Some other collectible. Missing child thing. What the fuck? By Megan Cross. Oh, is this? Is this a key card reader? So I need to come back here with a key card. What's this? Air canister. Snacks. A photo of that fucked up thing we already killed in the underground. It's a head of some. I'm assuming the owner of this boat. Oh, you can actually sleep here and save and everything. That's cool. I'm gonna save. Don't mind if I do. Not gonna sleep because I enjoy the sunlight. Is this it? I'm kinda disappointed. Maybe with the keycard we could unlock something really cool here. Some rope at least. That's always nice. Man, I feel like they are. Like, I was excited to swim out here to this boat, and that's a little bit that's a little bit of a disappointment. What an actor pretending he can't destroy that door with one hand. At this point, I'm suspecting he can destroy it with his fucking mind or something. But yeah, he just doesn't. He just wants us to enjoy the island a little bit, you know. This is a casual vacation for this man. No wonder he's like one of the only fucking few survivors of that plane crash at the beginning of the game. He just like tanked it, apparently. Actually, that's not true. I think a lot of people survived from that plane because they are like all over the island. For some reason, he just woke up last. And the cannibals didn't take him too. I guess they were already like knew what they were dealing with, and they were like, you know what? Let's not mess with him. Crafting guide. Yeah, I need to find alloy to remove the infection. Okay, it's the creature. Okay, which rudder is the best for your bones? Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if he set this whole situation up to vacation on the island. Actually, let me check. How would aloe look? I'm assuming it like grows underwater, or... Oh, there's some... Oh, that's a rock. Fuck it, I'll just dive in and see, but then I will need to build a campfire, which kinda sucks. Do you see anything? Oh my god, it's so blurry. Oh man. You really like can't see very well down there. This is some kind of bush, surely. Okay, cannot interact with it. Oh fuck! Where's my fucking pills? Oh damn. That sucks. Thank god I saved on the boat. Man, removing that infection seems like a real pain in the ass. Also, you can't eat medicine while in water. That's some That's some valuable information. Also very goofy dev screen. Oh, things respawned. What the fuck? This game is so strange with some of its mechanics. I think there's like an achievement for killing a shark. Aloe is that like big oh, there he is. Fucking asshole. Fuck you. Hold on. Let me Legolas all over this bitch. Come here. Come here, you little silly. He's literally running away from me. What the hell? I don't think I have hit him that time. This time I did. Nice. Nice, I got an achievement. So we cannot really do anything with him though, right? That kinda... That's kinda... weak. And my cat is biting... Pretzel? My cat is trying to consume cables. Nice. I didn't see any other from up here. I am half tempted to abandon the boat because it's really slow. Oh, we can go backwards, that's silly. Oh, you can hold it! Okay, that makes more sense, actually. Now we're cooking. I think his son built the Titanic and sailed off to the other islands long ago. Also very true. Is this possibly a cave? Oh, there's some island on the... That's an island that's really out there. I wanna check it out, definitely. Good thing I hold on to the boat. Doesn't seem like there's a cave anywhere in here. That's a pretty high quality raft this guy built, by the way. I guess he's like a... There we go, that's a cave. I guess he's like also a master engineer. Wait, I'm dumb. That's not a cave. What the fuck? It's nothing. Huh, am I crazy that this looked like a cave from a distance? I don't wanna bother with those things. They never drop anything that crazy. Okay, it doesn't look like there's any cave on this coast. A little disappointing, but what can you do? To the surprise of no one, yeah. A jack of all trades. Doesn't look like there's anything here. I really need to watch out for sharks because I don't wanna reload from back on that boat now. Okay, let's park it right here. Let me see if I can see, like, if I can spot any fucking alloy I can maybe use. Whoa! I guess that's the rest of this ship here. Oh, what the hell? Okay, I just literally the man put it in reverse and floats backwards. Okay, that's some arrow. Crossbow bolts. Holy fucking shit. No way. Oh, that's like the very edge of the map. So, where's the rest of it? Do you need like a shovel to dig up things or something like that? Snowshoes, bone spear, repair tool. Nothing here that would indicate that. Repair tool. Climbing axe can't really be combined with anything. I can attach myself to this for some reason. I really can't see anything. Can you save manually? No, you can only save. You can only save at resting places. So there's always like that, you know. If you fuck up, you could lose a bunch of progress. That's a fucked up texture. What the hell? So periodically you need to build up or go back to your camp and save. But I don't really set up a camp, I just kinda build new shelters whenever I go. Do you think it's underwater there? Shit. I might need to dive in there because I saw like the top of that ship thing. Man, if a fucking shark gets me here, I will be so devastated. Well, I'm gonna say this. I ain't swimming out there without like a save right here or a whatchamacallit. Without a save or the diving equipment that I sadly don't have. How many leaves do I have? 16 and not enough. Can you build... If I could build shelter on this, that would be goated. Oh, I can build temporary shelter here. Oh. Can you... Okay. Okay, there's no way you can build that on top of a boat. There is no fucking way you can build that on top of a boat. But if you can, that's actually hilarious. I would like to put up some additional floor here, but I don't... Yeah, it's not gonna let me, for sure. I need to go back to shore. This man's kryptonite must be water. It's surely mine, because like I am fucking scared of going underwater in this game, because it's so easy to drown, and like there's fucking sharks in there. Is that a fucking cannibal with a flashlight? Apparently, they have flashlights now. Eat snack, drink soda. We need to set up a shelter and save. Okay, one more stick. Oh, that's a Bambi, otherwise known as a deer. For a second I thought like a cannibal standing right there just checking me out. One, two, three, four. I'm gonna try to build that like big floating house and see if I can put a bed on it, so I can have like a... so I can travel with a save point at all times. Because that seems a little bit strong. There are fucking cannibals around, I think, because I heard some footsteps. So first let's save, actually, just in case. And then let's go to sleep, so it's daytime. Oops. Whoa, that's a little buggy. Also, hi dear. Not like this. I wanted to combine. Combine. There we go. No way. I got it, but it got away. That's weird. You can see the wound on it. Maybe it will be... Okay. Fucking hell. Stupid ass deer. Stupid ass deer and my bad aim. I mean, to be fair, like, aiming in this game is intentionally kinda hard. Jesus Christ. It's a one resilient bear. Bear? Deer. I think I have been here already. I think this, I found this on like one of my first days in game. There are a bunch of whatchamacallit, containers, like steel containers there. Yeah, like I'm setting up camps like all over again. I really should consider just making that floating home thing. Because then I can bring all of the equipment I want with me. Do I have enough rope even? Nope, I'm missing one rope. Can I break this and get the rope back? I'm not sure. Did this burn out? No, it's good, it's good. There we go. I suppose I can enjoy some refreshing soda. No rope though, that's tough. That's really, really tough. One more stick. Oh wait, this is... Is this like a sacred tree of the cannibals? Because it had a totem right here. I thought this might be a cannibal camp and I could get easily rope out of it. There's a cave here, supposedly. Where exactly? Oh, shit. Oh, I can make rope out of rags. It's the meat that's crispy. The best kind of meat. Man, I ain't gonna lie to you. I like my meat like so overcooked. It might as well be burned. I don't know. Okay, rope. Ooh, I just got the chills. There we go. That's rope. And I can make that wagon thing again. Like, when I watch... Because I watch a bunch of Gordon Ramsay, right? And he's a fancy cook who likes fancy food. And it's always like medium rare or like rare or whatever, right? And I'm like, man, I don't wanna see any fucking pink in my meat. That looks weird to me. Like, I want it to be completely cooked, not kinda cooked. Like, almost cooked. Okay, I think a lot of people are actually like that. A lot of common people with like, I suppose, common like eating habits. I don't know. I never eaten any fancy food, I suppose. Hello. Nice clothes, man. Okay, there's like 3 of them. Shouldn't be that much of an idea if shouldn't be that much of an idea if they try to jump me. I don't want them to get too aggressive, so I don't like to swing at them. Can I have that log, please? Thank you. Don't attack me while carrying logs, you harpy. Should I just run her over with this? That would be extremely funny. Whee! Whoops. Man, I'm not sure about the logistics of this thing. I'm not sure this would float in like a realistic scenario. Woman yelled, punched, and ran away. Just like me wife. Timber. At this point it's kinda like close to the boat, but I'm pretty sure if I do this it's still gonna be faster than just like carrying each log in here, so those one I'm just gonna plop in real quick and go back for the rest of them. I'm gonna deforest the entire fucking the Giga Chat will make anything float. That's a good point. I'm forgetting that this is a master engineer we are talking about. At this point I'm gonna deforest the entire titular fucking forest, man. Should have made this like the first time around, seems, but I didn't know you cannot build on the normal boat. pretty sure you can build on this one because like what would be the point of making it bigger if it wasn't for building purposes, you know? This doesn't make sense other way around. But I guess I will find out. Like I don't know everything about this game. I'm learning as I go. It's quite a pleasant experience so far. I expected it would be much more difficult to get into, but now things are... Oh shit. Now things are becoming really simple. I just need to go into the caves and find equipment and find my stupid ass son. Man, like... A child of this guy should be able to like solo all them cannibals and just swim back to the shore. Maybe he's like testing his kid with this setup, you know? If he's worthy to be a successor to his kingdom. Sometimes you can hold left mouse, sometimes you have to click it a bunch. It's very inconsistent. And I think that's maximum no, that's not maximum capacity. What the fuck am I talking about? That's maximum capacity. Let's go. For sure, yeah. Hello? Okay, last batch of 8 and we're good to go. Oh no, then I will need to like remake the fire and the home thing too. Oh, there we go. But then it's smooth sailing. Okay, there's some more logs up there, but I'm gonna cut these down. There's another one down there. Go. Cut this down. Actually leave that side for last so it falls down on the beach side. Drink a soda to instantly replenish like all of his stamina like a giga chad he is. Is it? Yeah, it's falling that way, nice. Nice. There we go. Do a little bit of a Tony Hawk with the lumber cart. Is this maximum capacity? Nope. Still not. Okay, now it is. There we go. Whee! And we have a floating home, somehow. Don't ask me how that makes sense. Oh, come on. Okay, so now, the real question. I need shelter. No fucking way. What's the point of this then? Okay, I can set this up here, so it's not that bad. I will still be able to save. I won't be able to... Okay, I can. That's weird. It was red before, right? I wasn't tripping balls. Actually, you know what? Make it like... Oh, no, I cannot confirm it, so... So it's not good. Now it's red. Okay, okay, okay. What about this one, though? I saw E for a second there. No? Really? I don't understand this then. Why would I ever build this? You can probably, yeah, you can probably like do furniture, but I don't need all of that. Attach some floors to this or something. Doesn't look like it. But a fire, at least, right? Yeah. At least we have that. Man, that's a lot less useful than I thought it's gonna be. I mean, that's a fun thing to do, don't get me wrong, it's just, you know. Like, I thought it's such a neat idea to do. Some kind of Lego for Giga Chad. I actually wanna do something like those. That's not important to me. Being able to hold some sticks though would be nice. A stick holder, a rock holder. Like those are things that might come in handy. Because you can only carry like, oh, see, so many rocks and so many sticks. The fucking deer is getting it. Oh my god! The nature is fighting back. Not that hard, apparently. That was right in the head, man. Holy. Those are some resistant as deer. Okay, this one doesn't give a fuck though. He wanted to walk it off. He didn't register anything. Cool. Where's that? There we go. I didn't mean to pick up the useless head. Another deer. Giga Chad Bambi versus Giga Chad Man. Apparently, like, only freaks of nature live on this island. Okay. I will do that. I will... Can I go to sleep? It will take me a second. Maybe build something out of these logs, because I have a couple of them. Large cabinet. Why not? Like, it's gonna go to waste if I don't use this anyway, so... Shit. Oh, I can just put it through the wall. Just a thing he can do. No problem. Oh yeah, I can gather more rocks now. Right. Man, I'm getting those chills down my spine. Very unpleasant. Oh, those are pebbles, not actual rocks. There we go. Collect all of this. Get those logs, and we finish this off. We sleep till morning, save, and we go out on an adventure. Actually, you know what? I don't really gotta go anywhere. Oh, I can place like medicine here. Okay. I probably can switch things and like place other stuff there. Oh damn. What the hell? Why is he not targeting that? Hello? Okay. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. And I'm back. Man, it's just like that one meme, one old meme I saw, you know. Oh, okay, the audio is on. It's just like that one meme I saw. I drink water, so I gotta go to the bathroom. After going to the bathroom, my body wants more water, so I gotta drink again, and then because I drank more water, I need to go to the bathroom again. This vicious circle. I cannot put that in there. I don't know why. And put all the meat in, doesn't matter. It's gonna spoil anyway. There we go. And save, and okay. There's a cave here, and I'm pretty sure I haven't been to a cave on this side of the map yet, so this is like completely uncharted territory for me. It's this thing. Let's see. Okay, we got a bunch of... Yep, I wasn't here at all. And I get attacked right away. Doesn't matter because it's fucking dead. Joke's on you, asshole. I hear more movement, so I'm whipping out the fucking chainsaw. Let's see how you like this, you filthy animals. There we go. Oh, I'm covered in blood. Shit. Happens when you are running around with a chainsaw. Okay, there are things here. I just wanna clear this cave of like... I know you're here. Show yourself. Don't be a bitch. Okay. Apparently, there is nothing else here. I was so scared. Yeah, like... Okay, that's the drawing of the hole. Yeah. Those, like, cannibals coming out of nowhere. Always going to get a reaction out of me. What the fuck was that? Is there something? There's nothing behind here. What the fuck was that? I think those were just legitimately tables moving. That scared the shit out of me. Holy. Yeah, this game definitely, like, I got used to it by now, but this is still like a horror game, you know. Let's just glove. Get a Molotov going. Bunch of money. And the caves are especially like nerve-wracking because it's fucking dark and the light keeps going out and everything. And should have left some meds on the... Should have left some meds on the surface. Okay, that's a toy part. Can I blow this up, actually? Okay, there's clearly a passage there, I think. So I will try throwing dynamite at it. But last time this didn't work and I got really annoyed. So I hope this time it actually does. Did nothing. Okay, I'm gonna stop throwing dynamite at those because that's fucking annoying. Why does this keep like... There isn't anybody in here with me. I don't know why that keeps falling over. This is an unmarked thing here. Let me do this. Hello, I come in peace. I come in peace. Fucking animal. Yeah, burn you asshole. Oh, you want some of this too? Oh, you want some of this too? I'm getting scared the same way with boars in Stalker. They always sneak up on you. Kinda true. Stalker had a lot of terrifying... Stalker is a lot scarier than this, I think. Make sure they're all dead. Okay. This is a big open space. I am now expecting a big enemy because usually in this game when you have a space like this there is a mutant, like one of those really big mutants. Okay, there's a rope here. I can go down with. Nice little corner with some goodies. A lot of human hearts, you know, a lot of heart went into this project. Oh, I can only have like so many clothes. I'm gonna stick with this one. I don't think like there's a point to me washing up because by now I've been infected for so fucking long. Okay, so far there's no other way to continue other than going down that hole. But I'm gonna check the other way. Hopefully the enemies here didn't respawn. I don't think they respawn so often, so... Yeah, you can go up. Obviously I can exit the cave with the rope. There's a guy I killed here. Okay, this is more cave. Fucking hell, oh, okay, never mind then. A lot more cave. Okay. Oh, no, never mind. This is literally an exit. Okay. No, I shouldn't have... Fuck me. I hate the bats. I shouldn't have gone out, actually. I think the enemies in that cave are going to respawn. Shit. So this is literally the only way I can do anything in this cave is continue. Okay, maybe they didn't. Oh, I have a bunch of watches. I should use up the rest of my spray. And get a new one. Oh. His fucking light went out when I'm in the middle of using the deodorant. That's funny. Throw this out. The enemy respawns are so inconsistent in this game. Is this the way? Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's go. Whee! Oh, that's very short. Bunch of good old bones, you know. Skulls for the skull throne. Oh, that's some nice lighting effects. Oh my god, I love that. Holy, that looks beautiful. And it's a fucking underwater section. Oh, there we go. Let's fucking go. I finally got the rebreather. And he equips it automatically. Nice. Based. Is it supposed to be this blurry under... I mean, it's underwater, I guess. Don't carry any more meds. The spray is just a cover, yeah. Bro is fucking firebending. I would like to look at the map, but what the fuck? The way this goes away so unnaturally is so weird. Merged cave. Oh man, this game can be so beautiful sometimes. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, it's the babies! Oh man, that's the most like hated enemy of mine in this entire game. Hairspray is good on them though. What do you mean I just picked that up, man? I just picked that up, you asshole! Fucker! Well, I guess we... Oh, did they all drown, actually? I think they did. I was getting ready for a fucking fight. Can I refuel the... How's my chainsaw? It's good. So, there we go. I might as well take it if I'm here, you know. I don't wanna set up a camp. Oh, never mind. I have maximum sticks, so fuck it. Do flares hit me up in any way? Did not mean to do that. They don't, right? Oh, it went straight to the ground. Lamau. I know alcohol does. Okay. I don't want to start a camp here. I mean, set up a campfire here because it's like I'm getting into the water anyway, back into the water anyway, so what would be the point of that even? Can drink some delicious soda. Yeah, I seem to have picked up another empty one, and I don't know if that's just glitched or if that can happen. I didn't know you can pick up fucking empty cans of hairspray. It's weird. That looks scary. Let's build a campfire. What the fuck? Finish the air since I'm already, you know. What the fuck is that? Oh man, that's ominous as fuck. I just wanna. Okay. Why are there so many rocks here? That's weird. Holy fuck. Okay. Apparently that's why. Yo, we have technology. Alcohol makes you feel warmer, but in reality it doesn't. You're making it worse. Damn. Could have left it open just a little bit. I'm gonna fucking Alan Wake it up here and that sounded like... What the fuck is up with the flares? The flares seem really shit. Like they bug into the ground so much. I picked up... Okay, that's a Bible. That's another Bible. That's right, those are Bibles. That's another Bible. That's an axe. That's another Bible. What the fuck? Where is he getting the Bibles from? Is that an item Is that an actual item I can hold now? Rebreather, survival guide. Oh, creepy armor, nice. It's clothing. I would assume it would be here. Why is he just holding that in his fucking hand? Okay. Weird. Yep, that's the creepy thing we already killed once. A rusty... I think modern axe is better, right? Yeah, so I already literally have better equipment. But I'm assuming like I came here just for the rebreather mostly. It's like a tutorial cave for it. Well, you know, being a completionist is nice. And that's all she wrote, I think. Oh wait, there's an underground section, I think I can dive into. The fuck is that? It's not a thing I run into. Oh, upgraded stone. Upgraded stone is... I saw this in Mandalore's... I saw this in Mandalore's video. You get a rock and you wrap a cloth around it and you can set it on fire, and when you hold it, you are just on fire. It's a stupid fucking weapon. I don't know why it's in the game even, but you can do it if you want to. I have a bad feeling about this. There's no way there is underwater combat in this fucking game. You know what? I need to check out that note, because if he like wrote something like I need to find a way to protect myself underwater, I'm gonna scream. Oh, I explored the submerged cave. He just fucking crossed that out. I'm going back in then, I suppose. It's a lot of bibbles floating down here. That's a rope. I think I could go another way. There's sometimes like these random bonfires in those caves. Not really, not this time. Fuck it. I think it's like right across from here. Can even cross out underwater now. Yeah, I haven't even thought about it. This motherfucker is using the goddamn notebook underwater, man. Holy. Okay, I'm back. And I think I can go this way too. That's what it looks like on the map, at least. I don't see a way through. Is he fucking like passing out or something? Maybe that's just the map looking weird. Because like I swear to God. I mean, look at it. Look at the top of it. You see it? Totally looks like you can go there. I see you're still working on that avatar theory. I don't blame you, this guy can really do fucking anything. Maybe that's above here. Like that part at the top. Do I need to de-equip this? Okay. Seems to do it on its own, so... Okay. Nowhere to go but up. So I think I'm like one item away from being able to unlock everything in the game. So I have the mass, the underwater breathing. I have the climbing axe. And I know from Mandalore's review, you need a key card for like the very, very last bit of the game. Oh yeah, and I have explosives. Those are a thing too. What the fuck is this? Okay. Jesus Christ. A goose. Okay, so there are caves. There are caves underwater. That I didn't know. That's an arrow. Nice. Let me look at that map. Oh, I cannot. I wanted to see. Oh shit, I'm taking damage from cold. I'm probably not going to find the algae at the bottom here, right? No, wait. There it is. At least he ate something. What the hell? Look at stats. Nope, I still need to find out. I don't know what I ate something. That's for sure. I need to find my way back to the camp. And that's gonna... The minus vision pisses me off. Yeah. Gonna go... Gonna get to a camp and I'm... Oh, never mind, I can camp... I can save right here. So. Nice. That looks fucking poisonous. Can I pick that up? There we go. Who the fuck went on a trip with a goddamn briefcase full of arrows? Everything in this camp? Doesn't seem like there was anything important here. Oh, a bunch more arrows that I don't need because I'm full. Oh, and that's not okay. I took it. Nice. There's another cave there. Okay, so that's the next go. Oh, and there's another cave like up there too. Okay, those are goals for the next time, definitely. I'm telling you, he bought out all the seats and stuff, the luggage he would need on the island. Yeah. Bro had this planned out so much. Can I only sleep in the... Was that like a sleep in it once thing? Did I destroy that? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Never mind. Nice. Nice! This is some real ass progress. Finally happening live. Hopefully, like, the footage also looks decent, because last time there were a bunch of problems. Damn, an 8-hour stream. That's a long time. Yeah, thank you very much for joining me. I will mess with filters a little actually to when I turn them on a stream next time. I don't look like a ghost, you know. And yeah, thank you very much for joining me. Today was a lot of fun, honestly. Like, got a lot of stuff done for the stream. A lot of people like checking the stream out semi-frequently. I'm very excited about the future of this whole like channel when I see people actually coming to streams and interacting with me and everything. And yeah, thank you very much for joining me, and I will see you guys in the next one, which is I will see you guys in the next one, which is tomorrow, if you are joining me tomorrow, because I will be streaming tomorrow reactions too. Probably finish like my current all my current reactions, play more of the forest, and then then I don't know if the rest of the week if the rest of the week I will be also doing streams, but there will be, you know, but that's all like in schedules. You can always see ahead of time. So yeah, thank you, and have a nice day, and I will see you